Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up. Up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Yeah.
Baby, all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. All
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all
swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. We feel the air, whoa. Chance it all to feel alive. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're shadowing double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good.
swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 10 of the LPL. We're in the final week of regular season. Before we head into our playoffs, look towards that run and see which teams we are sending to MSI. We're on that road and we're at the very precipice of that one. We're waiting to see which teams will be going head-to-head today. And you can see on your screen it is going to be Snake. They'll be going up against their opponents, OMG, vying for that space to actually get in there and get into those playoffs. OMG, however, are looking to vie over a much higher spot. My name is Pulse. I will be joined by Raz and Froskuren today, so very excited to get into this one. How are you doing today?
Wingapo.
Oh, no.
Man, I'm not even going to comment on that. So let's start this one off because we're talking about the playoff races in LPL, but it doesn't stop just there. We have another league to go into the LPL, which is basically the equivalent of our Challenger League. So Raz, you are the expert. Take it away.
There we go. So LSPL, they just finished up the regular season. They're getting right into their playoff right now, and what that does mean is the first playoff seed, if you are able to take the championship on that one, you get the automatic promotion into the LPL. Gu did on the last time around. They were formerly known as Newbie Young, and so of course there are going to be a lot of teams looking to get that. But if you do fail, and if you get second or third place, then that just means that you're going to be entering the promotion tournament.
So what this really means is we have two teams that are already destined for relegation. It's Game Talents as well as LGD. One of them will not make it back into the LPL. So with this current system, since we auto-promote one LSPL team, it means that a secondary or amateur challenger team, if you will get the experience of playing in the professional circuit. But the other four, or three of the other four LPL teams do get a chance to kind of stay alive and fight back into the professional league.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be incredible to see. We already have 4 teams, of course, in the playoffs. You have Young Miracles Royal Club. We know them very well. They've been around. They've been in the last promotion tournament as well.
It's where talents like Ming came from. He was the former support for Young Miracles, as well as PDD's team.
Exactly. A lot of recognizable names. Speaking of recognizable games, Sunning Gaming, Dan Gaming, you might think, oh, what are these teams? Goong is on Dan Gaming, and at the same time, of course, Avoidless is on Sunning.
You keep saying these words, Raz, and I'm like, I don't know what any of that means.
All I know is that one of these guys, you're going to probably be seeing them in the summer split. So stay tuned for the promotion tournament and see if they do succeed.
Yeah, we'll know soon enough. And it's actually crazy to think that specifically LGD could be out of the competition. Imagine if Game Talents were the ones to slay LGD. Well, we'll have to see as we get to that promotion tournament. Let's bring it back to our own playoffs, though, for us, Gurin. I know that you were spearheading this one.
Yeah, so as we take a look at the current snapshot of playoffs, if playoffs happened today, what it would look like is the only team that's locked into your seed right now is RNG. I'm waiting for our playoff bracket to come up. Is RNG, there we go. And then the rest of the teams, all in green, are locked into playoffs. So QG, OMG, EDG, and WE. But none of their seeds are locked. So QG can still technically take that first place seed into the semifinals, which means that you're 2 best-of-5s away from representing China at MSI. Meanwhile, IMA, Newbie, and Invictus Gaming, none of those teams are safe for playoffs. So IG can still fall out. Newbie is competing directly with Vici, and IMA is competing directly with Snake. So Snake fans, Vici fans, do not give up hope. There is still time for your team.
And it's ridiculous to see this because you look to EUNA, a lot of the times going into the last week, you're like, oh, we have a very clear picture of what the playoffs look like. Right in here, very last week, especially Group B, they're not even solidifying first place team. Group A, 3 teams could very definitely be in the promotion tournament. IG is not, they're very not in the clear right now.
And that is no mistake on that graphic. In round 1, when Invictus Gaming and QG have a 1-point victory over Newbie and IMA, it's because it's 3rd versus 4th. So if you are the 3rd seed, it is a weighted seeding, which means that you are technically a best-of-3 versus a best-of-5 away from the quarterfinals. So seeding is really important, especially for round 1. Those teams do not want to have that extra point disadvantage going into playoffs.
Yeah, there's a lot to fight for, even if you are still at the top, because you still want to make sure that you get these wins under your belt. We even saw from RNG when they were basically locked first for, 2-3 weeks now, and they were still just bringing out Uzi once again, having the full roster, getting that practice for playoffs. So complete opposite to many of the fiestas I've casted in the past from different regions. But finally moving on to some of the battles that we'll be seeing today and over the week, in fact, of which teams will be fighting for each place. So you can see battle for 2nd in Group A. OMG and IG will be going toe-to-toe. Now, they're not actually going to be playing against each other, but they will be vying for that spot. So they'll have to defeat their own respective teams. Likewise, in 4th place, actually just to get into the playoffs, IMA and Snake still fighting over that one. And then in the opposite side, very similar story in Group B with 4th place, Newbie and Vici fighting over it.
And just to make this a little bit easier for people to understand, if IMA and Snake land on the exact same series, so the exact same series wins and the exact same series losses, it is not the head-to-head that determines who goes into playoffs. It is actually the points, and you can see the points underneath everyone. That's not a mistake. That is literally -4 versus -6. So Snake, because they have not 2-0'd as many opponents as IMA have, are technically still behind them.
But they have an easier schedule. Snake, of course, going up against OMG. A little bit tough. But later on in the week, they're going up against LGD. Meanwhile, I may only have 1 game this week, and it's up against RNG.
Yep. So some teams' strength of schedule is significantly easier than others to try and secure those spots. But that's what we're looking towards, and that does bring us also to the standings, so we can put all of that actually in context, and you can see where the teams are currently at and where they actually need to reach for. So we'll take a look at that one in a second. But even though we have some separation at the top, it's very little separation. RNG, WE, and EDG are the only ones, I want to say air quotes, locked, but you look towards QG just beneath them, they could even get to the top of the standings, and then you see OMG and IG in Group A. I mean, they're also fighting over it, so even at the very top of the bracket, so much can change in Week 10.
And WE and EDG are a perfect example of the point system versus the head-to-head record, because again, EDG actually own the head-to-head to Team WE, but you can see that WE hold them in the standings. That's because Team WE have significantly more 2-0s than 2-1 victories, despite the fact that their win-losses in series are exactly the same.
So it hits an earlier point where we talked about EDG going the distance in every set for a long time. Going 3-game series, that was not beneficial to them. And of course, Xiaogu just under them. You might even expect by the end of the week, it could just be 10-4 ties, or at least 10-5, 10-6 ties.
Yeah, but then it all comes down to those points and how they did previously in the split, which then decides that. And the idea that you planted in my head earlier for us, that QG could make it to the top, it's actually a reality. That could happen. You would need like LGD levels of circumstances to happen, but honestly, QG can control their fate. They have that ability in their hands. So that's, again, a possibility.
Exactly. And the most important thing for QG is that when they do take their victories, that they're taking them in 2-0, so they're getting more points, whereas EDG and Team WE, even if they were to win, as long as they dropped a series, they would have to also lose the series 2-1. So it's still possible, just the stars really have to align.
Yeah, for sure. And that does bring us to our first matchup of the day, really, where the races start. And this is a game that still means a lot. So OMG versus Snake. We said it was very much like the dark horse versus the contenders. The contenders being OMG, because they just, from week to week, constantly getting better. But Snake, they still have that outside chance of getting in there.
Here's the thing. That's the key word, that, or at least there's a key word that we'll be rehashing with every series that comes by. It's important because there are a lot of games that are important. As you mentioned, OMG is vying for a second spot. And both of these teams have had very successful, at least last week. Snake taking down IG, which is ridiculous to even imagine. And then OMG, of course, having an amazing rush, taking down RNG and IME in 2-0s. So both of these teams going up against each other, it is very much still in the air. But Snake, they want to be able to take this win. If they can, then they look better being able to take 4th spot versus IME.
And here's the thing about the LPL. I feel like so many people are missing out on such great storylines over the course of like the 10 weeks. I feel like it's finally all coming to a head. There was definitely like a slog in the middle of that. We're like, I don't know if I can keep up with this league. Like everything's going to hell and back, but we finally made it. OMG in particular are like the perfect team, like the quintessential essence of the LPL right now. They came in last split. They were a relegation team. They stayed with the same roster for a year and a half. Like they go through relegations, they barely scrape in, and the organization decides nothing's wrong. We're not going to change anything. You have all these Korean superstars. They're flooding into the LPL. OMG's like, nope, we're going to continue to stay on the track. It's an all-Chinese team. And now we move them out from underdogs into contenders. Like, if you haven't been paying attention to the LPL, these guys came out of nowhere. They've been punching way above their weight. They took out RNG in a 2-0 last week. And frankly, they're the heavy favorites for me going across from Snake.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of second chances for a lot of these teams. Snake, they want a second chance going into Summer Split because, sure, this was a bit of a disaster in terms of how Spring Split, their expectations were to go past 4th place as they consistently do hit. This time around, I mean, they're trying to find 4th place in just their own group and then be able to get into the playoffs. So OMG, of course, they're really surging past expectations. Snake is going underneath it, and they want to be able to get that second chance into Summer Split.
Yeah, and they still have that chance, right? Because historically, Snake has very much been a 4th place team, so actually getting back there would not be unheard of. Yeah. But even getting there in 1st place is hard when they go up against OMG right here, who have been taking down titans of the league, whereas Snake have been struggling and basically fighting amongst themselves.
I mean, these are the two polar opposites about how you approach advancing your roster in League of Legends. You have Snake, who've consistently been rotating the roster. You know, they have Baka, Yu, Tank, Satai. That's what, 4 or 5 different mid laners over the course of 2 years. They've got 3 different AD carries on their team. They now have an AD carry playing in support. And yes, Crystal's doing a good job. And yes, the team is starting to cement itself around SOFM, around Flandre. It's kind of the 2 big backbones for that roster. But then you have someone like OMG on the other side, who've been rising through the ranks, who just stayed the course, who just had faith in built up, like, dug these players pretty much out of the bottom of the barrel and then made them into these new Chinese superstars like Icon, like World 6. And so it's just a bit of a head scratcher about you're both trying to get to the same point, which is an elite team in the LPL, but they went through very different ways to get there. And now they're really going to come to a head, and we're going to see which method actually wins out tonight. Was it staying the course with the domestic Chinese roster, having faith in these players time and time again, or was it trying to cut corners, buying in the talent, and then organizing it to see success on the field?
And that's an incredible storyline, because OMG, when they do make it's inward changes. They have teams in their secondary team in Oh My Dream, and they also just have members that are just sitting in their roster. They usually have a massive sub lineup. So just bringing back World 6, that's just someone they had lying around who's been in the house, been with the team for a very long time. So even making that one change, that's a change that they felt like they needed to make. It took a very long time for them to make it work, and immediately when he comes onto the field, it was fantastic.
Now, if you couldn't tell already, it's already slightly, and I say slightly, but very weighted towards OMG right now. So staying to the course and having this all-Chinese roster, apparently not only a great thing for the region, but it looks like it will come to a head, and those will be the victors coming into this matchup, because it's a very likely 2-0.
They have been in a 2-0 spree for ever since they got back into their groups. So just past the intergroup stage, they come right back in. 2-0 LGD, not a very hard task.
Whoa.
That's just how it is.
You calm down.
Your wig will be the answer to that very soon. It's just they 2-0 IME and 2-0 RNG. That is ridiculous to even imagine. Sure, Snake is looking better. I was going to go interesting, but that's used a little bit too often. They're better, so we might see it go down the line to 3 games, but you have to expect OMG to be coming out strong with this one.
I think the one thing that Snake really have kind of left in their arsenal of tools against OMG is that they're very good at split pushing. The 1-3-1 is where they find a lot of success. They've got Flandre, they have Zatai. Even when they use tank, they're still relying on kind of a 1-4. Like, Flandre has identified himself as kind of the split pushing top laner, alongside Duke probably in the LPL. And OMG have really struggled against kind of 1-3-1 compositions. They're the big 5v5 team, they're the Maokai Sivir team, even when those champions fell out. What's interesting, though, is that the latest time that we saw OMG against RNG, they finally were able to play a side lane. They had Xiong on the Shin, and they actually just beat RNG around the map because they were getting superior teleports and playing the superior split pushing. So, yes, it is a tool that Snake could exploit against OMG because they're not used to playing that style, and they're not very good at it themselves playing the side lanes. But the most recent form from OMG, it seems like they've addressed that, and they're trying to fix that through band-aid picks like the Shin.
What's really funny, it's really telling in the stats too, because OMG averaged the highest elemental dragons of any team. Literally 2.5 dragons per game. EDG is second, third is WE. So you see the top teams, we can go towards it because we can set up the vision towards it. But that's literally OMG's primary focus with these teamfight compositions. They get a teamfight comp, they go towards dragon, fight them. That is OMG's composition. Snake, nowhere near that. You're fighting them in the side lane.
That is the way to win. And the other question I have is coming into this matchup is Snake have, tried to cut corners, brought in external talent, they've tried to swap people in as we hear a client sound. But when you look at OMG, do you actually say now that the star talent they have on their lineup outclasses pound for pound what Snake have?
Ooh.
See, that's very hard. That's very hard because OMG, we've talked about them lacking star talent for a little while. Now they have Icon. World 6 is an incredible addition. They still have Xiang, who's been performing better through macro.
That's Mosey.
I was getting there. Right? They have a lot of talent. I understand that. And then, of course, Snake just studded with star lineups. Right
I frankly feel that the only place and position as we look at the rosters that Snake outweigh OMG is actually in the top lane. So it's Xiang in the top lane, World 6 in your jungle, Icon in the mid, and SMLZ in 5 taking up that 80 carry and support position.
Yeah, exactly. It's maybe even the top lane, but we'll look towards their opponents in just a second and see if that is indeed the case. But SMLZ has been turning up, and the guy, he still doesn't smile, but he takes names. That is what he does. Flandre in the top lane, SOFM in the jungle, Zatai in the mid lane starting for Snake, while OQ and Crystal will still be in the bottom lane.
And the fact that they're going with Zatai over tank tells me that Snake recognized OMG cannot play it sideways very well. So instead of playing a 4-1 with Tank being kind of our control mage mid laner, we're going to play Zatai. He's much more assassin. He's much more side lane. And we're going to go for a 1-3-1 and try to split them up across the map.
And that's when they've been incredibly successful, is when you had Zatai on the Talon or even on an Echo pick, and you go towards the top lane and Flandre is playing like a Camille. He has not been very convincing. Zatai, I mean, yeah, in the top lane, Flandre, this split has been pretty bad. So that's why when you said in the top lane, perhaps it's going to be towards Flandre, because historically Flandre has been fantastic. Last split has been phenomenal in top laners. This time around, it's not the best, and so with Xiang playing upwardly, I think it's pretty even.
Yeah, we're talking about peaks and troughs versus consistent, and the peaks are definitely above what Xiang has done, but the troughs are significantly below the consistent line that is Xiang.
But I really want to kind of break into this language about like bad and Flandre's performance, because it's one thing to be like, I agree with you, Raz. Flandre has been underperforming versus what we expect of him, but it's in specific areas. Where Flandre is underperforming is his teleport usage. It is probably one of the worst of any top laners in the league.
It's pretty bad.
A team fight happens, and maybe 7 seconds later, it'll be like, ah, I had TP, I could have teleported to that. Whereas Xiang is actually very good at doing that. Again, it's a 5v5 team. He likes to participate with them. The Shins, the Maokai's empower it even further. So it's like where Flandre is actually quite weak in his TP, Xiang is strong, but Flandre is really good in the 1v1. He'll dominate anyone despite matchup, including Xiang.
And that's where we have to look at this, because week 10, this is when you have developed your strategies. There is no more time for trying something new. So for OMG, what has been working throughout this split is in the 5v5, in the TP, because that's what they have been essentially practiced throughout this entire time. Snake, they're successful in split push environments. I want to see the Fizz. I want to see a Renekton, even though Renekton can play towards team fights. Just stick to the side lane. This is what I want to see out of Snake, because if they try to play the Nautilus, Maokai, etc. as he has been throughout the season, and he fails in a TP play, it's going to look terribly for the team, and they're not going to have a chance of success versus OMG.
Just feels like Snake have been playing catch-up, and only for a couple weeks now they've been developing their strategy, developing their style, where as OMG has been doing that pretty much from week 1. It didn't look pretty at the start. I mean, no one can deny that, but they were still working on it. And now 10 weeks of that, and you can see where they are right now, taking down huge titans of the group, like EDG, like RNG.
Certainly, again, punching above their weight. But Snake looking pretty jovial. In fact, everyone on your screen has been all smiles, all laughters. Even SOFM, who's now like quickly like, get to serious mode. We're about to go into the game. And that's the thing, you know, Snake's coach was quoted after they made their most recent victory, don't get relegated. So Snake are still on that cusp. They don't own the playoff spot right now. It is given to IMA. IMA do have the harder schedule going into playoffs, so theoretically it's easier for Snake to get that spot, but it does start here.
And Snake has been a team that always adapts. Every split they come in, even though they, like, for instance, they come in second place in their first split in the LPL, in regular season, that is. And then if it doesn't work, if the composition doesn't work, if the playstyle doesn't work, they change immediately and move elsewhere. So this is going to be an adapting moment for them. Let's see if it actually works.
Man, you were spitting some hot fire, Raz, tonight. You were on point, but personally, I'm not a rapper. We'll get into this picks and bans. OMG going up against Snake for our first series of the day, and it will be Rumble, Camille, and Karzak's band out there from OMG, and Zyra, Kog'Maw, and Syndra coming in from Snake. Now, Raz, we were just looking at the resolution of this, and you tried to peer around. It's not a 3D hologram. You can't.
Are you sure
you
about
can't
that?
change the angle on this.
Are you sure?
The pick.
It's kind of like when my mother just tries to play Super Mario, and so if she jumps over a wall, she brings the entire controller with her. But honestly, like looking at Snake's bands, as the TV shuts off. But yeah, looking at Snake's band, the Zyra, the Kog'Maw, that is pure respect for 5 and SMLZ. 5 and SMLZ throughout the entire split. Yeah, SMLZ has been a god this split. He's been playing so well. He's suddenly in the names of Mystic and Uzi and top performing 80 carries in the split. And Kog'Maw, primary pick. Zyra also is a pick that 5 has gone towards so much, even though the meta has kind of changed. Essentially, people go towards Lulu. People go towards perhaps the Karma pick to answer to that. Nah, this guy sticks to this lane because SMLZ and 5 play to their lane phase.
They do, and they make it work, and they transition it to a mid-game where SMLZ just starts popping off, has done that consistently in the last couple weeks. OMG will pick away the Rengar as their priority pick for World 6, but there was still Graves on the table if he wanted it. Flandre and SOFM will lock in Ashe for the ADC and Shem for the top lane. No real rush to pick up their jungler right now.
Yeah, they're just pretty much picking up what's priority. OQ going on to the Ashe. Ashe pick does mean that, of course, SOFM would want to go towards a Graves. They're going to be lacking in some CC, so get that Shen for yourself. Get yourself a Graves. That does mean that Snake would want to pick up that jungle pick and third pick rather than going into the second phase. Sure, SOFM is pretty confident in his champion pool, has even gone towards Rek'Sai sometimes here in the split, but I'd much rather him go towards that than a Sejuani. Don't troll me.
What we have for certain though, Raz, is Lucian and Nami coming in for OMG, so they already lock in their bot lane. Still looking for a mid and top though.
That's the thing here with OMG. They don't really care if they lose Shove into the bottom lane. It happens so often when they're like, okay, sure, we'll go Jin and Malzahar. Great for trading. Awful if you don't really fight us and if you consistently shove us in. So looking already at the first phase, Snake should have a good shove. We don't know what their support is, but Ashe is going to be bullying the Lucian and Nami, unless, of course, if they get a good trade, then they got some problems.
This is a pick I do like, though, from SOFM, bringing out the Lee Sin into the jungle here to go up against World 6. So he will be looking to make that early game impact and potentially snowball that into the mid game. We're into our next phase of bans. Fizz will come out here.
That's really fun, because when it comes to Lee Sin players, you're like, oh, theoretically through the meta, get yourself Graves. It looks like you have a great 3 picks here for yourself. But he's so confident here in the Lee Sin. When he gets level 6, he can really make a lot of plays across the map, even just impact it early on if he doesn't run into the Rengar. So this is SOFM saying, put the ball in my court. Let's see if I can carry this early game.
And we have faith in him as a player to do so. Echo will come out here as a ban against the tie. And Icon maybe setting up for another assassin pick. We know that is what he likes to stick towards and often makes it work. Snake, final ban here. What are you looking towards, Raz? What's the final ban going to be?
Ooh.
You have 8 seconds.
Syndra? Maybe? Gragas.
Gragas.
Right.
Syndra was already banned out, so while you're right, you're wrong.
Oh, no! Everything about it.
That's a half point plus half point loss.
Yep. So I get 0 points in the
that's
end.
That's correct,
we
yeah,
even
because you were wrong.
out.
Gragas banned out there against World 6 and Xiang. Primarily Xiang,
yeah,
because
Xiang.
Rengar has already been picked up. Man, earlier in the split, we thought we were going to hear from Rengar support, but we never saw it. That was
I mean,
sad.
I didn't think you thought that one. It was not going to happen in my mind. Maybe unless, of course, he's mentioned SOFM was in the support position, but then he would have just added to his trolling portfolio.
Extremely true. Karma was the final ban from OMG.
Okay, Snake, at this point, they should be holding their mid lane pick. No surprise there for the last pick. So that just means OMG, Icon would maybe go towards the Ahri, maybe go towards an Orianna pick. Really does question what he's really comfortable with. If he looks towards his jungle and said, if I'm confident in World 6 playing this early game well, that I won't get bullied out by a Lee Sin and really Ahri, if depending on the lane.
Whoa.
Oh, that's a Xiang pick.
That's very much a gangplank coming out.
All
Would you
right.
say it's a Xiang pick? Because I look at that and be like, I think Duke.
He has played it before. And yeah, you do. It is a Duke pick. Like, you look to Xiang, and Xiang goes towards the tanks. So he definitely didn't go towards it this time around. That does mean that he's not going towards a Maokai. He's going to pick up the Shen, the Gangplank, because he knows he's going up against the Shen. This is going to be a big call out to Xiang, and if he can play this matchup well. We've seen it a few times where if a Shen can get a good taunt off, if a Gangplank is not worrying too much about, let's say, a jungle trying to gank your lane, then if a Gangplank falls behind, good God, you're in for some trouble.
Now, if Zatai locks in Ahri and Icon has already picked in Talia, it feels like you could have just reversed their picks and this would make more sense in my mind. But
Yeah.
Icon, everyone's playing Talia right now, but the fact that we just saw Ahri, which is, I would definitely say Icon's pick being picked into it, pretty interesting to see.
Ahri is an Icon pick, but to be fair, as the split goes on, we start to recognize that Ahri is an everybody pick, especially Zatai. Zatai, primarily known as having a large champion pool, goes towards Talon if he wants to. He can play the control mages. Ahri is definitely down his wheelhouse, so he knows what he's going into because Talia is a very safe pick lately. So he's just going to try and get himself some strong pick potential here, especially with Shen backing him up. There's a lot of pick and poke coming in from the team. No poke, but this is primarily pick. So,
Primarily
I got to
pick.
back up on that one.
So what are we looking for from the side of OMG? Is it pretty much just like a classic OMG ride?
Yeah, it seems like with the Gangplank with Talia, it's going to be centered around bottom lane. It's not really a surprise because OMG, that's been their strength. They've really rode that one home with SMLZ and 5 winning out laning phase, but this time they're going to be looking to focus on that. You have Gangplank, so once he hits level 6, could really just use his ulti, and that's essentially his entire focus.
Yep.
And the same with Talia. Talia has been incredibly impactful as of late. Has been impactful in Korea for some time now, but it has started to become blind pickable out of nowhere in the LPL. We've seen it here and there with some, for instance, Rookie, for instance. But now it's just been kind of like just the primary a thought for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
You see it's either Talon, Orianna, or the Talia.
The funny thing for me is that Xiang is picking Gangplank here, and usually Gangplank is a very good pick if you want to instantly get involved, but Xiang has typically been so good with his TPs up against Flandre, and it does mean that Flandre won't be able to exploit the lane and take the tower, but you would generally think that Xiang would go towards those teleport picks, while Flandre might even be the one to go for Gangplank, because he's had issues with pulling the trigger on the TP, but plop the ultimate down as an instant cast, so it's a big question to see how Xiang will do with a pick.
Yeah, for Flandre, this works for him because he's on a tank that actually allows him to split push, so kind of just down his wheelbarrow. That's what's fun about Shen, is that, hey, do you want to play tank for your team comp? And if you want to split push just for your style, Shen's the right champion for you. But you mentioned Xiang. Him picking Gangplank is something he's done for a few splits when it became popular around EDG, IMA, and he's picked it up himself. It's surprising to see him on this pick because he's done so well on the TP champions. So this is him saying, give me the ball because this is a good matchup for me. And let's see if his ultis are on point this game.
That is the question. We're on to the riff for OMG and Snake. First game of their best of 3, starting off week 10 and the final week of regular season. We see OQ and Crystal will be sizing up SMLZ and 5. Now, where do you think the power lies as we look at Liga Thunderlords?
Oh, everywhere! But they all make sense.
Man, it does make sense. It's like, man, SMLZ should have just gone Thunderlords for the hell of it. Even though it's obvious that Fervor is the best choice right here, you could have just had the triple, or the quintuple.
Every Thunderlords. The only thing that, of course, doesn't make sense just a little bit is the 5 going towards that rather than the healing one, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember what that one is.
Windspeaker's Blessing.
Windspeaker's Blessing, the most random name in the world.
Pretty random.
But Thunderlords, it's essentially because he wants to be able to take control of the lane. It's been 5's kind of go-to. There was one time he didn't take a Keystone. It was a sad life for him because give him the Thunderlords. Give him, well, he was on Zyra at the time. I guess it was Thunderlords at the time too. Yeah, he just wants to be able to win out lane. And if you cut that down, that really cuts the strength of SMLC in 5, and that cuts the win condition for OMG a little bit. Unless, of course, if they aren't a carry that can go into the late game portions of the game, like Kog'Maw.
Sure, and Icon is usually the other facet of the team and how they win games, because sometimes he just gets a billion kills and kills everybody.
That's
so
true.
That's something else you could look towards. And plus, Xiang's also on a carry this game. He's not just on a tank, gonna do tank things. He actually does deal damage, and a lot of it when he hits his power spikes, which is basically ultimate and 2 items. Yeah. And then you get Gangplank things happening.
And Gangplank has been a champion that's had a lot of success in solo queue currently. It's been pretty high in terms of win rate. The only problem is once you bring it into competitive is that, you know, people know how to work together to bring you down. Shen will have a little bit of trouble, but of course there's a Lee Sin in this game. And if he passes towards tops, if Shen is able to get proper taunt trades, and then just wait for a jungler, because Flandre will, you know, progressively get tankier. Xiang will just get damage for himself. And then Flandre or SFM will just be able to come up top and get the gank happening. So, especially since he has Zatai in the mid lane with Ahri, if Ahri ever has any space in this lane, if Icon falls, that's that top lane gone. So that's OMG having to really worry about the first 5 minutes of the game for themselves. They don't want their lanes falling through. If it does happen, then everything goes downhill.
And we're theorizing the potential rise of Snake in this game. According to the audience, 85% of the fan vote to OMG, and I'm inclined to agree, honestly, considering the track record and portfolio that OMG has written themselves over the last couple of weeks versus what Snake has done. Mr. Potato Head of the league.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like OMG are the ones to take home this series.
I would have agreed to this. Now, the only reason why I don't is because the fans always go with OMG regardless. This team
As we
is
see,
too
it's a
fan
beaten
favorite.
on.
Yeah. I don't even know what you said. I had to think of a response. I was like, I just don't know what this man said to me.
That's fine. Continue your point, Raz.
Oh, thank you. The only real point here is that OMG is they always have the fans in their favor. So I don't want to give them this one, even though they are correct. Even though OMG has
even though they are correct.
Even though they are performing incredibly well.
I don't want to agree with them, even though they're correct.
Yep.
Raz 2017.
The fans are always wrong. I learned that one in customer service.
I'm pretty sure that's all right. Whatever. World 6, I think, just got spotted out there from OQ. So I probably won't look for that bottom gank. But SOFM's took a lot of time in that mid lane wanting that gank to happen onto Icon. And of course it does make sense. You get a kill onto Ari and then the game kind of snowballs from there. But Icon was playing it safe, goes back to base and comes back into lane with double Dorans and Boots now.
That's the thing, though. It's he showed himself in the lane, so he wasn't hiding it. And just being able to do that, making Taliyah play safe in that lane, means early on in the laning phase, Ari had a little bit of safety. She's not going to get insta-shoved in all the time because Taliyah has to worry about Lee Sin. Cleanse is not going to cleanse off a kick to the face. It's not going to happen. And so Lee Sin just putting on the pressure just a little bit does condition Taliyah for later on in the game. Maybe he can get a gank happening. Maybe that turns out to be a successful one. But maybe he just frees up a lot of space for her so Zatai can have a good laning phase. And then once she hits level 6, try to make a play on Taliyah. It should be very easy for the play to be made, especially with Flandre having a Shen ulti on top of you to make anything, just forgive any mistakes you have in the lane. So looking at Snake's composition, they're going to be looking to make action happen in the mid lane first and foremost. If they can get Zatai rolling, then they're going to be looking towards top lane. Then they're going to be looking towards bottom lane. It's all going to be on OMG to stay the course and make this early. I said first 5 minutes. Now I mean first 10 minutes. So just make the laning phase for Icon easy so she can access the bottom lane because she does have priority in the lane.
While it seems like that is the first domino to fall for Snake, Icon is destroying Zatai in this 1v1 currently. And I know in interviews he's been saying about which players he wants to kill next. And I don't even know if Zatai was on that list. I know he was. He was like, I definitely want to kill Xie.
Yeah.
I want to kill Xie.
Zatai is too old to get respect anymore from this man. This young gunner right here is like, nah. The one man that he has on this list is Rookie. Of course, everyone wants to be able to take the man to the top.
That's what I meant to say. I definitely said Xiang and not Rookie. I was hoping no one would notice that. But he definitely wants to kill Rookie.
That'll be a little unfortunate if he wants to kill his own teammate. That'd just be like, this is when you want a camera in that household.
That's true, yeah.
Every time this man goes to sleep. Like,
Day 6 in the big OMG house. Icon is murdered as top lane, looking for a replacement.
Yep. He's watching him sleep in week 3.
He's watching him sleeping. Xiang has done better and better, and it's actually just the fact that he is probably one of the best role players in our league right now. He just knows what his goal is and will play to it every single time. His teleport to aura is on point, and that's something that you can not say about the likes of Flandre, who is very good in those 1v1s. I know Fruscuring gave him very high praise in those 1v1s, but I would say, and you can argue now that we're in week 10, whether he's even necessarily been as good in those 1v1s with the competition we've seen in top lane. Like, you have the likes of a Duke, Carbe even. Hell, you can even say Gimgoon exceptionally good in the 1v1. And then you look towards Flandre, who is not good on the macro, and arguably just middle of the pack in micro.
Yeah, here's the thing about this, is that I think a lot of teams have gone away from carry top laners. It's pretty risky. They just go towards... Oh my god, Mike. Don't do this to me, Observer. Don't set the setting. Oh,
Icon,
no.
Nice point blank into the charm and the kick backwards as well. Icon's still alive though. 5 is rotating it in comes World 6. Everyone's still alive for OMG, and so far the flash from Crystal, and he'll secure the first blood. He's now chasing down 5. It shouldn't be the kill as the army of Voidlings follows him down. It's just the first blood to Snake.
Yeah, I had to cut my point off because every team knew what was going to happen. Snake wanted to set down the pressure in the mid lane. As I said, it was going to happen here, and OMG recognized that. They brought in World 6. They brought in the support. Unfortunately, Icon still went down, so that's a major plus to Snake. They come out ahead in this ordeal.
Flandre back to the top lane as well. He even used and expended his ultimate. Xiang threw down his, but it was not enough to save Icon. It was very close, though. It was only the fact that Crystal came in at the very end with a clutch flash did anything happen, as that was a questionable arrow.
Yeah, Crystal even set it up well, too. Really pushed them into the corner, so there was no reason for OQ to just veer it off to the right. He would have definitely had a lot more success if he went bot. But now this is Icon going for a bit of a desperate play. It's been warded out, too, so... Snake.
Well, he's going to build a wall and lock Crystal in it. He doesn't have flash, so now he's under attack. He's lined up, and this will be an easy kill for SMLZ. Great target priority, and that will just even up the tables.
Yeah, SOFM could not take advantage of the wards that they had placed because he was back at base. So this is Snake Sure, they had the proper ward placements. This is something that's been great for Snake throughout the split. Their ward counts have been pretty damn high. Unfortunately, they just were not in the position to be able to take advantage of that. If they were able to pass away, say go to, back towards the tower, not get hit up by Icon in this play, they would have come out so far ahead.
S2FM is looking for a gank in the bottom lane. It's 2 versus 2 though, and he misses the Q on SMLZ as he gets the dodge on that one, but Satai is still coming into this bottom lane. S2FM was looking for the walking. He'll flash after, looking for the 1v1 kill, but that was just way too aggressive. Eventually, it will become a 1-for-1. Satai sweeps up the mess that S2FM created.
Yeah, you know, Spaghetti just fall all over the floor on that one. SOFM, he has a one-track mind. SMLZ and 5 knew it. They held on to the point in which he over-engaged. They get the kill. And, you know, that at least Satai knew about this. He was in the area, too, so he picks up a kill for his trouble. Wait a minute, that's not how that works.
Wait.
That's not how that works at all. No, no.
I'm extremely confused.
I know you don't play Talia just, you know what? I'm just going to let it go.
He also didn't get thrown over the wall, so was that from locking himself in the animation? Because he was definitely on the right side of that bastion. But why would you even go in there in the first place if that's your plan?
I'm just looking towards the flick, because he could have easily just flicked himself over the wall by just autoing it, but he tried to use the flick on that blast cone. That's not how that works. Auto-attack it. That's the only thing I looked at and I was like, all right, a little embarrassing.
Crystal just chilling in this bush right here against 5.
Oh,
Arrow
wait a minute.
connects, and Crystal will now just kind of wander after him, in with the ultimate. 0 counterplay. 5 just gets blown up on the spot.
That was the laziest combination I've ever seen, but it worked.
SMLZ. SOFM wants him. He's got the ultimate back, but he has to land this Q if he wants it. Kick against the wall. Here's the execute. SOFM, second time round, he found him.
That was hilarious. It was like, you know what? I'll give you a part. I will go towards the creeps. No! He gets the kill. Didn't you have to both flash for that? But that's them saving the tower with Xiang using his ulti. Already, this is bad for OMG. Sure, they're far behind because of this, but the reason for it is because they had to expend Xiang's ulti just to save the tower. And of course, Ashe, even though she has 3 assists, that's a lot of gold in her favor. I want to see what OMG does to really counteract this.
Yeah, it's that repeated aggression coming in from Snake, which is making it difficult for OMG, while Xiang is protecting this ward with his life.
My God.
Flandre knows that eventually Xiang's going to have to go back to the minion wave, so he's going to use this opportunity to kill that ward, but he was going so hard just to keep that 75 gold alive.
You're going to have to leave the lane at some point. Xiang, I think he was trying to group up the wave so he can just blow it up and just try and save it once again, but no, that's not going to happen. You're going to have to commit a little bit more time to the wave there. In fact, he had a little bit of an opportunity to hold the wave at his tower. He messed it up just a little bit, so now it's going to be pushing back in favor of Flandre. Oh.
And he's actually ahead in farm right now as well. He's well on his way to his early Triforce, plus he's got the Ninja Tabbies, so Xiang is in a pretty decent spot himself. SOFM will go back into his jungle now. 2-1-2. He's 100% kill participation, and while the first couple ganks did pay off, SOFM will always find a way. And now with that Warrior enchant plus boots, we'll see what he can do.
And this is the thing about OMG. Sure, it was a little bit disastrous earlier on. They are still in a fighting for gold lead. 300 behind, that's just a tiny bit. Oh, wait a minute.
So Crystal just walked up, hit the ultimate. Oki will follow up with his own ultimate, and SMLZ auto-attack come down, but the heal was still there. A flash from Flandre for the kill. 5 now underneath this tower. He'll flash away. Does he have anyone in range to help? No, he does not. He is very much a dead fish. It will just take a little bit of time, and Flandre will tank up this tower. And Snake come home with 2 more kills.
I was just about to say that OMG should just take a little bit of time, wait until Xiang gets ulti, and then try to make a play once again towards the bottom lane. But that does not work out. Snake decides to just completely lose that top side to be able to go straight towards the bottom side. Of course, it works out in their favor to get SMLZ and 5. So both teams are really putting on the acceleration.
First tower went over to Xiang, though. So it's just depending on what Snake wanted from that scenario. They also pick up this dragon, as you just mentioned, Raz, but the fact that now Xiang is gigantic, 3 waves ahead of Flandre, so that's over a kill's worth of gold, plus First Blood Tower, plus a tower.
That's fair. I think what's really troubling here for OMG is that Snake has now unlocked that bottom lane. Ashe didn't want to stick to the lane anyway. Sure, she can set up plays, and they have been getting a lot of plays to get kills in the bottom lane, but once you start to free up the Ashe pick, you can start denying dragons because you're able to take control of that area. Already they're sending Ashe towards the top side, so they're going to be looking to the first objective, which is top lane tower. So if they continue to do this, they just have a lot of options. Take that top lane tower, at least pressure it. They can really start to go for more Ashe arrow plays towards either, maybe go towards mid lane and start to really pressure Icon.
Now, you said that Snake were probably looking to play around their bot side anyway, so it's nice to see them actually execute on that, bringing in OQ and Crystal, of course, and Zatai in that mid lane. But I'm still concerned about when you have a Gangplank in the game and he gets such an exceptional early game where he is on point on farm, he has his Triforce, tier 2 boots, and a Ruby Crystal at 14 minutes. That's something that Snake do have to be concerned about. But as a result, SOFM is looking to shut him down right here and right now. Ultimate combination once again. I mean, like, how do you even get hyped about this? Because they just click buttons on them and they die.
Yeah, but he was in a great position to not die. If he had backed away, he had Gangplank ulti. Use that for top lane. That would have given you such a great advantage towards the bottom side that was already faster in tempo. They already got the tower. They can push on forward. If you had just stuck towards your own inner tower, use your ulti towards the tower, or at least the wave that was hitting top lane tower, what does Snake do at that point? They do nothing. They start to... it was a little bit unfortunate. So that was just a misplay from Xiang. We usually give him a lot of praise for proper macro in comparison to a lot of other teams. This was not one of those plays.
At the same time, you could say that was a micro play that he misexecuted, and we have definitely given Xiang a lot of flack for his micro play.
I mean, that's fair. It was a decision that he made. The decision was back away and play the safe game.
That's true.
Sure, he could have outplayed that scenario, but a lot of people.
We are arguing over semantics when we're both saying he made a mistake.
Yeah,
so.
we are. We are. We will have this debate for the rest of the game.
Well, Snake are still ahead in this game, and finally with the amount of kills they've gotten, it has opened up a gold differential of just over 1,000 gold. So that is something nice to have under their belts as they do want to accelerate this mid game. And it did start in the mid lane, as you said, Raz, and then it definitely petered out, went towards the bottom side, and SOFM is still continuing to gather these kills and assist his team. So they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, the reason why the gold is so close, even though a lot of kills went into Snake's favor, is just the CS been coming through on OMG, primarily on Rengar, who's been farming up quite a storm for himself. So that's a positive win for them. It's just that with them losing a lot of pressure in the lanes, and they were very reliant on having priority, being able to set up plays towards tower after tower. That's just not going to be an issue for them right now. They're pushing back on a lot of pushes that Snake are having currently. So Snake, even though they're just a K or 2K gold ahead, this is them really being in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the tempo, and that's something you can't really read in gold. OMG are chasing down Flandre. This will be the a short run or a long run. We'll see how tanky he is. Yep, so mid lane's being cleared out by Xiang with that ultimate.
Oh no.
So that's going to stop. Flandre is actually just teleporting away, and World 6 does not have a snap. So Flandre will convert this into a bot tower from that entire run.
I think he just broke their ankles. He definitely did. That was CC that walked away from the play. That was a 5 that could have done it.
We've got a fight in the mid lane. Zatai gets knocked in. He'll jump away with the Spirit Rush. Ara coming down mid, hits 5. Rest of the team from Snake is looking towards World 6 though. Getting chased out. Charm comes down, cleanses the CC, but still ultimately dies. 2 more kills over to Snake.
Wow, all right. That was just World 6 going a little bit too deep. He was looking to get the final kill. Walks straight into the Ashe. So you're going to have to give yourself up on that one. This is disastrous from OMG. Snake coming up big once again.
2 tower advantage plus a bunch of kills, and it is just going from worse to extremely worse. Look at this fight.
Yeah, that wasn't even coordinated coming out of Snake. They really chose a lot of options. They didn't go in one target. They picked off 2. Very, very messy, but it doesn't matter because A, World 6 over Chase, but B, a lot of CC. You're going to get at least one person. You're going to get at least one of them.
Couple members were low from Snake, but low doesn't equal a kill.
That's what's tilting.
Yeah.
They're getting... they're behind. Sure, they're making a bit of a desperate play when it comes towards the bottom lane earlier on, but you would expect against other teams for you to at least get a kill. If they're going up against an LGD, they would have gotten a few. The OMG have come back in a lot of games. They've made a few mistakes, but they have definitely tried again, and they came back in a lot of scenarios. So this is just not one of them. Snake is really starting to pull some pressure here.
I have a couple questions right now, and it is regarding Xiang's build. Because he has the makings of a Sterax.
Yeah.
Now, Sterix is when you're really struggling and you don't want to get blown up, but he needs to be dealing damage and he's ahead.
Yeah.
If you're ahead in this game and you're just the receiver of all that gold in the top lane, you have to go damage here, no?
I don't think he even thinks he's ahead. This is what's really problematic, is that he is technically ahead. He's ahead in the matchup, but a lot of the times he doesn't see the gold charts. Sure, the gold charts is just okay, but if he were to see that he has much more gold over Shen, he would have thought, I'll take this a little harder. I'll go a lot more damage. I'll even go Youmuu's Ghost Play. No, he goes into Sterix, which we've seen this from Gangplank's before. Even if they're just even, they go to Sterix because they're worried about the initial pick. They have a lot of utility off of just the slow and ulti, using their ulti, and decent base damage. But this is not one of those periods. He's in a decent position for himself. Maybe he's worried, thinking 3-0 and 2. Shen is good for us. Oh, here we go.
Shen getting called out. He'll flash away, but does dodge all of this CC, but eventually there's just too much of it.
You know
and
what?
Snake lock him down.
Maybe he's right.
Maybe he should go for Sterix.
Maybe you should get 2 Sterix. It's unique, but you know what? It's the thought that counts. You need the safety.
Yeah, I'm backing up. Maybe that is the case, but at the same time, you can say he shouldn't be overextended and getting picked in the side lane.
That's the second time that's happened.
Yep.
Definitely OMG really overthinking these plays. They've had moments where they really could have gotten ahead. As I mentioned, when the split pushes were happening, or at least I guess the lane swap plays, could have definitely surged out ahead, but OMG misplayed right now, and I think they're in their own heads.
Snake, however, they're actually just all playing an SOFM game where everyone's out for themselves, every man for himself. Let's get these kills. I'm going to go for a gang. I want to kill this guy. I want to do it now. Everyone with that same mentality, and it's working because they're fighting OMG. And I haven't seen, like, pretty much, I don't think I've even seen a single fight that OMG have initiated this game. It's always a Snake diving on top of them.
Yeah, and this is, I would like to say, the natural Snake style. It's never pretty. It's never pretty. It happens a lot where you're just like, yeah, sure, team fight went in the favor of Snake. They are certainly ahead. They try and play out because they are mechanically better than their opponents. That's it. In their own mindset, that's really what it comes down to for them. And so even though a lot of the times it's like, I can definitely play this team fight better, it's just that they outplay moments and they just simply had the early game lead. So it works out for them, and they just keep going. They're going harder and harder with every team fight because they taste some blood.
But now they have the items to back it up. Like 5,000 gold advantage or just under is enough to mean that Shen is like basically 2 items. It's only because he's kind of separated his gold into a Tiamat and makings of a Spirit Visage. He hasn't completed them yet, but he probably has enough gold right now to go back to base, pick up Spirit Visage, have the makings of the Titanic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Sterix now just completed from Xiang, which is a comparably very cheap item.
Really what it comes down to me, because it's getting pretty grim for OMG. When OMG is looking for a play, what is it going to take for them to come back into this game? Because they've come back in a few games. It's going to be in creativity. Talia Wall is really good when it comes through the utility. People think that, of course, she scales up as the game goes on. Some people think that it scales incredibly as the game goes on. Because if you can coordinate with her ulti incredibly well, you can set up some team fights, but she's going to have a problem.
Well, SOFM definitely thought that he was just going to get pinned against the wall there. And I did too. I didn't know you could get kicked over that wall that was that fat, but apparently you can.
Yeah.
Wall 6 does get caught out though, but is there any more CC from Snake? Crystal was not in range for his ultimate, so no.
He didn't really even have to use his ulti on that one. That's just Rengar W plays. Yeah, Icon definitely has to pull a few twigs out of her hair. That was ridiculous that she was able to just fly through that tree.
Yeah.
That was something.
Never seen that one before, but today I think most of us learned something new.
We did.
You can get kicked through that very, very thick wall. SOFM, he's still fine. He's got 8 assists in this game, 2 of which he's killed. And it's a turn on to Baron at 23 minutes. I think they can do it though.
Yeah, this is when it gets really hairy for a lot of Snake plays when it comes to random Barons. This is not too random because they are far ahead. It's just that they're usually bad at setting this up. But if they can sneak this is going to be incredible for them.
Here comes the Talia wall. It's knocked everyone into the Baron pit. How much damage can OMG do right here? This is the one chance. Wall 6 into the pit. It's secured by Zatai. And Wall 6 will drop. He was in there by himself. And everyone has a dash. Why does everyone have a dash?
Rework Ashe. Give her a dash. She just ended up dying on that one. That's the only reason she died, is that she was just not able to dash over the wall.
Yeah, the only 2 people who died didn't have dashes. And because of that fact, only 2 kills go over to OMG. Snake secured the Baron. It was RA to do so.
Oh, TP coming in from Shen. Let's see if he can get anything going. He's running like a madman. Just kidding. He's stopping for some gold. Just a pit stop.
He gave up on the 100-meter dash. Actually, nope. Couldn't catch him.
They saw that TP coming in. They were just not going to let that happen. That's just the Snake special. I mean, Flandre's TP plays. When it gets undetected, usually it's bad. Usually it's bad. But sometimes if he can sneak in a good one, that's just Snake starting a random fight that will end forever. That's just Snake. They will fight you to sure, Ashe dies. Well, guess what? 13 or 20-second death timer. She's coming right back into the fight. That's just something that Snake loves to do. I'm glad OMG has gotten away from that. It gets sticky sometimes.
Yeah, in that case, it was one of the bad Flandre teleports, and I would say it's 95-5 when it comes to good Flandre TPs. It's high split pushing in the top lane, and to be honest, I don't even see anyone on the map who can deal with him outside of Icon, and that's so much reliant on him connecting the seismic shove. He definitely cannot clear the minion wave.
This is what's really scary about the composition is that usually you can just send Icon in there, and if he looks like he's in trouble, as the Ty looks a little bit in trouble, he gets himself out of that one. But if it looks like he's in trouble, then maybe he can back away, if he has flash, that is. And if you recognize that one extra member is gone, then you can, threaten maybe there's the junglers in my area. But no, there's a Shen in this game. If you have a split pusher with a Shen, you're probably going to die because they're going to likely dive you. So I can understand why OMG lost that tower. What are you doing, Sesso FM?
I'm surprised he didn't pull the trigger.
I am definitely surprised.
Because he saw blood in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's going for that one.
He was ready to go. Flandre probably yelling at him right now, why didn't you go in? But World 6 lockdown, he's already dead. Nice double kick coming in from S2FM. He's knocked away by the seismic shove, but 5 is already dead. S2FM may finally die, but it's a drop in the ocean when it comes to what OMG have been able to achieve this game.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a bloodbath in favor of Snake, and that's how they like to play it. So that's a 2-for-1 trade overall, and Flandre just wasn't taking any damage, even though he was just taking the full brunt of SMLZ's culling. I don't really care. And every single time he gets ulti right back, he has a Spirit Visage as he should. You're a Shen. It just gives him extra cooldown reduction, so he's going to be able to constantly look to make those plays. So even when Baron does fall off very soon, that's just something they're going to constantly look towards. They have that 1-3 composition you mentioned when we were on the desk.
Yep.
That's just something they're going to constantly look to go towards. So OMG, they really need to make a play happen. Usually it's going to be coming off the next Baron play, or maybe even the next Dragon, perhaps even Elder Dragon. But when the play comes up, they're going to look to get anything working in their favor. It's just going to be very difficult.
Now we need to take a second to appreciate the fact that Snake are so far ahead in this game and could very much take game 1.
Yeah.
And the fact that OMG, we came with so much hype coming into this game, this is going to be a flat 2-0. Snake very much need this game to even get into the playoffs in the first place, and OMG would very much like to secure seconds over IG, but this is in no way what I expected from OMG, though I haven't felt like they've set up any plays themselves in this game. It's just been Snake fighting fast and fighting hard before OMG have even set anything up, and
ooh, as you
can argue if that's just a problem with the players. It's World 6 will just get caught out once again, and this is just a case in point. This has happened for the entire game.
They definitely got caught up in Snake's tempo, and there's a lot of plays where you kind of question, Snake should not be making this work. This is OMG miscommunicating or just not recognizing what situation they were in. And this is a Snake that we honestly want to look towards and say this is what they should be doing consistently. If they had done this throughout the regular split, they definitely would have had a better win-loss record. Right now, they have a lot of drive in them. They want to be able to get the 4th place spot. That's something they can, make playoffs, that would be great. They don't want to get relegated. And if you get 5th place, that's the difference between, or at least 4th place. You get 4th place, playoffs, 5th place, relegation tournament. You don't want that. You want to be able to get into the promotion tournament ready, or you just want to get into the playoffs and just kind of go into the summer split fresh. And that's Snake really, really playing hard this game. Meanwhile, OMG, sure, they want to be able to get quarterfinals, but they recognize they're already in the playoffs. So that's it's a difference in drive, the mentality of it. Even though currently OMG could theoretically they're the better team, perhaps. Snake's looking to prove that one wrong.
Very much surprising. But this is the best of 3, and it is game 1, and the game 1 has not even ended just yet. You can even see, take a look at these goal totals. We said earlier that Xiang was ahead, but he is in fact the only member in this game who is ahead of anyone on Snake. And he's continuing to do so, just farming for Storm in the side lanes. And now he has picked up a penetration item. It just looked like he's going for a second defensive item in the form of a Moor. And So I have to question that. I feel like raw damage to break some of these Snake members would have been the thing to do in this game.
At this point in time, you do have to go raw damage on the GP. They don't have a tank lineup. Right now, Rengar's going towards that, but he's very flimsy. They need to be able to get any vision on the map, especially since Baron is coming up in 1 minute's time. No one's going to be looking to face Check-a-Bush, not a single person. I was about to finish my point. Then I looked at SOFM's build. Look at him.
That isn't Ohm Wrecker.
That is an Ohm Wrecker.
Man, I don't even know if we've seen an Ohm Wrecker in competitive in 2 years.
I don't even want
in a major region.
I do not want to finish my point. This man has just built an Ohm Wrecker. Now he's going to build a wall. No, just kidding.
Flandre got away.
Yeah, he got away.
He's a bad Ombre.
Definitely a bad Ombre.
I was trying to work Ombre and Flandre together, and I knew it was in there somewhere, but I couldn't think of it in 3 seconds.
That is definitely 1 hour of prep. That's just you thinking how to fit it into a statement. How do I make it look natural?
Yep. I'll get it next week if Snake is still alive.
Yeah, hopefully the people who are watching this game live today, zap their memory. Come out fresh next week.
Tag it. Neuralize them.
Yep.
Push down mid lane from OMG, and it's really just... If we get to play this game, but the Ohm Wrecker actually comes into effect.
It's going to happen, man.
I
They've dived so consistently. This is probably the most logical decisions that SOFM has made.
What is the verb for an Ohm wrecked tower? Did it get Ohm wrecked?
Oh, we're going to have to play with that one.
Ohm wrecked tower.
Ohm wrecked, yeah. Ohm wrecked works.
Ohm wrecked?
Yeah.
Because you could say disabled, but the item's called an Ohm wrecker, so I'm going to use that in some way.
Ohm wrecked?
There's
an Ohm wrecking on the way.
The Ohm has been wrecked. What is Ohm anyway?
See, that's a big question. Yeah. I will not have an answer to. There's probably some man in the lore named Ohm, and he might even turn into a champion. And at this point, anything is possible. Could be a love triangle with the new champions coming in with Xayah, and there is just so much lore in this game. I will have none of it.
Of all the ways you could have gone, Rad, love triangle between Ohm, Rakan, and I've forgotten the other one.
I don't. Xayah.
Xayah, that's the Badger. Oh, World 6. He's caught out and flash kick. He's knocked over the wall. Another flash in return from World 6. It's a tie. Going in. Great dodge from Icon. He'll still jump away. And SOFM, he got his Gromp. That's what he came for. All these resources were expended for that Gromp.
That sounds like an SOFM play right there. High fives all around.
All right, good job, team.
Yeah, they're definitely
like the penguins from Madagascar.
When penguins, high five each other, that's just the movie for me. I paid $15. That's all I want.
That's what I expect Snake just did then. Yeah. Back to base.
That's see,
mission
Snake,
complete.
They can just keep recycling these plays. Keep going for it. Ari almost already has her ultimate back right up. It's gonna take a little bit of time for Flandre. Oh, wait a minute.
We broke the mid tower. Good job, boys. We're still 3 towers behind, but that just
opened
a lot for them. Oh, World 6 was caught warding. He'll knock SMLZ up, but that may put him under attack now from Zatai. That was a little bit close. That charm was connected, but they are out home and dry. OMG make it out.
This is when SOFM should probably just kind of calm it down. Maybe even pause the game. You should be able to win this one out. Wait for cooldowns on your teammates. Crystal does not have ulti. Sure, Ashe has it, but this is going to be really difficult for Snake if they misplay here.
Here comes the wall from Icon. It has split up Snake, but they're not capitalizing on it. Zatai is capitalizing on World 6. Their return from Orb Deception slays the Rengar. SOFM and OQ knocked into the team, but Zatai is doing so much damage to OMG. They need to get out of here.
Yeah, but OMG is still in a very decent spot. Xian can still play some decent barrels, so chasing into OMG, not a smart decision, especially since SMLZ kind of gave Zatai a backhand right there. So this is getting really airy. Snake is starting to show some cracks here, and it's because they're starting to pull the trigger way too early. Wait for the cooldown on your members here. Now Crystal has to wait until he gets ulti. SOFM already has his, so they're well on their way to just being able to get to that point where, yeah, next time they turn on to Baron, it's going to be so much easier to just pull the trigger and get a member. But it's definitely harder now. Sure, you got World 6, but you definitely wanted more.
SMLZ is going to clear out this crab vision. Next dragon, it's only 33 minutes in. No Elder just yet. This will be the final dragon. It's going to be an ocean, so at the very least, the RNG gods have smiled upon OMG and has not been a single Infernal or Mountain. That would have probably been the last nail in the coffin for them, had that been the case.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. the mopey man on your screen right now, there are some teams that I give them the leeway and say their one win condition can be in their AD carry. There's RNG with Uzi. There's W with Mystic. And I think SMLZ has been playing so well. He's been building such a incredible, like, for instance, he has a Phantom Dancer on himself. You usually don't see that on Lucian. It's usually Rapid Fire Cannon. He's going to be going straight into damage, and he's able to just, if he can solo carry a team fight, if he plays phenomenally well in one team fight, maybe that's a way they can win out this game. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see is, once again, OMG just sat in this mid lane, trying to just push up so Snake cannot instantly take the Baron from them. But you're up against the Shen. Flandre is going to split push forever. This is an issue, and it's putting OMG on a timer at this point in time.
Yeah, and the thing is, OMG really need to stick together as 5 because they don't have that tank lineup. They don't have a member who can instantly gauge the area. There's a Rengar, but if Rengar blows his ulti, and if he can't get anything off of it, the moment it's off cooldown, Snake will just go straight on back on Baron. So they don't want to just waste it willy-nilly, but they have to do this now. Snake are starting it.
Oh boy, OMG needs to do something. Needs to do it right now. Icon looking for the opportunity to pop his ultimate.
Oh, here comes
down
the wall.
to 1/3. The wall is split up. OQ and Crystal. Neither of them have a dash. This could be very good. Zatai and S2FM trying to make it over. He's actually just in the corner, so he can make it back into this Baron pit. But they have reset the Baron from Snake.
But Shen is still in the bottom side of the map. Someone has to answer him, or they have to fight now.
No, it's going to be Xiang. He's gone to the bottom lane. There's a big minion wave mounting in the top side, again in favor of Snake.
But Shen has ulti. They're going to look to pull the trigger and fight this one. Oh, or not. That's a very weird play. With GP not in the play at all, he would have had to TP, and TP GP not the best. They could have actually pulled the trigger on that one, but Ahri did not have her ulti, so they just back away on that one. They didn't have a clean way to engage, unless, of course, that they were really focusing on Crystal to get that flash nether grasp.
Yeah, Snake getting a bit of cold feet there, and that will give OMG an out for now, prolonging the game, giving items to OMG now, which is resulting in a redemption coming down, QSS from SMLZ. Top lane, 4 items now completed from Xiang, though 2 of them are defensive.
Yeah, he's got a Lord's Dominic regards here, so it's getting a little tricky for Snake because they've stalled this game out for so long. They had opportunities to pick it up. It's going to be World 6 picking up the blue buff on that one. But they're really starting to fumble the lead they initially have. They have been going back to Flandre, hopefully looking to split push, but he's a Shen. It's going to be very slow, and when he gets to the tower, Xiang has been matching him well. So Snake are starting to fumble it. It's 36 minutes into the game. They need to start pressuring now, or you're going to have a GP who's going to be critting you in the face. You're going to have very impactful Talia walls, and especially SMLZ, who is just continuously building ridiculous items for himself. You can't really keep him down because he has the QSS. He has Phantom Dancer.
No.
Oh, here we go.
Snake, that ward, I don't think shows the ward inside the pit.
Doesn't.
That's what the observers were highlighting. I was trying to figure out what it meant, but they're right on top of this one. It's down to half. OMG, here comes the wall once again from Icon. That's a good split. S2FM's going to have to jump over there and reset the Baron once more.
Yeah, I think he's still on top of it. The Baron has not been reset. S2FM is still able to keep it up.
Ultimate
Shen
coming in
ulti.
from Flandre. He rides into the fight. Only now Xiang comes in. He's going to be teleporting into this one. Snake are committing on the Baron. We're looking for the steal. S2FM still alive. Spike comes down way too early. 1,000 health left. We just need World 6 to come in, but he's dead as well. Another kill comes over, and the Baron secured by Zatai. SMLZ dueling Flandre in the back, and he'll get the best of him. He'll jump into the bush, but he gets piercing lighted down. OQ and S2FM are trying to retreat while Zatai going back to base. Icon will not see him, he turns the corner. And Xiang has chased away Ashe and Lee Sim. Overall, so 2 for 1, but the Baron again to Snake.
That was a bit of a ridiculous setup from Snake. It was really poorly played. It turned into a 50-50, but they win out in that coin toss. And it just comes down to the fact that, really, the fact that they're able to, A, get the Baron. It was going to be Ahri that got it, so that's legitimately Smite lost. But then they didn't get cradled into a fight and were able to get away. So Zatai wasn't going to be able to get this fight going for himself. But he somehow still comes back and he can get this fight going for him. So this is a really good setup. Oh, I see. SOFM just could not get in there. Somehow Zatai being able to take it with an orb, I believe, his Q, really nailed it for them. And they were able to get out of the entire situation. Xiang was trying to cradle them in to force a fight, but they didn't have the damage.
So Zai had to Spirit Rush away there, finally, from SMLZ. So That is, once again, something to OMG, but can you imagine the difference that would have made had
Oh.
OMG gotten that one? Zatai in this 1v1. Icon is not getting the best of him, and Teleport was coming in from Flandre, but that has to be cancelled, so at the very least they did get
Wait
that.
a minute.
World 6 will find Zatai as the wall is still up, and now Flandre has to use his own ultimate. He'll flash away from the tidal wave. So many summoners and resources being burned from both teams.
Yeah, but this is Snake really going towards this mid lane. If they can pressure it, I don't believe they can. Oh, Omrecker.
I mean, they're trying. That tower definitely got Omrekt. But we're stopping that one as the ultimate coming out from Xiang, and he successfully defended against 3 members.
Yeah, damage report, Snake has been pushed back. It looks like World 6 is
World
going
6
for
has
this.
gone very deep, and the follow-through from SWF.
Oh
He doesn't have
my
the damage, though. Icon just detonates Zatai and OQ, and that has turned it around for OMG.
This has been a ridiculous game already. OMG somehow crawled back into it. Now, you know, earlier on, they got that mid lane turret, and it seemed like a bit of a desperate say, okay, yeah, you can take that turret. But now they're just storming the gates. They can get this inner one and maybe push towards the inhib. Being able to take down Zatai and OQ bought them 30 seconds.
Well, no one is better in a bar fight than OMG and GT, but
Yeah.
they're dead. Mid lane
They
tower
still
will
have
go
one more
down.
set.
They're out of the running, but OMG are certainly not. They're still looking for that second place, and from a massive deficit, 2 Barons have gone over to Snake in this game, and the second one has turned into a 4,000 gold deficit for them.
Yeah, I don't know where this game is going anymore. It should have been a Snake victory long ago, but they really played it impatiently, and now they're going to be, yeah, they lost the Elder Dragon to OMG. Insanity. So yeah, World 6 looked like a very questionable engage from him, but he was able to just get himself out there, and that was disgusting coming out of Icon. Just blew them apart. And that's the value of the flick. At this point in the game, it doesn't even look like he has that many items for himself, but Minefield does so much damage. That's just, yeah. That's you saw how much damage it did. That was a little bit crazy.
And that was just the minefield going out. It wasn't actually detonation. None of those orbs on the ground, none of the unraveled earth actually popped. So it was the flick and his team, and he was dead. All right, we've gone fishing. What have we caught? Crystal's in the net, but that's a slippery fish. He's already gotten out of there.
This is getting really tough for Snake. OMG is just looking to outscale them there. SMLZ has full build currently. He's just farmed up a monster. Massive negative Baron power play. Never seen negative 4,282 before. Saw it today. So, you know, I can bring that home. Be proud of it.
And if SOFM built the own record to style on OMG, how is he going to feel at the end of the game when he loses? Because the stats aren't terrible. It's 50 armor, 300 health, and 150 health regeneration from the top of my head. But it's not a bad item, but in the late game, because it's like a 2,600 gold item, it's like not slot efficient.
Let's just say it's not slot efficient, it's not item efficient. You look towards the opposite side, Xiang has got himself the Infinity Edge, so the scaling's happening, the damage is definitely there.
Yep.
He needs to pick himself up a Randuin's Omen or something. He needs to be able to pick up an item that can really deal with the damage that OMG's picked for themselves. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. If he gets blown up and he has that in his inventory, then Coach ain't gonna be happy.
very not happy.
He's probably not really happy with how they played this game in the mid game, but
Someone's backstage
Oh,
restraining
no.
him right now. As he try and get on stage to yell at SOFM because he's caught at the moment. He jumps to a minion and gets big critted from SMLZ and Xiang, who just instantly take him out. Here comes the wall, blocking off Zatai from the mid lane. He did activate the Spirit Rush, and he was also blocking off his own team, so he'll disable that one. But the mid push is coming in. Charm goes wide. Minion wave flooding into this base.
they're really fishing for anything they can get. OMG have just taken control of this game.
Snake cannot walk up to the tower. And this will be the inhibitor falling to OMG right now. They're pretty happy with it. They're looking for anything else. They'll back away for now. None of the side waves are set up for them, but they could look for another play. That one pick on SOFM did wonders for them. And they have done what Snake could not in 43 minutes. And that's break an inhib.
Yeah, OMG have really been on point this point of the game. What are they looking for?
Xiang,
He's
who
just gonna-
oranged it.
Yep. Nice citrusy flavor. Thank you for giving him that experience. He wasn't going to drink it until that very moment, but now he has quenched his thirst. This is ridiculous. I've said that about 1,000,000 times, and it's true. Snake is lost. They are definitely lost. They don't know how to bring this game back for themselves. It's going to be off the back of an Ari pick, but who is he going to pick off? It can't be the man who has orange juice at ready. It can't be World 6 who has essentially Olaf ulti when he can just press W. Perhaps it's going to be Icon. It has to be Icon. He's doing so much damage at this point in the game. He has to get picked off. SMLZ is able to constantly just deal with it because he has the QSS turned into Merc Scimitar. Yeah, it has to be Icon. I mean, Icon
has to be, yeah.
He has cleanse, so that's the only worry. But they have a lot of CC for themselves. They just need to stack.
I actually think that World 6's W is closer to GP's W.
Yeah, I think
because
so,
it
yeah.
doesn't disable CC for a period anymore. It used to.
True, that's
so
true.
basically, there's 2 Gangplanks on the enemy team. Maybe Rengar also enjoys citrusy delights.
Yeah, maybe he's sharing over the counter, giving him some orange, the special orange.
Seems like an under-the-counter thing to me. Something that instantly removes CC from you.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Something called remove scurvy.
Ooh.
Doesn't sound like an over-the-counter thing to me.
That sounds like something you'd get in the spam folder in your email.
Yeah, but it's legit.
Yep. It's that one email you wanted to be able to read. But your email...
Your email scammed you.
Yeah. Spam folder.
Spam folder. Never trust it. Oh.
Oh, they're going for this.
The ultimate from Icon has split up
a
a lot of people, and the kick into Crystal's ultimate onto Icon. He's still alive though, but the Lucian's dead. Icon jumps over the wall, but Crystal's looking for blood. He'll look for another one. 3 kills to Snake. They pull the trigger. They kill 4. They're looking for the 5th, and it will be 5 on the run now from Flandre. They're looking to finish the game.
Oh my God, Snake somehow found that pick on Icon. Icon thought he was cute. He's like, I'm gonna bring a wall, and I'm gonna be able to get our team to be able to just burn down that Baron. That was a smart play. Unfortunately, the moment SOFM saw him away from his team, they kicked him into the rest of his team. World 6 thought he could save it, and this is where
the tower's got ohm-wrecked.
Double ohm.
And Snake will destroy these towers and destroy the chances of OMG taking game 1, because OQ was sending 5 back to base. Snake take the second Nexus turret. No threat to them when they have an Ohm-wrecker, and Snake will finish off the game. Nexus falls, and game 1 to Snake.
Wow, that was definitely back and forth. It should have been in OMG's favor. They were able to take the game back, and they have to feel disappointed because the one man that was tasked to not get picked found himself in the rest of the team, the enemy team. That was, yeah, he didn't want that.
Bad Hombres made it over the wall, Raz, and that's what happens. That's why you need to build an effective wall.
A bigger wall.
A bigger wall. The best wall.
With every teammate, it gets 1 meter higher.
But in the end, Snake took it home, and I can't believe they just won it off that one random team fight because they made so many horrific macro mistakes in the last like 15 minutes. But it was just that big dip at the end you can see finish that game off for them. And hello, you want to see
Spoiler
Gold Wrap,
alert.
but instead you get us.
Spoiler
just
alert.
kidding.
Usually you're the one bringing in Frost Fury, but he's clearly on the desk.
I actually never leave the desk. I just sit here silently during all the games and quietly judge you guys.
Oh no.
What's going on?
How you going?
Yeah, there we go. Give him the double eyebrow, triple eyebrow. I don't have a triple eyebrow, so there we go. I've just tricked you.
But I love to say this. Snake don't care what you guys think about their macro plays, and neither does that gold distribution graph. Like, that is the Snake train all the way through it. And yes, I do agree with you. It started to get a little bit hairy as OMG started coming back, clearing out those multiple Barons. But ultimately, Snake were in the driver's seat for 99% of this game.
I mean, they were driving it towards a cliff, though, for us here. On the edge, and they just managed to swerve it back online at the very end. But
listen, it wasn't perfect, it wasn't clean, but it was a win. And the thing is going into this, we said that OMG were the heavy favorites. So despite that, Snake punching above their weight, you know, this is 5th versus 2nd right now, and we should congratulate them for, you know, avoiding the cliff. Good 90-degree angle there.
It's very easy to forget the first 20 minutes. That looked great for Snake because of where they were driving. It was like a great road trip down to hell. I was like, wait a second.
And you're going to notice exactly where my replays stick. So I got 2 replays to go through, and they're both pre-20 minutes. So early game, what was crazy about Snake's draft phase is I feel like they took all of the weapons away from OMG. I know you kept talking about, you know, Icon versus Icon versus Talia in the Ari versus Talia. You're like, oh wow, that's actually a reverse matchup. You know, normally you'd think that Zatai and Icon would be switching champions, but that's exactly true for the top lane. The fact that Xiang didn't get the Shin, the fact that it was prioritized away from him, denied by Flandre, and then Xiang's like, well, I guess I gotta take Flandre's champion and have the gangplank. Like everything about Snake, it was such a draft that was designed like, screw you, OMG. We know that you like to play this way. We're gonna take away all your favorite champions, and then we're gonna beat you to the punch every single time. And beating them to the punch was beating them bottom. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay, so I'm gonna have to describe it to you, but it was those consistent ganks bottom. You know, they had the Malzahar, they had the Ashe, they were using that Shin bottom. It was just that race to get to SMLZ. And initially, it looked good for OMG. You know, they got Rengar down there, SOFM messed up, SMLZ got like an early double kill, like, okay, this is the OMG classic. And then Snake were like, nope, this is how our composition works. We're gonna play around bottom and we're gonna do it better than you. But then kind of the icing on top, where they went from like old Snake to new Snake, and why I was a big fan of new Snake, is when they made the play with the Shin top lane. So the map opens up. Raz, you talked about it in cast. You're like, this is excellent for Ashe and Malzahar. They're opened up. They took the early tower, even though it traded for OMG, because now the Ashe arrow's moving around. She's just that big cannon, and she's just looking for the next target.
The hidden cannon. Every bush. You're like, which one is it? Nah, we don't know. I just don't know where it is.
But the real linchpin was actually the Shin. So Flandre kept overextending. All of OMG would throw everything in the kitchen sink to try to take him down, and there was that classic play where Flandre's caught out. He sees that World 060, the only guy chasing him. He just stops, stands still, and TP or Stan United's out. But the biggest thing is, like, Snake would always play that play, but they would never get a tower on top of it. And not only did they get a tower on top of it, they got 2 towers on top of it and a team fight. And so I'm backstage, I'm like, okay, new Snake, buckle up, I'm on this hype train.
And SOFM, despite building a home record and almost throwing the game for them, will still collect the MVP. Because, to be fair, he did set up the entire early game.
Yeah, but he didn't have the smite. I'm pretty sure Zatai was the only guy running smite in that game.
Whew.
That's also true,
that's true. He was very active, and that's what I like to see out of SOFM. If they win games, and he picked the Lee Sin over the Graves, so I wanted to be able to see him fly across the map. We saw that early on in the game, and so it was nice to see that. Yeah. Worked out for them. At the very least, he used Omrecker on the last 2 Nexus turrets.
That's
so
true.
Works in his favor.
No.
I mean, if they'd snowballed it further ahead and they were looking for those dives in mid lane, Omrecker does become not a terrible choice when you're snowballing.
Omrecker was a perfect choice if they had chosen to dive. The thing is like, they were in control for that 20 minutes of the game, and then they decided, like, hey, let's just not, you know, play around diving. The thing about Gangplank is he's like the New Age Ziggs. He doesn't care about Baron creeps because he does the physical damage instead of the magic damage. And you saw that repeatedly. Even though Snake were given 2 free Barons, they would just run the Baron creeps up the lane, and Gangplank would be like, ah ha ha, boom, all of them are gone. You can't siege into my thing. So why not just dive it? Just Omrecker the tower and just look for the dive, kill the GP, and in the game.
Here's the problem, is that they were doing that very well, or at least they were diving when they were able to. Problem became suddenly people were just blowing ults randomly. Malzahar's, I got someone over here, guys. Oh, no one can follow up. I guess we don't have a Malzahar ulti for this Baron area. Or, you know what, I guess Lee Sin kick is off. I can't really follow up in an Ashe arrow. Who's going to? Play patiently until you have all the chips ready. And they just didn't. So every single time they look for a play, oh, they'll get World 6. But it didn't convert into a Baron for them. Or it didn't convert into a top lane tower, because they just were not able to play patiently to that last play.
So what this comes down to me, because I agree with you, is that Snake had an excellent idea about how they wanted to play this whole game out, especially across from OMG as their opponent.
Yeah.
Denying all those comfort picks, playing around the bottom lane, because you know SMLZ is the strong point of OMG, so you want to take the wind out of his sails. But the problem always comes down to the execution of it. Like, even in their Baron setups, like, time and time again, the Talia wall just screwing them up, where SOFM's just standing on the other side like, don't worry, I'll wait. But that just bought OMG so much time to get into that late game, to get the GP going, and then suddenly Snake were like, ah, crap, now we're going to deal with this late game composition.
But in the end, it came basically down to a 50-50 fight was what we were looking towards, and that was what was disheartening from Snake, because while they had the early game, and it looked like they had a semblance of mid-game, which we criticized them for multiple weeks in a row, they didn't have that late-game decision-making, and they had too many mistakes coming in there. So either way, we are going to take a quick break and look towards Game 2 to see if OMG can shoot back. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL Week 10. We're getting ready for Game 2 right here between OMG and Snake. Now, first game went over to Snake. It wasn't the most convincing game I've seen in the world, but a win was a win when they really needed it most to try and secure that 4th spot. So the question is now, will Snake be able to pull that shenanigan of a game off once more?
Here's the thing. At first, it wasn't a shenanigan, right? We have to go back to that peachy land where it's just like, okay, Snake played a very good early game. Sure, some team fights looked a little messy, but they had such a massive lead. And then that shenanigans happened with OMG being able to crawl back into the game. So I think first things first, Snake is looking impressive. Lately, they were able to take the win off of IG recently, and now they took a win off of OMG. So sure, that was ridiculous, but OMG right now, they need to start to play up to be able to clinch a quarterfinal position.
Yeah.
And you can see OMG and Snake shortly after returning to the stage. OMG still looking quite in high spirits despite the fact that they did fall down. Now, they're not locked into their seed, but they are locked into playoffs. So you guys were talking about this cast, kind of different motivations, different drives for both these organizations coming into this match. It is much more important for Snake, who are not automatically locked into playoffs, who are still fighting to stay out of relegations. But I wanted to give big credit to actually the Snake coach, because I think you can kind of see all of his fingerprints all over this game. The fact that they made the decision to go with Satai over Tank, again, trying to exploit the fact that they'll play in the side lanes, that OMG aren't used to it. The fact that they had a clear-cut draft plan, which they executed and put OMG on the back foot, made them uncomfortable in the draft phase. And then the fact that they targeted this guy, SMLZ, on your screen. They know that he's the secret weapon, that he's the, the prepped cannon of OMG, and time again, they threw everything. The Asher, the Malzahar ultimate, the Shin ultimate, even the Ari skirting down there with Lee Sin to keep him down.
And that's 2 birds with 1 stone. The first bird is because SMLZ is incredibly talented, and a lot of OMG's wins come off the back of him hard carrying because teamfight composition, he's a traditional AD carry, not those, I'm a fire an Ash arrow across the map, try and get some utility on the field. If you can nail him down, that's a lot of damage off the team, but also in the composition itself. Their composition was tailored to being able to impact the bottom lane. GP looking to get an ulti that's proper in the bottom lane, looking to scale as the game goes on, but a lot of hope was on the level 6 ultis coming out of both Talia and GP, and that was just not an option because of how far behind Lucian was and how far behind the Talia was.
And that was a question mark for me because Xiang did pick up that GP, but he didn't look incredibly comfortable in the champion. There was a lot of macro mistakes he made. His ultimates were on point, but usually he's better when he's teleporting down there. And at the same time, he went for a hyper-defensive build.
Well, when he's getting dove and chased around the map as many times. And I think it's just the Xiang special. This time around, I don't think that they're going to let Xiang especially get caught out like that. I have a feeling that OMG are going to prioritize much stronger matchups across the board and look to exploit the 1v1s or at least go even before they crush Snake in 5v5.
Ooh. That looks like she's taking it towards OMG.
Yep. I mean, I'm inclined to agree still.
This is going to be interesting because I think that they don't even need to look towards banning out a GP. Sure, it was kind of getting a little damagey as the game went on, but damagey. But problem is, I think that was just an experimental point from OMG. They're guaranteed going into playoffs. They're not guaranteed towards quarterfinals, but they can very easily take this set and just losing one game for them, they're going to be saying, okay, maybe we'll go towards something that's much more stable. Go towards like a Nautilus that's been a lot more prevalent in blind picking top laners. So give Xiang what he's comfortable with in a tank lane top laner, even if it's going up against the Shen. I think that's something we might just see.
I would even say start prioritizing the Shen for Xiang, right? It's
That's
also take away from Flandre with like the best of both worlds for Flandre. Put him on a pick where he has to TP down and exploit the fact that he can't get there in time. And OMG looking towards their first pick.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think Shen is getting a lot stronger. You actually see a lot of bans going towards the Shen for a lot of teams. So Shen is incredibly strong just for laning phase for most matchups. Very stable. And of course, this is ulti. He enables a lot of assassins, and we have a lot of assassin-minded mid laners, especially Icon. If you give a Shen to this man, he's going to go towards an Ahri. But looks like they're going to be looking to prioritize the Ashe first.
Yeah, first pick for SMLZ. And that leaves a lot open now for OMG, but they do not prioritize their jungler. So this time, SOFM will get the priority on Rengar.
It's an interesting twist here that they thought that this was so key for the enemy team. OQ really did play out of his mind as the team fights went on. He was incredibly aggressive, not so much with his ulti. sure he was able to get a lot of picks for himself, or at least had a lot of options for it, because even though you saw a lot of or at least Xi'an using Scurvy, or at least his W, to be able to heal off a lot of it. So a lot of the Ashe arrows didn't turn into anything, but you only need one to make it very impactful. So it looks like they're just going to take that away from OQ. We'll have to see how SMLZ plays on it here.
Yeah, next pick will be Varus in from Snake, and then also World 6 picking up Lee Sin now. So looking to trade junglers here, and that's the Shen for Xiang. So we were right on the money there, Raz.
Yeah, I guess this is really questioning what Snake has to pick against it, because you would expect for it to be early priority for Snake, but they've gone towards the Rengar. Not too much surprising, but they also believe that Varus is a key pick for themselves here, even though the AD carry has already been locked in from OMG. That's just them hiding counter picks, and that's going to be one of them.
Rumble coming in. We know it's top lane for Flandre, so it's almost like he was waiting for the Shen pick to come out here so he could pick up the Rumble into it, try and win that laning phase. Now Snake looking towards their bans now. What do they want to target here, Raz?
For Snake, I would want to look towards targeting mid lane. I think it's a little easier for them. I guess they're going to go support because it's easier to pin down with Zyra already being banned out. Same with Malzahar. So if you ban out, sure, Nami, Lulu, or Karma, it's going to be interesting to see what 5 goes towards. He's not going to be, in my opinion, towards the Karma pick. So he might go towards Lulu. I would incline for Snake to just ban out the Lulu here.
Did we even have a Lulu picked or banned last game?
We did not. That champion just did not exist.
Interesting. Do you ban away LeBlanc from Zatai? What do Icon is planning to go towards? He may even pick up the Aru for himself this time around.
I expect Crystal to be playing the Lulu. That's been a champion. He's gone towards basic champions like Karma. Lulu would work in his favor as well. He's banning out the supports, or at least he's gone towards Talia, but banning out supports works for himself so he can pick a proper matchup because he is also looking for a support pick. Meanwhile, OMG has to be mindful of that. I think they should just outright ban Lulu, but it looks like they're not going to be afraid with it. Thresh is still up and available, and 5 is a phenomenal Thresh.
Final ban.
I know EDG loves to pick the Thresh into Lulu. Maybe OMG favors that as well.
Ari. Wow, okay.
Okay.
So it takes away Icon and Zatai's pick coming in there at the end. So we're going to have something entirely different in the mid lane this time. And Snake will get the first pick. They may indeed just give that final pick as a counter pick towards Zatai and pick the Lulu right here, which is what you were saying, Raz, which does make the most sense in their draft.
I think OMG should have banned the Lulu and picked the Ahri up themselves. There's no reason for Snake to just blind pick their mid laner, and Ahri would have worked incredibly well in OMG's composition. They already have the Lee Sin, they have the Shen who can really enable Ahri, and Ahri is a good blind pick. It's not bad. And so that would have worked really well for their composition. Perhaps they were afraid of what Snake was looking to pick up early on. There's no reason for it. So this is probably Icon looking for another pick down his wheelhouse with no LeBlanc or Ahri.
Talon, Zed?
Yeah, it would have to be. I mean, a lot of people are just going to be screaming, Vladimir, Vladimir, Vladimir. But that's not an Icon champion.
No. I mean, you can play it, but it's not an Icon champion. And I really would like to see like a heavy assassin pick come out from him, because otherwise, banning out the Ahri, I just want him to go back to basics, because today was great. He was still punting Zatai around the lane. He was destroying him even with that matchup. But, I just feel like if you stick him on a hyper carry pick, then you can exploit that even harder. And it's going to be Cassiopeia in the end, so probably the most damage you can deal from a mid laner over a period of time. And Orianna will be picked into it, so it's almost like Zatai knew what he wanted from the get-go.
Yeah, Orianna works out a lot easier for himself because Ori has been accepted as a good counter into the Cassiopeia. You have good range for yourself. Cassio always has to be mindful of where the ball is at all times. As Orianna scales up, even just gets items for herself, I mean, then if she goes straight damage, then she will blow people up with her burst. So that's just something that Icon has to watch out for. But going to the Cassiopeia, this is something I have not seen from him in a very long time. So I wonder if he's even practiced with the champion, barring, of course, solo queue, if he's gone towards scrims. So we'll see. It's not too difficult. It's just difficult to coordinate around a team because he's going to be the focal point in this composition.
be very important that Icon gets ahead indeed. SMLZ will still do a bunch of damage, and it's a question now of whether World 6 can do equal work that SOFM was doing with the Lee Sin, and I am happy to give him the benefit of the doubt because it is World 6 at the end of the day. He was done a great feat. Feat? Why did they put a TH there? It's definitely a feat over the last couple of weeks. So we'll see if he can actually pull that off in this game. And Xiang is on that Shen, so it's pretty much what I wanted to see from him in game 1.
Yeah, and so with this being match point for OMG, they're definitely going to go back to compositions that work well for them, or at least just champion picks. The Casio is something that I question it in terms of their team style. They're going to be playing towards team fights, so they're at the very end, they will know their roles in how they play out the team fighting. But champions like the Shen works really well for Xiang, going away from the Gangplank. Gangplank is something it's nice to try out to see if he still got it. But with the entire team diving you, you're like, all right, it's going to be harder to dive a Shen. At the very least. You're going to have to bring more people.
That's true. And the Shen will also be very good for that Cassiopeia and her longevity in this game. Plays down a box as well. So they have the peel to make it work. On the opposite side as well, Crystal does have his hands on the Lulu. And Flandre on the carry pick. But it's a lot harder for Flandre to execute this Rumble pick, and especially when he needs to TP with it. Could teleport and insta-die. Or does not teleport at all. We don't know. It's Flandre. We're into game 2. OMG and Snake. One more win for Snake, and this will guarantee their win in this series and make it a lot harder for anyone to catch them in the standings to secure that 4th spot.
And if you didn't hear the first 4 pings, another 5th warning ping does come through from Snake. They know exactly where OMG is currently. They might have to back away. There we go, the 6th one. Oh, that's the enemy team doing that, I believe. I like to think that.
I would like to believe that is the case. Deep ward coming in from Flandre, so let's say yes. And now, much more equality in Keystones in this game, is not everyone has gone for Thunderlords.
Yeah, good old diversity. In the workplace between you and I, of course.
Yes,
On
indeed.
the Summoner's Rift. I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I mean,
I'll accept
you're
it.
right. I mean,
Yep.
there's diversity in those Keystones, and everything pretty much makes sense. As 5, you will still take the courage of the classes there.
Yeah, only noteworthy one is, of course, Icon going towards Storm Raider Surge, which is always nice because Cassio can do a lot of damage. So being able to just skirt through a team fight with Ghost, she's going to have a lot of mobility. But she's going to have to get out of the laning phase pretty well because Zatai should be able to just put up the pressure. I want to see what World 6 does here. He might just look to continue to pressure out Zatai here. That was a strategy that SOFM did a little bit with Zatai in the last game to get him past a bad laning phase. I want to see if World 6 does the same. Trading Lee Sin here.
Did you talk about the triple rejuve beads?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we have.
Okay. Talk about the triple rejuve beads here, Raz.
All right. It's good here because a lot of Shens, it kind of works into build path because you go towards Tiamat. So you can kind of at least turn that one into something. This is not going to turn it. I'm just not even going to respect that one 5. But yeah, it gives you a lot of rejuvenation, obviously, in a lane that he really... You look towards what you itemize early up against it, like what's your first item.
Yep.
You can't really do much against the Rumble. Rumble's not doing single target damage, so you can't go towards a Doran shield. Boots is just awful. So this is like, what do you even go? Not Doran's blade. That's just awful. So rejuve bead works in the sense that you're going to be itemizing towards like even a Spirit Visage, which also takes it up. So it's not that bad.
Yep. Also, the regen is just really just good into that matchup.
Yeah.
He'll probably have gone for the rejuve masteries as well in the resolve tree. You can get an extra 2 per 5. And SOFM is going to find World 6 in the jungle. And if he looks for the flash, he may even get the kill, but World 6 has to flash out. And SOFM will jump over this wall. Ooh, that hook was close and jumps over
Wait a minute.
Icon's Noxious Blast.
Even cuts him.
Unintentionally pretty cool from SOFM.
That was hilarious. And SOFM did have an option to be able to kill out World 6. He did have the option to either use his empowered Q, get the extra damage, or his bullet strike. He just backed away entirely because he recognized that Icon and 5 were looking to just collapse. So smart from him. You don't really see that from SOFM. Sometimes he just kind of goes a little bit too greedy. He's like, this kill's mine, even if I have to trade it.
He will just get the summoner here. So it's nice growth, I guess, from SOFM. It's just like, oh, we actually could win this game. So
Yeah.
let's maybe try hard for a little bit.
If he gets Raptors, that's pretty big for me. He even goes back at a good time. And both of them are going to be able to get longsword, but that's just World 6 not really having the econ. Once he's, of course, back to farming up, he doesn't have anything towards the bottom side of the map, so he's pathing there anyways. That's just him looking for a play. If he doesn't get anything right now in the bottom lane, he loses so much. So we'll have to see if anything comes of it.
Yeah. I mean, to steal a turn from CSGO, it was still like a full buy. It wasn't like he went for an eco round or anything.
Yeah.
Because he's got the same items as SOFM at this point in time. But he doesn't get the gank to happen. And of course, that is what really propelled SOFM forwards in that last game. Because while there was a pretty nice CS difference between him and World 6, I was thinking of the other way around. The other way around. The point still stands.
Yeah.
The fact that SOFM was picking up those kills meant that the entire game kind of flipped them in its head, and World 6 needs to do the same in this game to make the same result happen, but so far we haven't seen it.
Yeah, this time around it's just Snake kind of checking that out, not really putting themselves into dangers, the lanes that is. So right now World 6 pretty far behind in terms of CS. He's not being able to get any experience for himself. Ooh, Crystal just kind of got hit up just a tiny bit. But SOFM, he's been farming incredibly well. He's level 5 right now. World 6 just pinged level 4. So he's sitting pretty high.
It's one of those hooks where you just know that he's not going to die. Like, he's going to drop low, but he's not going to die because you have an Ashe. And yes, you have Ignite when you're Thresh right here, but it's not going to be quite enough.
Was he seen on that E? I don't know if he was seen.
I'm not entirely sure. No pings went down.
Yeah.
And you know it's the LPL, so they would have pinged him like 70 times.
Yeah, just an extra time too. When he's dead, just so you know, he's here right now.
Yep.
6 feet under.
If you didn't know.
Now you know.
But he's waiting in this bush. He's committing a lot of time.
Yeah, this is too much time. This is him over pressuring here. OMG is playing towards this because this is Snake saying, okay, we're setting up for this play, we're setting up for this play, we're setting up for this play. So they put themselves up in danger.
Flash out from OQ.
And Rengar is still there. Get out of there, por favor. Oh, no.
Oh. Maybe he's gone for the long-term investment play.
This is his
Never mind.
seven-step plan. First step, sit in the bush. Second step, just about to happen. Wait a minute. There we go.
Oh, he found World 6. That's going to be the kill as well.
Baby.
Oh, steps 1 to 6. Wait in the bush. Step 7. Kill World 6 in his jungle.
Man. And he takes the CS too. So the man can't even farm up. Still sitting at 18 farm. So, yeah, I guess SOFM has fooled us all. This worked out splendidly with this.
He is League of Legends patient bear. No meme has ever been better suited toward SOFM.
Did you even see this? Yeah, kill that ward. What the hell?
Maybe that's a bait as well. Do you really want to clear it?
Yep.
Yeah,
he might be waiting around
you never know.
the corner.
Patient SOFM is there to kill you.
Junglers around the world do that.
No,
right
don't.
There. Buy SOFM's latest book, Hide in Bush.
Hide on bush.
Oh, hide on bush.
SOFM is the only player, I think, in history of League of Legends to make a dumb play like that work so well.
Yeah, very much.
Because now he's like 40 farm ahead of World 6.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to get that kill, not only that, but to fumble upon the enemy Krug camp and be able to wipe that off the map. This guy is so far ahead in CS, so far ahead of experience. He's probably going to get CS. Yeah, he got level 7 on that. Meanwhile, this guy's still level 5.
He might just take blue from Icon.
Yeah, please give me this blue. I know you need the mana. I know you have tier, but I need the food.
I need the levels. I'm starving. He's still level 5. Oh boy.
This guy needs to go back home and get some coupons. That's what he needs right now.
Absolutely. Get some donations from the local soup kitchen. That's what he needs.
Can't afford the shoes. Can't afford much right now. This guy is.
Nah, he's working with the cardboard shoes.
Yep.
Even
those cardboard shoes have holes in them.
Yeah. Even the cardboard shoes are more well fed than World 6 at this point in time.
Yep.
He's only just gotten level 6, so let's see if he can make a Dragon's Rage play happen.
Oh my god, if he doesn't make this play happen, this will be the saddest play in League of Legends.
He's been spotted. Misses, so that's a no on that one.
It's on TV too. He still gets
the Q lands! Crystal dragged into 5, but World 6 may even die for this endeavor. Crystal jumps over the wall. Xiang in this 1 versus 2. And he's only a shot at this point in time. SOFM almost blows at World 6. Now he gets dragged in once more by the Thresh. And he actually kills him in flight for a 1-for-1 trade.
Wait a minute. I think Zatai just killed the snake. Wait a minute.
And Crystal over the wall. He's going to fall to SMLZ. That's gold in the bank. And 5 stays alive from the Ignite.
Is that a 2? That's a 2 for 2
Enchanted
trade.
Crystal Arrow also landed from SMLZ, but how did Icon die? We're going to have to find out next time.
Yeah, for now, I'm just going to ignore it until the replay comes up. I didn't even want to think about the mid lane as Zatai somehow took that matchup. You know, bottom lane, that was ridiculous. World 6 should not have been able to get that kick. That was just really disrespectful from Crystal because they had vision on World 6. He was sitting on top of a ward. And on top of that, the initial hook missed from 5. That was a botched play from OMG, but they get a second chance at life. Because, you know what? If World 6 is going to land a Q, if it's gifted to the man, then you know he'll take that.
But that was really, really great from Flandre taking that
Alright,
tower.
here we
Okay,
go.
we get to see this play.
Oh
from the
no.
shadows.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was
Oh, the auto attack come through as well.
Didn't even need to use
Man,
the
it's like that
cleanse.
scene in Karate Kid where that guy disrespects Mr. Miyagi and he puts him on the floor. You don't disrespect the old man. Zatai will still kill you. He should have been on that list.
Oh
here
my
comes SOFM.
God.
They find World 6. Will spike the camp for the extra health. That was almost another kill.
That smite won't do anything, man. He needs to go back to base. Oh, they're trying to kill him.
He's got vision on 5, but not World 6. Oh, he does
Oh,
now.
oh. He sees all.
He's got him in his sights. Never mind. We'll go on to these Raptors. He definitely prefers Raptors over all else.
He's actually just firing on all sides, this man. World 6 has not had a good game, and that's he's still at 25 CS. Everybody at home, this is when you just
Open jungle.
yeah. Open jungle. No one's in the jungle to begin with. This is when your jungler's AFK at base, and you're like, well, technically we can still lane properly. Can
And
we still win this game?
technically, the enemy team may not even know he's AFK,
Yep, this
because
is
maybe
true.
he's the stealthiest jungler of all time. And he's consistently outplaying the opponent.
If it's World 6, if he's a Lee Sin, it's like maybe it's a level 6 Lee Sin. Maybe it's a clear level Lee Sin. Gets level 6, then he ganks. Nope.
Nope. He's actually just very, very, very far behind.
Yeah.
He's gone for Tiamat just to literally farm this jungle arc, because he knows that's his only way back into this game. And SOFM, he's rolling in it. 2-1 and 0. We've had 2 towers in this game go down to Snake, and a 3,000 gold advantage. So last game, it was like, okay, well, it's a little bit and a little bit here, but now it's a huge difference.
Oh.
Flandre lays down the ultimate.
Oh.
A flash out of the ultimate coming in from Icon, and he'll get the kill onto Zatai. Arrow goes wide, does not hit anyone in the mid lane, and Flandre should also fall for this. So 2 kills for 1 in the mid lane. But SOFM still wants to kill someone.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get anything off of this. This was a good look from Snake if they brought in SOFM. And plus, Icon just outplayed that situation. So really, you got to start clapping for Icon on that one. He recognized that he was getting flanked on. He's not going to care whatsoever. He's going to look for the kill. Gets Icon, or at least gets Zatai. And of course, brings in his teammates to clean up the rest of it. So that was just something that SOFM should have been tuned in on. Should have been taking part of the play with how much damage he's doing so far. Icon would have died in 2 seconds.
I'm not sure
flat.
if that's what you want to really jump into World 6, because you may actually just die even with Xiang's ultimate on top of you.
Oh, you know what? You got to give him
might
the
go
extra
back in.
strategy. You need to let him go. World 6 will not be able to deal with that.
Looping ground.
Is he?
He
Oh,
still
he
wants to
is.
get in there.
What are you doing, man? Get
3
out.
people there. This is not a solid Snake game. You will get spotted.
Yeah. I don't think Snake has ever had a solid game, so you know what? That pun fits. That pun definitely fits. One day they will be a solid Snake team, but then not today.
At some point, yeah. He is not particularly stealthy.
Here's the thing, that this is a great start from Snake. They're just fumbling. Like, they have great ideas, but they're not bringing in the members to all in on that plan. So theoretically, right now, you see what Rumble's doing. Flandre is pushing up that lane. Someone has to answer to it. Shen is. So if he can consistently walk through that blue side jungle, it is not warded at all. That's a mistake that OMG is making, not pressuring in with Thresh to ward that up. Then he has the full authority over what happens in this mid lane. The only problem is he tried last time, and of course it fumbled because SOFM just wasn't in on it.
As much you can say they're
Oh, wait a
fumbling, as Xiang is the recipient of blue buff now, is that they are still pulling further and further ahead in terms of gold. It was 3,000 gold, now it's 3,300. So they are still getting there, but they are dropping kills.
It reminds me of game 1. It's like it's happening. They're definitely winning the game.
Now they have a Mountain Drake.
I'm just saying, they're winning right now. They're doing well, but it's a very nasty way to do it. It's not something that makes you happy.
Have you ever seen a clean Snake game win?
Individually?
No, as a team.
No, okay? I want to give them something, all right? I want to give them something. I want to give them individual awards.
Yeah, nah, this is a team game.
Yeah. OMG's trying to pertain to that one. They're trying to play towards a team game here, but that's just not the rules that Snake is playing to. He misses the cue.
And he would there as well, so he knew that he missed. It wasn't like, their grump's gone.
Yeah.
He must have taken it.
Could have justified to the rest of the teammates. It's like, it's just not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked.
Yeah. But even he knew he screwed up.
Yeah.
SMLZ is slowly taking this tower. I don't think he's going to be able to take it, though.
It's a question of how much vision Snake have. They don't have a lot of vision right here in the sense that they don't know whether or not jungler is lying in wait. So they're just playing a little bit cautiously to defend this tower. That just means that right now, OQ and Crystal playing a little bit far back when Ashe and Thresh are just sitting in the lane. And they're correct for the most part. Lee Sin just back to base, but he was sitting in that bush for a little while. So Snake is playing patiently, at least their lanes are, and they're just waiting for SOFM to make a move.
Manager clearing out the jungle. Everyone is stealing from World 6. It's like when there's disaster in the city and everyone's just looting shops. World 6, his business has gone to hell. Has he got anything? He's got wolves. There you go. That's good. But now Snake are making a play on bot side, and only SMLZ is here. Actually, just a horror film.
Get to
laying down. He gets to the
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper!
SMLZ makes it out. 5 hook goes wide, doesn't hit SOFM, but Icon is on the way. He's popped Ghost. He wants in. Miasma comes down, but the skill shots are not landing from OMG.
Ooh,
But no kills.
That was a nice play from 5. I mean, it's one of those oh, get out of there.
It's fine, he's a tank.
Yeah, there we go. That was a good play from 5 to be able to save out SMLZ because, that World 6 has lost so much. Would have been unfortunate if they lost a friend in SMLZ, but they remain alive and they can bounce this play away. That was something that Snake should have been able to secure at the very least the tower. It was improperly coordinated. They would have actually just said, okay, you know what? SMLZ are gone, push up the wave, we can pressure the tower 100%. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But Zatai has been pushing up this lane so frequently, that tower is eventually going to go down.
This is just a matter of time. SOFM's back into the bottom lane again. Luckily, World 6 stayed on bot side, but SMLZ, he's caught. Once again, makes it to the Dark Passage and stays alive. SOFM over the wall. World 6 already down to less than 10% HP. He'll flash away. Icon coming into the bottom lane. He's got his ult spit ready to go, but the tower's dead, and Snake don't need to stick around.
That was really well played from SOFM. He actually shimmied so he can get 5 to hook it out. So now once he hooked, he was like, all right, I can go for this play. But he put out enough pressure from so OQ can take the tower. So that was really properly played from the Snake lineup. A lot of focus on saving World 6. So far behind in this game. 50 CS to 108.
Nope, this is going to be a slow trade until Icon arrives, but there's not going to be another taunt for like forever, so Flounder is fine. Will's taken down to half. That was still a fair beating from Xiang. At this point in time, he is pretty strong, honestly. He's got those 2 kills.
Yeah. I guess a big question right now has always been for Snake if they can actually secure the lead, especially in this composition where they don't have a definitive CC other than, of course, maybe Zatai's Ori ulti, if he can get it played properly, if he can use the vision to really sneak up a ball right in there and combo off of an ulti, or just off of OQ's ulti himself. So it's going to be primarily based off of OQ. If that's their primary engage, if they miss Varus ultis, it's going to be very awkward for Snake because they don't know how to play around just properly having pressure.
I will say that it feels like many OMG skill shots are missing this game.
You would be correct. That's
Case in point.
Yep. Man's fast on that one, so I'm going to give him a pass, but they're not hitting. SMLZ just needs to be able to get himself free from this lane, and he's just been targeted so much, which is great from Snake. They recognize that World 6 can't do much to defend himself. Icon in lane. Whoa, okay. Can't do much to defend himself. And so they're just consistently putting in pressure. Taking in so much farm. Again, all right.
I've literally saw this one like 10 minutes ago. And the exact same thing happened. Xiang just hit it.
Thank you for the replay, producer. Guess who has execution damage? Xiang does with his auto attack, his Q empowered auto attack. You just won't be able to take it, Flounder.
Does extra damage against monsters.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious?
What's that?
If Flandre actually used his ulti in a team fight. That would be fun.
It's also Flandre doesn't have any instant damage outside of his harpoons, so it's all overtime damage, which makes it exceptionally easy to time for Xiang. What do you... I don't understand.
Welcome to the
Like
National
he
Geographic.
like
We are taking a look at the snake waiting in the mid lane. And of course, that all looks like we've got ourselves a predator. Nah. And there's peace once again on the rift. You gotta calm down.
What? I mean, I was like, what am I gonna get here? Like, which nationality? Are we going David Attenborough? No, apparently not.
No.
But I don't know what was going on there. At least the prey got away, I guess. But it doesn't mean a dragon is going to go down to Snake again.
It's the pressure. That's exactly what it is. SOFM has put down so much pressure in this jungle. It's been lit up. Like it's Christmas already. There's so many lights in that bottom side of the map. SMLZ can't farm. What a travesty. And of course, they're going to lose that dragon. So Snake's been stacking up quite a bit of dragons. It seems like that's going to be the play of the day, is for them to make it so oppressive. The OMG has to answer. Walk that red carpet.
Walking the coals
Oh.
right now,
Nice pose.
but he's still alive. Arrow, flash out from Flandre. He's good to go.
That's 3 people on the bottom side of the
Oh.
map. Oh, wait a minute. They see you doing this. Yeah, get out of there. What are you doing?
I mean, we're literally hitting a ward, so of course OMG are going to see them hitting it.
Maybe he should have cleared the ward. And
Then
started
going for
it.
the Baron.
Yeah, you know
Not
what? That would
both
be-
at the same time.
Mm.
I mean, you can technically multitask as Orianna, but this is not one of those times you want to do it necessarily.
Well, I
SOFM
like the idea, though.
does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's been doing quite a lot of damage since minute 5 right now. So this is, if they do not win this game, I will tell you. Oh, here we go.
Xiang, once again, makes it to the dark passage.
He has saved about 3 people so far.
Yeah,
2
he's
of those people being SMLZ twice.
He's paramedic. He's getting there just in time when he needs to be. But he hasn't landed any hooks. He's made a lot of reactive plays and saving people, but he has not killed many people with his death sentence.
Yeah, I don't even know if a death sentence, even if he lands it, I don't even think he wants to start any fight. It's so hard at this point in the game to really nail anyone down. The main raid boss is going to be SOFM, but I don't think they have the damage to be able to take him down. Unless if they stun him for about 7 seconds and just have Cassio just constantly nailing him down.
I mean, that's like World 6 ult, Icon ult, SMZ ult.
And this is all with the assumption that everybody in Snake is just watching. Just looking at it. All happen in front of their eyes. Oh, no.
Well, Icon's most likely dead. We're looking for the ultimate to land.
What?
That was, of all the times he could have used it, possibly the worst. Flash from Crystal.
I was actually going to say that Icon played it well because he played it very patiently with his ulti.
Yep. I was like, oh, he's going to wait until
That's
he's turned
good.
around once more. Nah, going to use that at the very end.
Yep. You know what, man?
Well, there's the first part of the CC chain, but no step 2 or 3.
Oh!
There's step 3, and that may so result in the kill. SOFM is still alive. Finally, he falls to World 6, getting some revenge. And Zatai will also drop down. 2 kills, OMG.
And this is very, very close to Baron. What do you think OMG's going to do? Oh, they're going to start up a
Raptors.
Baron.
Oh.
No, Raptors. You know what?
Baron.
There we go. I would have expected that one.
Oh, cute. Poking. Flandre, teleporting. Still pretty late. Icon walking to the pit. They do have a lot of damage. Walling off the miasma.
They're not doing a lot of
Flandre
damage.
can't get around at the moment. There's the ultimate, but it hasn't done a whole lot at the moment from Flandre. Xiang jumps on top of him. We're looking for a steal to happen. Secured by World 6. It's a kill so far to OMG. They're all still alive. Flandre, it's time to shine. All those members are low, but he will fall over. Another kill and the unofficial ace to OMG plus the Baron.
Yep, that was really well played. But that was Snake in the driving seat, and they somehow fumble it on the top side of the map. Flandre was just alone in the bottom lane, so you can actually shove that out completely. They could have just played it safely. Get the hell out of there. But SOFM just played far too forward, gets caught. Of course, that's the jungler down, mid laner down as well. And of course, that's just a free Baron. So OMG, they take the opportunity given to them. They got lemons, and they just turned that one into an entire lemonade factory. That is a factory that is ready to produce.
It feels like Snake's coach came into the week and it was just like, you all need to play like SOFM. And he turned to SOFM and was like, how do you play? Well, I play for that hype. I look to disrespect at any given opportunity, and I go hard, I go fast. coach says to the team, all right, do that. And that's exactly what they've done. Zatai tried to kill a Ward and the Baron at the same time. Own Record got picked up by SOFM. It's like they were doing a wheelie on the motorbike off a cliff. It's like they were styling on them, but then they died. It was just like, I mean, yes, it's great, but now you're in a massive deficit again.
But that motorbike was a pretty damn good purchase. Made him look cool up until the point he falls flat because he just kept going higher and higher, and then he tipped on over. Oh, we'll have to see if this. No, this is. You're not going to be able to get anything off this one. They're going to try though to get that ward.
That ward did not see that coming.
Yeah, there is no opening on Snake, or at least on OMG. OMG, they're just not really putting themselves in a position to really get opened up on. So that's SOF. Yeah.
Well, if Icon stops trolling, then OMG have a very good chance to win this game. But they've just given up so much pressure now that he doesn't have that ultimate anymore.
Yeah, doesn't have flash, doesn't have ulti. I can see what he's trying to do, I think.
It looks like he sneezed and didn't want to face whoever he was talking to, so moved off to the side and clicked off.
That's true. You know, very considerate of the man.
Yeah, but if you're going to sneeze, just sneeze after the man. Like, don't go off to the side. The spray should be directly in front of you.
Oh
so
no, don't listen to this man.
Only if you're Cassiopeia. OQ and Flandre are waiting on Xiang. It's going to take a while to kill him. He's still alive, and he flashes away. Oh, and a shield from World 6. He's still good to go. The Dark Passage.
Actually,
how is he still alive?
They saved that ride. Oh, wait a minute.
Shockwave. Icon still following after. SOFM called out. He'll get away from here, I think, but the flash coming in, and Xiang's back from base. He's very tanky.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go all in to dive SOFM, but he was getting pretty fast. They didn't want to take that risk. This team does not like to take risks. Snake, take note. Seems like OMG and Snake. I want to say SOFM, but that's the entirety of the team.
Oh, good hook onto Crystal. Should be a pick on the support, but 5 is getting blasted. Flounder will go down into his Zhonya's. He's Gonyas. Down into Zhonya's, now he's Gonyas. Moving on to this mid inhib. Just hit the inhib. That's all you need to do. The longer you wait, the worse it gets, because OQ will kill you. Oh no, Esmozy. He's fine.
Okay,
Just down though. SOFM. Does he have his ultimate? No, he does not. There's nowhere to hop from. And OMG all make it alive.
Yeah, this is when you kind of look towards
blinking red flash.
When you look towards
bars.
Snake.
What am I even saying?
I don't
Take
even
it
know.
away, Raz.
No, I'll
Show
take
me
it.
up.
I've got your back, man. But yeah, this is when you look towards Flandre to maybe like get a TP going, a flank TP to get the play going because they're so low in HP. Unfortunately, A, he's dead. But B, there's no vision for them to actually look to TP upon. This is just OMG taking a few risks in terms of how they play it forward and get the inhib. They got the inhib anyways, and there's no way for Snake to be able to get anything off of it. So OMG, they took that one opportunity Snake gave to them, and they're really driving it. Okay, yeah, you know what? Yep. I've never seen anything higher than that. I actually have not.
We had like a 6,000 the other week, but I don't think it was 6,600. So, I don't know what the biggest Baron play of all time was. Probably like not far off that. I'd probably say like 7, maybe 8,000 at like a maximum, but that's like taken so many towers.
There has to be a stats person out there who has that exact information. Just wait, sitting on it until someone has actually asked the Hermit himself.
The biggest.
Yeah.
That's a Spellsy question.
That is.
If Spellsy were here right now, I'd ask him.
What would
Someone tweeted him right now.
WWSS.
By the time I get out of this game, I want someone to have tweeted at Spellsy to get me an answer. He's probably asleep, but
the man
it's worth
watches.
a shot.
The man watches all games.
Yep, he is the Oracle. But that's a lot of gold. The point is, a lot of gold. 6,600 in this game has put OMG from behind to way ahead of Snake. And Snake are trying to best to clear out this minion wave, but now that the minion wave's crashing, there should be an easy inner tower. It's just a question of how hard it is to break the rest of these inhibitors.
And it should be very difficult for Snake to kind of get in on this. They want to be able to upset this tempo, upset this push, stop them from getting this tower. They can maybe stall it, but they can never really upset it entirely. It's going to be all on Cassiopeia. A lot of zoning miasmas can really make it very difficult, A, for a flank to come through. But it looks like they're going to try anyways. Just kidding. You're caught. They see you. You got nowhere to go.
Surfing goes mid lane, clears out the minion wave.
It's going to buy a bit of time, but that tower top lane is dead.
Ooh,
And guess who else is
5.
dead?
I would pull the trigger. Instant cleanse from Zatai.
Mr. Captain Jack.
And in that case, I probably, if I were 5, just gone in.
Ooh, I don't know.
We knew SOFM was mid lane.
Yeah.
Flandre is bot lane,
Yeah.
and he doesn't TP.
Yeah, that's just the safer play. Snake, if they had that hook, they would have gone in. They definitely would have. But OMG's like, all right, we can't really get much off this. It was going to be all on SMLZ, his ulti. That was going to be the final decision, whether or not they were going to go in on it. But once the cleanse comes through, it's like, all right, the guy's gone. So they just get the top lane tower off the pressure coming in, not only through bottom lane, but in the mid lane as well. OMG has just been really playing it slow. And they're a patient team. They're a team that once they have the lead, they can get it. They can really solidify the game for themselves. The problem is, of course, they don't get that early lead very often, especially up against Snake here, who was able to open up both of these games very well for themselves. The Snake, they're just not patient. I think that's always been one of their Achilles' heel is that patience. Patience. I've made it. Oxford Dictionary. You can take it. You got it. Yeah. They've just not been very patient as a team once they have the lead. So a lot of the times you see the amount of gold, you even see the control wards, because they do control wards quite a bit. They buy a lot of vision. Problem is, once they actually set it up, they don't coordinate it well. And that's, of course, it comes down to a lot of our criticisms of why they don't play well as a team.
It's very true. Last time it barely worked. Like it was a team fight win that allowed them to finish it off just because it was so late in the game. But
Even
they're going to be so lucky.
Even when they got a lot of team fight wins in the last game, they weren't really properly played out. A lot of them was just, for instance, Malzahar ulti was on one person, Ari charmed another, just never really focused on that one person. They can just completely blow up, so a lot of the team fights could have gone one way or another. They just were able to outskill a situation that they themselves set themselves up well in. So it's like, all right, Snake, if you had just kind of made this easy mode for yourself. I don't know how comms are currently for themselves, but it should have gotten better. SOFM has been in the country for a very long time. And at the same time, I mean, OQ, he's been here for a good split for himself, so maybe he's been getting better in communication.
Might be lazy though. I was in Germany for 3 years, and I learned how to order a kebab and a taxi, and that was it. So you never know what the mentality of a player is.
That's fair, that's fair. I know my mother has been in Canada for about 30.
He doesn't speak Canadian yet?
Does not speak Canadian. Doesn't even say thank you.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yep. I still love her.
Isn't that something that you pick up from maple syrup? It's just injected into you.
Yeah, I mean,
You pick up Canadian.
You expect that. Doesn't even know how hockey plays. Just kind of, I'd have to explain it to her every time.
Flash, Flay, so many skill shots have missed in the last 5 seconds. And that one landed though onto Flandre. He's dragged him into the team. He goes into the Zonias. He's about to die as soon as he comes back up over to SMLZ. Ultimately, it is a 1-for-1. World 6 died in... Shut up, Rumble. Died in that fight.
But that was pretty good for Snake. World 6 kind of killed himself. He thought he got himself a primary target, got himself a good kick, but no one followed up on that because they were already focused on Flandre. So if he had played that one patiently and just said, okay, well, my team's gotten this, I can kind of play it forward, that would have been a good team fight from OMG. Unfortunately, Snake just picked up World 6 because he was just in the middle of their team voluntarily.
So 1-for-1. And jungler is more valuable at this point in time because of the Baron being the main objective. Big minion wave in the top lane. It was worth the shot from 5. SOFM's going to try and punish him. No, Flame misses. 5 is missing everything. 5 just actually pulled a Season 2 Yellow Star. OMG turning it around onto SOFM, but he's actually not taking any damage from Xiang or Icon, and he'll turn around multiple times.
Xiang is playing this well, though. He was trying to play frontline to just force Snake back to give 5 time, but Rengar just solo killed 5. That was just a little unfortunate. And they were thinking, oh, maybe we can get a pick on Xiang or someone behind them, but he played it fairly well, so they only got the kill on 5. But what this does mean, Snake, they have a numbers advantage. They're going to be able to take, looks like they're just going to start up on this. They're not even going to focus on Vision. They got this cleared. They're just going to start up on Baron.
It's running very quickly. Ara comes in, lands onto Flandre. World 6 has the smite though. He jumps in very early, maybe a little bit too early. Here's the ultimate again from Flandre, but it hits nobody. Secure from F2FM onto the Baron. He'll jump over the wall, followed by World 6. Icon's coming in there for the action, but a big shockwave shuts down both of them. Finally, they'll kill SOFM, but just stays in the middle of OMG. And Crystal, he's on the run. It's a Yordle on the run.
Yeah, but he has a lot of movement speed. He can just back. Run a little bit first, man. You can't just back like that. Oh, no, he's gone. Okay, so that's 2 members of Snake who have Baron. That's Zatai and Flandre. It was OMG's decision not to go towards the Baron. They just all in on the fight to see if they can get as many people before Baron landed on any members. I guess it was kind of successful. Getting 3 kills is pretty good for them. At the end of the day, as you can see here, this is Snake being able to take themselves a bit. They go towards the Baron, and they're able to secure it on 2 members of Flandre and Oriana.
OQ kicked right into SMLZ and Icon there as well. And I've really got to start criticizing Flandre's ultimates and positioning with this Rumble. Looked like it was a good shockwave, but in the end, SOFM, for whatever reason, decided he wanted to stick around to die. And that'll be the Dragon over to OMG. Once again, it's a secure from Snake. Actually, like, OMG's smite rate this game has been pretty horrific. In the series, in fact. Yeah,
World 6 has had a very bad game, I would like to say, or just a series. He's had a pretty bad series. He's been outplayed a little bit by SOFM. There's going to be a primary matchup for us going into this one that World 6 and SOFM have been playing very well recently. World 6, when he came onto the roster of OMG, was playing out of his mind and really excelled a lot of the growth that OMG was starting to have. A lot of communication, you can see them happening on the team, and it was wonderful to see, and it was a lot of it was to how World 6 was playing for the team. SOFM, when he decided that he was no longer a support, went back into the jungle, play out of his mind as well. He's always been a fantastic jungler. But it seems like SOFM has just gotten World 6 number today.
Yeah, today. It's worth mentioning that like World 6 has had so many good performances week to week that one bad one shouldn't necessarily color our the way we look at him. I know that's how a lot of fans think, but give him some slack, give him a week, he'll come back stronger. And I have faith that he will. But in this one, SFM can exploit that. That's Rengar things.
There we go. Oh, I like the fact that he set it up for himself anyway, so he wouldn't get 2 rage bar stacks for him to just get ultied down and just CC'd forever. Gave himself that option. And so he cleared out that ward, so now he can actually continue to look for a flank in that position. He's giving himself that option. Just sitting around.
Yelling in the jungle. That's great, SOFM. It's not evened up with World 6 in terms of levels. He has actually Flame Horizoned him in the jungle. But that doesn't mean too much.
What I like is he just showcased his position. He just I guess he's continuing to kill that ward. That's his sole intent here. Because OMG is not going to stick towards playing through mid lane. Yeah, you can laugh. Because he's just saying that I'm constantly behind you. I'm actually just going to live here. So you have to respect the flank here, and OMG's respecting it.
This looks like another OMG game to win though, and they are still in a much better position than they were last time. It seems like there's pretty much no way this isn't going to game 3.
Oh, you say that. I mean, by the way, it will go to game 3 because OMG. Yeah. But you say that, but that's Snake, because of the last game's performance, a lot of things can change off of one pick. OMG has to be aware of that. Icon's been playing pretty well. If they can get a pick off of Icon once again, so this time he's got to be aware of it, then that could be a solid positioning for Snake to fight win. Zatai, 37-minute Oriana. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage if you disrespect the ball that's being placed throughout these team fights. So Snake still has a lot of options, and they have been pressuring fairly well. If you see how SOFM has been placing himself, then OMG never can really look up to get a tower because he's constantly threatening these fights.
It's making it very hard for OMG to break these inhibs. Asma comes up. I'd say just if you're OMG, back up, leave the Raptors up and wait for SOFM to take them.
Oh, that's not going to turn anything.
Chains lands onto World 6. A lot of damage, but it's only really on the tank line. He is down to half though, so it's good for Snake for now.
What this does mean is that with OMG getting slapped time and time again, mid lane should be fine for Snake. They're going to be able to push this one back out. Inhib, I believe it's up anyways. Yeah, it is. So they're just going to constantly push this back until OMG has to play towards a Baron that's going to be coming up in 2 minutes.
Oh! Arrow onto Flandre. He's got Zhonya's though, so he's going to use it right now. Redemption coming down. Here's SOFM. He's trying to find that assassinate onto anyone. Big shockwave onto OMG. Flandre, he's still alive. SOFM just assassinates SMLZ. Now OMG needs to back off. Snake are definitively winning the fight. Big flash in from Icon, and the ultimate will find 1, 2. OQ coming back into the fight, but Icon wants a 3rd kill and the triple of the fight. He should be able to get him underneath this tower. And World 6 found his own target. Icon backs away and may have just won the game for OMG.
What a phenomenal flash all coming in from Icon to be able to solidify that. But wait a minute, SOFM?
He's abducting the minions.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. But yeah, that means that Icon is the only one that could have actually turned into a win, a game win for OMG. This is going to turn into a tower, or at least an inhib. But that was such a good turnaround from Icon. It really turned the tides of battle on that one.
And OMG should be able to take top tower at the very least. They have 3 seconds remaining on Crystal.
Respect the man's damage.
SOFM might try.
Icon has petrifying games
He might
up.
still try.
He has his ulti up. Respect that. Oh, he's going. No, okay. Just keeping track of him.
Oh, the split. Nope, never mind.
Okay, we're good. We're good. It's kind of like, wait a minute. He ain't gonna let you back. No!
Oh.
What happened?
Cliffhanger.
All right. So this fight starts out pretty cleanly in the sense that, yeah, okay, you're on Flandre, but what you don't see is the cat right behind you. This turns out really good for Snake that they're playing pretty back and just letting SOFM do his thing. Really condition OMG to play forward and leave Ash hanging. But that was beautiful out of Icon. So he was able to turn the tides of battle, as I said, and was able to chase down for a triple kill. Man, that was a bit of a burn. Rumble just died off of that one. So yeah, Icon really won them that fight because initially that was a great setup out of Snake.
Icon was conditioning Snake for the entire game, missing ult after ult after ult, so we could hit that one crucial one at the end.
Yeah, no one expects that. You get into a solo queue game, this man has been missing ults time and time again, even
Feeding
uses
his ass off.
when he was trying to take a camp or two. And then suddenly he just pulls the play of his life, and you're like, wait a minute.
Where did this come from?
And he just types in alt chat, I am a Smurf.
That was the way to do it. Where's the smite? There it is, World 6. It was very good timing from Zatai. Had that ultimate not been a couple seconds later, and World 6 not smited in time, that would have been secure to Snake.
Oh, SOFM. They know where he is because his ulti is triggering on... Oh, yeah, it was triggering on the SMLZ.
SFM's triggering me at the moment, Raz.
Oh, okay, there we go. They got
Gonna
him.
get caught.
Just kidding.
Dodges the arrow, but now he's corralled into the base.
Oh, no.
And the trapped animal against the wall will go down.
They sent him straight to the zoo on that one. They found him.
Oh, he definitely escaped from the zoo. Send him right back, hit him with the tranquilizer dart. And now they'll take this Elder Dragon. OMG probably gonna finish the game from here.
Yep, this, I'm not gonna say clean, because it's far from the truth. This has been pretty dirty, especially with OMG having the lead after that one initial play. It feels like so far back. 40 minutes is not that long, but it feels like a long time when OMG really did not have control of this game because Snake had a great start. But OMG, they find that one play and they're really starting to fire home. A lot of these team fights are back and forth, but OMG is controlling it well enough.
OMG gonna play this so safe. Maybe unnecessarily, but they'll do it anyway. Froskurin's already
Yeah, she's a little
signed a
bit
death
too early.
warrant.
Really is no reason to be
They've
here.
arrived to the execution early.
That's
It's like, who does that?
Yeah, a little bit too early. It's kind of like just getting a proper seat right in the front.
Yeah, see.
That's not the way to do it. That's 3 inhibs down. We've seen this before. I'm not going to try and give up fake hype, but it looks like it's going to because OMG's just trying to go into it. All right, OMG.
They're closing it out.
They don't even have the top lane wave. The top lane wave, sure, they got the inhib on that one, but the wave is so far in Snake's favor. This is actually ridiculous. Okay.
Arrow doesn't land.
This is not going to work. This is
Like,
not going to
OMG
work.
try to play it safe, but then cut corners at the end. I don't understand.
Yeah, they don't even know what they want to do. So that's a massive wave coming in the top lane, but that's going to be a long wait. They're going to have to just bank on the bottom wave and mid lane. But SOFM is keeping track of the bottom lane. They have to all in on this one wave. If they can get this team fight for them, with SOFM not being a part of it, then that will be a success for them. Here comes the cat behind them, though.
He's stalking. Looking for initiate from anyone. He's actually recoil now. He's there.
Okay, so the waves are starting to come. This is OMG playing the waiting game themselves. So that's bottom lane wave coming in and top lane wave coming in. If they can kill those top lane waves, send someone top.
It's double supers. It's,
Okay,
come on.
Here we go. This is gonna be the final
Equalizer
fight.
lay down once again. Rangel burps. looking for a target.
Excuse me?
I heard a flash. Xiang, playing out that ward.
Ooh.
More minions coming in.
Oh, wait a minute.
First tower down.
Is it top lane?
S2FM jumps onto SMLZ, instantly kicked away by World 6. He's been ulted from Crystal very early. Oh, 5 caught out in that one. Xiang caught as well. Chain of Corruption comes down. And the minions are also being fought off by Snake. Tower still alive, but they're turning on to SMLZ, doing a lot of damage. Icon jumping onto Oki. He'll flash away. Icon, big ultimate onto Crystal and S2FM. Xiang into the fight, dragging these minions onto the base. And that's finally the Nexus falling. OMG players save and take game 2.
Yeah, they wait for super minion after super minion. They're able to play that one safe, as you mentioned, and they're able to tie it up 1 apiece.
It was a little close for comfort, though. The fact that Snake were clearing out 3 waves of double minions and OMG's onslaught.
I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of close for comfort plays coming out of both of these teams. OMG, sure, you're destined for playoffs, but clean it up, man. Clean it up. Early game, work on that. Mid game, clean that. Snake, on the other hand, I mean, sure, they lost this one. They need to start winning games, so game 3 is going to be important for them. But look at that early game gold lead coming in from Snake. They just couldn't hold it, though.
Looks like a Pepsi logo.
Oh, my God, you're right. Someone hand that to an officer.
Big turnaround from OMG. But again, it's an early game that really should not have pulled away from them that badly from Snake. And it's like the lack of a mid-late game shot calling. Well, not even shot calling. Maybe they have shot calling, but the decisions that they make are not necessarily clean or good. And that eventually gives OMG the win, but it's not great from both teams. Let's say that.
Yeah, one thing that is nice to point out is the fact that Zatai has been playing incredibly well, but my God, Icon matched him.
Yeah, yes he did. Welcome back, Fruskirin. I know you've been here for quite some time, actually. Just front row seat on that one.
I literally just sit here for the entire games, as I said. I do want to quickly touch on this screen as it initially goes away.
I'd like to touch on this screen, too. Hey.
Yeah, nice. No, I wanted to talk about compositions, and I wanted to start kind of this analyst desk addressing the draft phase from Snake again, because I feel like they had a really clear-cut plan. And again, it kind of came down to failed execution, but the plan was ingenious. So OMG changed it up, and they prioritized the Shin earlier. They're like, okay, Snake took the Shin away from us this time around. Now we've learned our mistake. Let's get Xiang on his comfort champion. Let's put him on the Shin, so that way we can play the side lanes that Snake wants to do while also getting our 5v5. That's totally fine. What I really want to address is the Talia ban. So secondary ban phase from Snake, it goes Nami, and then you guys were suspecting that they would continue to pinch the support pool across from 5.
Yeah.
Just because Snake have red side pick coming out of ban phase. So theoretically, they can ban 2 supports and then they can pick the 3rd one. The problem is that they're across from 5, and while Karma and Lulu were both left open, so was Thresh. And so theoretically, if it wasn't 5, if it was any other support that didn't play the Thresh, they would have banned the Karma there and then prioritized the pick the Lulu like they'd done, and then got the automatic winning bottom lane. But Thresh is available. 5 was a Thresh 1 pick. He goes that direction anyway, which is why they banned the Talia. So I like that as kind of like the pivot point because they're against OMG. The thing is that Snake, again, put all of their chips on bottom. They're like, let's get Varus, let's get Lulu. Even if 5 does get Thresh, he's not going to get push priority in that lane, even though they have the Ashe. Because Thresh is great in trading, but he's not good in pushing creep lanes. He just wants to come up, hit you with the Descendants, flay you backwards. He can't just sit there like, these creeps, get them off my lawn.
The sickle, the farmer.
Yeah, exactly, pushing it forward. So from that aspect, I was like, okay, like I see what Snake are wanting to do. The problem is that they put Flandre on Rumble, and he's a good Rumble player in a 1v1, but he is a terrible 5v5 Rumble player. I don't think we ever saw a Rumble ult used in a 5v5 until he was literally trying to clear creeps off of his Nexus tower. And this just goes back to like the quintessential problem of Snake. I was like sitting back there, I was like, how do I describe why Snake are so bad this game? Like, why can't they close? And I think I got it. Their objective setup is abysmal. They have no idea how to set up for a tower or a Baron. And so the problem is that they're relying on their 1v1 lanes, which you can't do if Icon's going to match your 1v1 lane.
Yep. And he did that with the MVP of this game, 9-2 and 9. Had that exceptional Cassiopeia ult in the mid lane that turned around that fight. Otherwise, that would have been a successful defense from Snake.
Go on with your point.
It's just if Flandre doesn't win out, if Zatai doesn't win out in these side lanes, then Snake can't do anything. They have to rely on these 1v1 wins to turn into objectives. And like even when they get these gold leads ahead, because that's the one point of the game when it is isolated, like it makes sense that Snake get ahead in lane phase because it's 1v1v1v1. But even when they do like the Barons, because they don't know proper setup, they only get the Baron away on like 3 or 2 members, like just like a handful. They just like scrape it,
Yeah.
and so then they never get to use it to siege, and they need the Baron to siege because they have no idea how to set up an objective without Baron.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is that I think that setup is a good word for it because technically, in theory, they have good setup. Like in theory, they have proper wards. Like they buy a lot of wards. They set it up. You even saw Rengar in the bottom side in that red side jungle just sitting there. It's a good one in theory. But then setting up means being in position on time. Setting up means knowing how to use that vision. They don't, right? They don't know what they should be setting up for, how they should do it. Rumble should be a part of that play 9 out of 10 times.
That's the thing.
Yep,
It should be
yep.
a part, like as
Yep,
a team.
yep.
Individually, like you said, Crystal knows where to ward. SOFM knows where to ward. They know how to use their own vision, but it's still individually doing it, not together.
I would like to see a Rumble
yep,
ulti, not on a blue buff.
We saw 3 and they all missed. So we'll look towards the third game right here and see if OMG can actually just close this one out and finally slay the Snake.
Noticed the note on the door. I was expecting to see you. I had a dream we'd be together forever. I hoped I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by. And I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone. I know.
Back to the LPL and our third game of our first series of the day. It is OMG and Snake. And OMG have pulled it back pretty much as expected. Snake were unable to close game 2. And all of the problems that we've seen previously from Snake have come back up once more. So the question is, does Snake even have a snowball's chance in hell at now beating OMG, who have hit in rage mode?
Whew, that's a good question. Here's the thing. Let's just open up on the earlier point we had about setup, because this is going to bleed into what makes or at least Snake come out with a lead, because they had the early game leads coming through.
Yes,
now they're
they
going
did.
into game 3. They want to be able to take those early game leads, turn into something, you know?
Hey, Macarena.
You know,
I'm
what's in this
following.
cup. Okay. The thing is, Snake is the second best team in the league, funny enough, about just the average vision killed in a game. And we saw in this game, you know, the enemy team, OMG, didn't have much vision.
That doesn't mean much since Rengar just likes to hop around on wards. I feel like
true. I mean,
every
that's
time
nice.
we look at SOFM, he's just like, oh, that guy.
He was demolishing World 6. Okay, this is solo advantages as an earlier point. Just solo advantages across the board. The problem is, if you pull Rumble towards the mid lane, as they did one time, pull the bottom lane towards the mid lane as well. Pull the support. Pull Rengar to that play. You'll get a dead icon. 100%, I guarantee it to you. That's the cheapest sale I can make towards you. It's free of charge, and you get a kill.
While I agree with that in a laning context, my issue with the draft phase is that Icon was so pivotal on that Cassiopeia pick because he protects the backline. Again, OMG are a team that's all about their AD carry. Like, their cannon is SMLZ. And when you have a Cassiopeia, she automatically protects that backline because you can't dive into it. Otherwise, you're just going to get locked up by the Cassie ult. So that means that the responsibility then shifts onto Flandre and Zatai because they're the Orianna and Rumble. They're the ones that can outrange the Cassiopeia ult to hit that backline. But if Flandre is AFK in a side lane and SOFM can't jump in and he's got all the gold, then that means that the responsibility is on Zatai, and Snake are in trouble because he hasn't stepped up in that context to really lead the charge. Send him out to a side wave, he'll do great things. Backdoor Nexus, he's got that on lock. Be that 5v5 god that's going to pull Snake over the line as like the team leader. Nah, that hasn't happened yet.
And here's the thing. Especially when OMG had the lead with Cassiopeia, Miasma, you're not going to be able to get a flank. There are so many times where SOFM was looking for a play, not going to happen. They always had vision on them, so that's great for OMG that they're constantly setting up their flanks to be able to say, you're not coming through. But at the same time, you're not going to be able to come into the back line. He did once, got kicked away. He did a few times, got killed SMLZ, but as the game went on, it was very, very difficult to do that. So big point here is that you do need to be able to close the map if you're Snake. You need to be able to bring in people to make these plays happen. Even though the composition was fair and was good from OMG, they were just too far behind to make it work.
And I think that what that means is that Snake have to play the superior lane matchup in every single lane and just divide and conquer the map that way. They need to put Flandre on something like, Fiora-esque, where if you just leave her alone on an island long enough, she will be unkillable. Maybe even go like a Trundle route if they really want to do it. But that's the win condition for Snake. They cannot play 5v5, especially against from OMG. They're going to lose every single time unless they have just a massive gold benefit.
Yeah, and if Snake wins out of 5v5, it's usually out of just pure outplay. And it's week 10. Sure, you can start working towards the next split, but Snake wants to be able to at least secure a playoff spot to get themselves out of the promotion tournament. So this is them coming in with as much knowledge as they want in exam period. You don't start being cutesy in exam period. You just come off the same notes that you had all year long. And so, give myself Camille. I want to see Camille. It's just kidding. It's banned. that's not going to happen.
It's been banned in every game, Raz, so no reason to not keep up that trend. Camille, Kha'Zix, Malzahar from OMG, very similar to last time around. And Snake will ban out Zyra and Kog'Maw, as they did in previous games.
So in Snake, when they were most successful, I would say, when they went up against EDG once, were able to take a game, not a series, I believe. They had Camille and Echo. Zatai was that Echo player. Camille's not going to be available. They know they're going up against the Shen here, so they do have some options. Could be a Fiora. I really want to see what Flandre goes towards here, because that last game, you don't want him on Rumble again. That was just not good. That was just so I want to see what he goes towards. Maybe he just picks Rumble because it is a proper pick. He just has to be able to play towards the rest of the map and have confidence in the vision control that they have. Call in the rest of the team towards the plays that you make.
I just really like the fact that OMG are prioritizing the Xiang, because I think it's such a good pick for Xiang. Like, his teleport's already on point. Why not just give him like an augmented one so he can do even more with it?
And with Lulu up, 5 can actually go towards it. He can even go towards a Tahm Kench in the second phase, depending on where the support bands go through. If they even prioritize the support picks early on, as the Nami pick does get locked up. Be able to just say, you know what, SMLZ, maybe we go towards protection comps. Not going to be towards the Kog'Maw. There's a few more champions, though. I want to see what they have. They have the Shen, meaning the composition is fairly open for themselves.
I think that Snake should just go for a purely 5v5 comp. Like, they know they have a good early game, so just get to those 5v5s and click all the R buttons and just win.
It's always like, what type of 5v5s? Because if this was Xiaogu, they have a Shen, they're going towards a Vladimir. But Icon, not so much, not at all. I want to see maybe he goes towards the Ahri this time around. I know or at least OMG's the one that banned that one out last time. I didn't agree with the ban. I want to see a pick that works well for them. Funny that Karma's being hovered because that has to be support, because Icon's also not a Karma player.
Yeah. Because the Lee Sin just matched the Rengar, but I meant more for Snake. If Snake should pick the team fight comp.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Wonder what Zatai, because Zatai is a creative player. He should go towards the team fight. It works well for them. previously.
It's just like they have a fine early game, but they always have problems converting it. So why not just go for a composition which just like, literally, you know the old Civ Maokai where it's just like we both click R and we just run in, and then you have like the free engage.
People forget this, but this is when historically Snake has been the strongest, I would say, when they first came in with a Juggernaut composition and they just didn't get off of it. If the composition, if it's simple enough for you, if it's just literally you have an early game lead because you are better mechanically, if you can take the game going forward, let's say if you already have the vision control, they have strong vision, this all split really. Then it's as simple as one person's beside us, we fight them. Two persons beside us, we fight them. Just bring in more of your members and you will win that fight.
And another gangplank in this series, this time from Snake. So saw Xiang play it and apparently just wanted it themselves. Now Varus bans out along with LeBlanc into that mid lane.
I wonder how many times Flandre's picked up on the gangplank this split. Not so much, but he has been a gangplank player historically. So he's gone towards the pick, has been very good on it, very mechanically solid. So I expect a better play out of him than out of Xiang. It's more towards his pick because we didn't want to see team fight top laners here. But it's a bit of mix of both. He doesn't even have to rotate towards the play. Just really send an ulti, a cannon barrage towards the play. So maybe this is that answer, to be able to commit to fights, but at the same time still take a proper matchup.
Lucian final ban from SMLZ. And looking towards the only one from OMG now, towards Snake. And it will be Echo. And a locked-in Caitlyn from Snake.
Yeah, Snake decided to take proper 80 carry matchup, taking a 280 carries now. It's going to be a question as to SMLZ. He has the protection from the Karma, from the Shen. I wonder what 80 carry goes towards. He has gone towards a lot of the Jhin throughout the split. Usually it's in a kill lane. So for instance, you see in game talents, they go towards it. Just kind of play it back. Don't win through the laning phase. Get to a point into the mid game where you can start setting up fights. But SMLZ and 5, if they have a hand on Zyra, which they do not, they go towards the Jhin Zyra. If they have a hand towards the, what was it, Malzahar, then they would go towards that. But it's going to be a Jhin Karma lane with Icon possibly picking up Syndra.
And has indeed picked up Syndra.
There we go.
And we're going to the mid lane. Let's see what Snake do with their final pick. It could actually be a top or a mid pick. But you would usually expect GP to go into that top lane, especially with it being Shen up there as well.
Yeah, reason why you wouldn't want GP in the mid lane. Sure, he can theoretically be fine in this lane. Maybe he gets himself Mom Malmurdius earlier. Maybe he just drinks up a little bit of that orange juice early on for sustain so he doesn't get completely stunned out. But then you just lose so much pressure in that mid lane. GP just loses that lane so hard in terms of how much he just gets dropped in, how much damage he takes, how much he has to sit under his turret. That's why people don't want to pick him into mid lane matchups, because A, he loses out in range, B, he just loses out in raw damage. So it's a lot safer to put him in the top lane where he can never get answered to melee matchups. And at the same time build up Trinity Force, and suddenly he's just bullying them.
The final pick was Ari into Icon. So once more, Zatai will try and meet Icon's assassins with another one. It didn't go so well in game one. He was definitely getting destroyed. So let's see if he can actually do more of it this time in game 3.
Syndra versus Ari is usually fairly tricky. The setup is always in Syndra's favor. The shove is mostly in Syndra's favor. The only time Syndra ever feels a little bit uncomfortable is when Ari is faking a push towards the bottom lane. If she's looking to roam, or if she's just sitting in a bush where she's pinked or control ward, it has a jungler in her back pocket, then of course you cannot walk into that bush alone. World 6 buff. Alright. A lot of World 6 fans out there.
What does buff mean in this context?
That's a good question.
Like, please buff World 6?
I wonder. I actually just
World
don't
6
know.
is buff?
Maybe he's buff.
Who knows?
Maybe he should just take his shirt off and we can find out right here, right now. A lot of fans out there would be pretty pleased with that.
Depends if he's buff.
Ooh.
Or he's nerfed.
That would be very, very sad if he was nerfed. If he was nerfed, that would just be an unpleasant sight. Put that shirt back on.
Breaking the illusion. Well, we're getting into game 3 very shortly. It is OMG and Snake. Is there a composition that you prefer here? I particularly like the Shen on OMG. I think it's very good for their comp.
Yeah, I really like the composition coming out of OMG. They have good mid lane pressure, and of course you have World 6 on that Lee Sin. So I want to see if he can fly across the map as he had this split. It's going to be Policeman Caitlyn. Policewoman Caitlyn.
I was going to say.
I apologize.
Officer Caitlyn
Ooh.
reporting in. OMG versus Snake. Game 3. Winner of this game will take the series. And Snake is still vying for that 4th spot. And if they lose it here, it's basically just pretty bad for them. They're pretty much out.
No, actually, Snake is in such a good position. It's so sad. They go up against LGD next. So the next opponent that Snake has to face, if LGD beats them, then yeah, it's going to be very tough for them. Obviously, then at that point they're out. And Aimee somehow gets they see the light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe they take the win off of RNG.
Yeah, because Aimee is 4th right now coming into the week. Snake is 5th, but they have the easier strength of schedule and
so
2 games.
Snake they have a little bit of space to breathe, but they want to be able to just take these wins under it. They don't want any second chances. They just want to be able to solidify it here. If they can take this win, that's great. And they should be expected to take a win off of LGD.
Yeah.
So Aimee is sweating a little bit, putting in all of their prep on their only set up against RNG. This is a pretty tough position for teams in Group A.
Yeah, my mistake on that one. But can you imagine if LGD now, the one time they decide to turn up for the entire split, is against Snake, and Snake get 0-2'd?
LGD can surprise. They have awful moments, but they have some really good moments. There are times when they can take wins off EDG, as all teams do, because they do have mechanically solid players. A lot of the time, cohesion is not there. But that's the thing about the LPL. Good tidbit about LPL is that you have to be scared about every single team in the split. Vici, number 5, well, guess what? They're still a smarter team than you expect. They still have Bengi, they still have EasyHoon. They're a team that you have to watch out for.
I think when LGD play loose is when they can really start picking up wins. So maybe the fact that they do not really have anything to play for right now other than team synergy against a team like Snake could be good for them.
Yeah, that's true. LGD have 2 forms right now, or at least 2 options this week. They either have the option of relaxing up until their one set up against Game Talents in the promotion tournament, or just trying to keep up in form. I think they should keep in form, so that's the team that you have to watch out for.
Yeah. Snake specifically. And OMG, yeah, would really like this win. Try and battle IG. And this is probably the best time to do it. IG have definitely looked off their game recently.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing about recency. They have great moments, IG, but they also just have some fumbling areas where, yeah, they do have solid early game sets. A lot of these teams, that's going to be a trend here, especially for Snake. But then it comes down to the times where they just get really drawn into just team fights they should not be in at all. And so, yeah, strong early game, fumble. So their skirmishes are fine, their 5v5s are just kind of scattered. It's a bit of a problem with IG. A lot of these teams have a few issues that they should really work on. They have a lot of time since it's just a spring split.
It's a really good time for IG to show up as well, because like OMG, the fact that they're not taking this series against Snake perfectly, just say a lot about this week. And sometimes teams have off weeks, but in week 10 when so much can change, this is probably one of the most active week 10s I've seen in the league where so many places can change.
Yeah, and here's the thing about week 10. We always get, I mean, at the very least, this time around, you have a gauntlet form, lose a tie.
Desai called out Q lands from World 6 and jumps out to auto attack, execute damage. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, really well played from World 6 there. Is able to net the kill. No vision on the top side of the map here. So, that works out well for them. Solid kill for Icon. The tie should have expected it. He has exhaust, but he wasn't able to.
World 6 jumps in. 6 a bunch of damage from SOFM. Got Icon behind him with the force of will.
Okay. So that was pretty scary for World 6, but of course he was able to get the minions that he had. And SOFM was not going to go all in, or else he would have felt the pain coming in from Icon. That's good. So this is a great start from OMG. This is the first time they've really started out ahead here.
Yeah. SOFM will try to return the favor shortly. In fact, he's just going to go straight towards the Raptors. Of course he is.
Yeah, he knows that Icon has to back, so he's going to be able to secure that easy little bit, tiny little bit of a raptor there. It's not going to mean anything. So World 6 is going to be happier about that entire ordeal and just backing away from it. Yeah, it's a good start from OMG, but Snake, he's found that little bit of a lead, I would suppose, where he's like, all right, well, Icon has to back. World 6 can't come back because he doesn't have numbers. I'm just going to be able to take this.
So Ty's also on his way bot lane and there's the blast cone. So this is a setup now from Snake. 5 SMLZ. There's 2 level 5 members coming to the bottom lane. And SMLZ is caught by the CC. And Crystal will actually fall, but executed to the tower. No one hit him. No,
don't do that.
It's just low enough where you kind of want it.
Yeah. But yeah, that just turns into a kill in favor of Snake because that just turns into an execution for Crystal. If Crystal had 10 HP more, just a little bit more, maybe if he had potions, that'd be fine. You would have survived that. But that last tower damage was actually just just a little bit of execution that was needed to be able to take him down. So it was a good bubble from him. It was a little unlucky that he just didn't have the HP to take the second tower shot.
Icon just doing a ring around the Rosie of the tower. Looks like he put the stun there on Zatai, but slightly mistimes it. Zatai is still fine under his tower, but this is a level 6 Icon at the moment, so Zatai has to be a little bit careful, although he does land the charm.
There we go.
Icon doesn't have the ball set up, so he'll back off.
If he keeps getting that, that'll be good for him, but he just doesn't have the mana now, so he's going to be perhaps looking for a blue buff. It's going to be spawning fairly soon. This is going to be good on OMG to look to contest that because Icon's at a good position to look in this lane. If they can get Zatai off of blue, that would be fantastic. That's going to be... I just really wonder what World 6 is going to be looking for. You even have the Shen ulti, so it would be a good pick for himself.
Level 6s are starting to be hit now by all the solo laners, including top lane. 5 is on his way to the bot lane flash over the trap. He's leading down Crystal. We're looking for the execute down from SMLZ, but the bubble from Crystal saves his life.
Unlucky, but that is OMG taking full control of this bottom lane. They're going to be able to contest this blue buff. That's really good. That means that World 6, he's tuning in. He knows what's up. I want to see if he's able to get this because that would be really key for him. But they're just going to play it back just a little bit, play this one patiently. Did you? Oh, okay, yeah. I was just about to actually ask you, wondering what SMLZ took in terms of keystones. But it is a Warlord's Bloodlust.
It is indeed.
Which is good for Jin. He doesn't get the damage. As I say that, he gets kicked to the face.
Misses the Sonic Wave.
Oh.
And World 6 will back away, but there's an ult being set up right now from SMLZ. Okay, was low, and there's a reaction in from Snake, so they may not even get this. But they really want blue buff.
If they can force this off Zatai, that's a win in and of itself.
5 caught out, Zatai over the wall, CC lockdown, Spirit Rush, but the ultimate now from Xiang will save 5's life.
Oh, now they have to
reset. And should be taken now. Yep, secured by Icon.
Okay, there we go. So this works really well for OMG. They have a good amount of power here. This means that Zatai has to back. He has no control in the lane anymore. Now it's going to be on OMG to decide what they use this mid lane pressure on. If 5 comes out of this surviving, I don't know what he's doing with that much HP.
Uh-oh. Oh, that was a little bit close for comfort. SMLZ backs off to his tower. And SOFM, boy does he want that, but will not go on it in the end. So it's a 1-to-1 game so far, but the pressure heavily over to OMG at this point in time.
Yeah, still a good trade coming in from Snake now that they have bottom lane pressure. Sending 5 on back to base, that means they can start to pressure on this turret. Probably won't turn into anything since Ari is still coming back from base. Didn't fully replenish mana because she had to get to lane as soon as possible. So there we go. Sure, Snake had a bottom lane pressure coming in there, but they can't convert it into anything because Icon was just going to be there for pressure.
So Ty's missed every single one of these creeps so
Oh
far.
no! Okay, he's got that.
Okay. Like literally everything on the tower.
Yeah, it's just kind of awkward for him. He doesn't even have the lost chapters for himself because he's building for the lane. Doesn't want to get completely popped by Icon. So he's just building the magic resist. So he cannot spam his spells here, especially since Icon not only has full mana, but blue buff. Isn't that nice? Not much you can do about that.
No, he's pretty screwed. And there's like a 40 farm advantage to Icon, which is honestly disastrous from Zatai. And Icon is so far ahead. First to hit the Muranonomicon. And he's going to get another blue buff as well. This is a little absurd.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad for Zatai.
A little bit sad for
Hmm.
Icon.
There we go.
As that blue buff was on 1 health.
He knew that all along. Here's the game though. Zatai saw Icon going back to bait. Or at
He
least
still
going
has a
towards the
blue buff.
He's like maybe that's the second blue buff.
He has to assume so.
Yeah, maybe he got a refreshing blue buff. So the mind game is still in Icon's favor.
And now he's disappeared.
Uh-oh. Where's he
So-
going?
Zatai doesn't even see the blue buff wearer of Icon. And he's going towards top lane.
The map is so vast. That's not like he's going towards the top lane.
The orange has been used. Icon looking for the stun. Flash instantly from Flandre.
Okay.
Makes the right choice.
Didn't want to get the instant stun from Icon. So he was a little worried about that, especially since Icon has flash as well.
Yeah, and no orange on Flandre, so makes sense. And now Zatai is on the way to the bottom lane to mirror the play. 5. Not caught out.
Yeah, but the fact that Syndra was able to get to the mid lane that quickly and there's no wave that he has to worry about means that the play that Snake had in the bottom lane immediately has to dissipate. Or he has to go back into the mid lane because then suddenly Icon's there and you don't want to have an even fight. Especially since Xiang has ulti once again. So it's going to be massively in favor of OMG. They've been playing the tune of this early game much better than their previous games. Even though they have a slight gold lead. Snake has
Deficit?
a gold lead. So the deficit is on OMG. They're still playing this one well and safely because of the lead that they had on Icon specifically.
Yeah. It really does revolve around Icon for the most part. SMLZ is also farming up, but OQ, while he does have the advantage, Jin will get there eventually.
And here's the thing about, because I was about to mention a little earlier on about the Warlords, bit on SMLZ as he gets smacked across. He can heal up quite a bit off of his 4th bullet because his 4th bullet is the crit. But OQ.
All these skill shots are going wide. OQ under attack. And Xiang did not get the stun down. Ward 6 chasing down Crystal.
Hit the bullet! Alright, there we
Lines
go.
him up against the wall. Easy kill for SMLZ.
Gets the one that matters and Crystal falls short. So this is OMG once again being able to pressure this very well. Icon is essentially never in his lane. He's always either going towards top lane or going towards bottom lane. And this is getting a little bit sticky for Zatai because he has to match it. Meanwhile, trying to keep up in lane. So now they're kind of an even footing because blue buff is off of Icon. Blue buff has never been on Zatai. So Zatai has a little bit of an opening.
At the very least, first blood tower to Snake, and specifically Flandre, because Xiang uses TP to set up that play, not the Stan United, so means he can't get back up to that top lane instantly.
It's nice to see the differing styles between the two teams because Xiang, of course, is going to lose those towers even if he's in a better position in the top lane just because he's constantly looking for plays on the bottom side of the map, constantly looking to accelerate the team lead, especially since he also used Shen ulti towards the blue buff fight that they were going for much earlier on. It worked out for Icon very well, but it didn't work out for Xiang. So that's just been the style for this team is that they lose purposely, I suppose, for their the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Flandre is never going to TP. He's just going to be sitting pretty happy in the top lane. He's got himself 20 CS lead, and he's just been farming up. Of course, he got that tower, and he's going to just feeling pretty comfortable about himself.
And occasionally, Xiang will have that game where he'll just kill everybody and have, a great game. And you can pretty much say that about every pro player across the world. If you feed them a bunch of kills, they'll go off. But consistently, SMLZ, Icon, and Ward 6, if you feed them kills, they'll have a great game and win you it. So why not just play around those areas on the map? And Icon has that 1 assist, but he's already finished his Morella Nomicon and Tier 2 boots. So he's got kill pressure on pretty much anyone on the map at this point in time.
Yeah, and even just going back to your earlier point about role players, it feels like a dirty word to say someone's a role player. Oh, just kidding! Get out of there. You've been evicted.
Kicked out of lane.
Yeah.
Kicked out of his house.
I guess he's just paid his rent, so he's back in the lane. Maybe
Pretty
he's
fast.
squatting. Yeah, back to the point. It feels like a dirty word to say that someone's a role player. You're like, just get a Duke. No. Oh, wait, 5?
5 really wanted that tether to land. SFM is hunting for the kill.
Oh.
It lands
On
onto
the hunt.
Wall 6 instead. SFM still kiting around. He really wants 5 jumps on top of him, but the last minute shield from Xiang keeps him alive. And SOFM chase out Icon with the kill. Another stone onto Zatai. He'll get the Spirit Rush over the wall, but he's still in range.
I don't even know if that
straight
one
line.
I wonder if that one would have killed. I don't think it would.
I would have said yes. It was a crit shot.
Yeah, that's true. And it also has execution damage, I believe. So that would have killed him. That's just really close. SOFM, if he had gotten the kill on 5, it was an inch. Probably would have been 2 HP on that one, then the Shen ulti wouldn't have meant anything. That would have been an even advantage. It would have been an advantage for Snake. But that didn't work out. Icon's able to get a counter attack. Now they're looking to pressure up this bottom lane tower. There's no way OQ, and Chris is looking back this one away. But this would take far too long for OMG, so they're just going to back away from it as well.
That just adds to your point though, Raz, because everyone's just like, ah man, like if everyone's like an aspiring pro, you want to be the playmaker, you know, you want to be the faker, the smep. You don't want to be the role player, because being a role player is lame. But see what being a role player just did in this game. Saved his ally by the skin of his teeth, turned that into a play, which was bot lane, kill, dragon, and now everyone else is ahead.
I'll tell you right
just
now,
because of Xiang. He didn't even get an assist, but he was a role player, and he did what he needed to do for the team.
there are a lot of great role players in the LPL. One of them is actually Kabe. Kabe, sure, he makes a lot of great plays, but he is a fantastic role player that enables Doumbé, and Doumbé looks like a monster. Man, I think he's #1 right now in MVPs. Maybe he's even, but he's shot right up. And it's a lot of it's just based off people who can support you to make the plays that you do. And that's what OMG needs out of SMLZ and Icon. And Xiang, he's that man. Sure, if he can be a better role player, that would be great for his team. But he's a role player nonetheless.
And he is good at it. Icon this time is actually just taking the blue buff away from him.
Yeah, you ain't getting it this time. I'm just going to actually take it on a walk. Shoot it on the outback. It's not going to give you the chance.
And somehow with Icon roaming from these side lanes, he's still 50 farm ahead of Zatai. He's actually opened up a bigger lead. So I don't know how he's doing it, but maybe he's taxing the lanes he goes to.
And this is OMG trying to play. You know how we saw SOFM when he had the early game lead, he went through that Ohm Wrecker?
Yep.
This time around, World 6 has gone straight towards the damage. He's got himself Tiamat and, of course, the Warriors. So he's just going straight damage. I wonder what he's going to get next. He might actually, at this point, maybe just go straight into tank. That would be fine. That would be smart. But at this point in time, they have so much. They have such a large lead for themselves. It doesn't really translate in terms of gold. It's just it's still been even up for both teams. But with how OMG has been playing, it's been very difficult for Snake to really respond. So it's good for him to do this as long as they do not lose the pressure that they've had, which they have done in the past 2 games. So that's a little worrying. It's a worrying trend.
It is a worrying trend. Speaking of North America and Ohm Wreckers, someone did tell me that apparently Darshan picked up an Ohm Wrecker somewhat recently in the NALCS.
Oh, okay.
But Darshan's a top laner, and top laners have more gold, more resources, so it certainly doesn't become as bad as you're the jungler, and one of your core pickups in mid-game is an Ohm Wrecker. Though, in that first game, it wasn't even a bad pickup. Like, if you continue to die, which they did not.
Yeah. And here's the thing. A lot of people quote Darien in these situations. There's nothing to quote. I'm going to take back quote because the man speaks Russian, so I don't know what he's quoting. But what he does do is he just kind of builds like AP on a Renekton or something, because if you have a lead, doesn't matter how much gold, you should be able to close out a game at that point. That's going to be a lot of people's mentalities. You just get a snowballing item, or technically you can just throw that gold away. You can still do fine if you play perfectly. Perfect League of Legends, my friends.
Well, Darien was the OG feed to win player.
Yes, he was.
People also quote Time Lord Genja.
Yep.
He was the first one to build a Triforce on Kokor. And a lot of people are doing it still to this very day.
What I love is that how much the meta changes, how much these items change. That you get to a point where finally the items are very much doable on these champions. Or AD carries in such a rough spot, they start going towards defensive items. It's like, well, guess what? This guy has been building defensive items all his life. This man is truly just before his time.
Yep.
If he had been a 2017 player, then he would have just been
been a god.
Yep.
Yeah. That's actually in reality, it's just the items changed and it's now better on that champion.
And you don't know this man. Maybe he's a hipster. Maybe if it's popular, he goes the other direction. When everyone's building tanky, he just goes straight damage. We don't know that man.
Or maybe he's actually a time traveler.
Oh, there we go.
But then
I would
he would
believe
have had
that
the mechanics as well.
because we just don't know where he is right now. Maybe he is 20 years in the past.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
we
actually just
don't
disappeared. Yeah, he did travel back in time.
Okay. That was
Checks out. We've confirmed the story of Genja. A great player of his time.
These are good discussions. We should have them more often.
Really is.
Yeah.
It's really fantastic when both teams stop doing anything and then set up sieges. Now we can start talking about the game again because Snake are going towards this mid lane.
Okay.
And SOFM kicked into the tower. Now the ultimate used by Xiang. Bit of a questionable play from World 6.
If he had landed that kick, that would have been good because of how many people that were rotating towards this play. Crystal got slowed up though. Oh!
Flash taunt from Xiang secures the kill. That was a bit of overkill there from Icon, but World 6 rather, but they got him.
Yeah, just a little
He's
bit.
dead.
Xiang gets that drive-by. Knocks Crystal down, but that's just the support. They're going to be trying towards this Baron, but with Nami goes down, that doesn't really mean much. SOFM, the rest of Snake are still pretty healthy. The only worry is that Zitai does not have that much mana.
So FM, he's got the smite. World 6, he's not got a very good smite record this game, but he's just upped it with that secure there. And now SOFM caught out. He'll be falling.
Flandre!
SMLZ trying to get out. Flandre's into the fight, but Flandre's out of the fight. He jumped in, and there was no team behind him, so 1v4, he'll fall.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of damage, but then the moment they focused him down, he just drops like paper. So, major win for OMG. They get down SOFM and Flandre now. They're able to start really pushing the lead that they had this game.
And that is a good example of a Baron. Even though the jungler was up, it was controlled by OMG, and World 6 was very confident he could get the smite. So in the end, we'll turn that one into a 2-0-2, and probably a top lane tower as well to boot for Xiang. He may die for it though.
Yeah,
Zitai's on his way up.
He took a little bit of time. He was wondering if he should just back because it would have taken a long time for him to finish up that tower. He still doesn't do it, but he really does invest in a little bit of time. So he should back. He still has TP, so he can take part in this play if Snake decide to all in now.
Bit of a bizarre sequence of events where Zitai goes to top lane, but actually exposes mid lane. Xiang gets away with it, and tower dies to minions. So 2 towers OMG. So far the Baron power play is good. World 6 makes his way towards the dragon. For those superior rotations, it will be the second Cloud Dragon of the game.
Once again, Snake has been far behind. Now they usually have the lead at this point in the game. Now they don't. Wonder how they're going to be able to crawl back into this one. Last time around, I think it was the first game where there was a back and forth fiasco. They were able to crawl right back in with a pick on Icon. This time, I feel like every single time it just turns out to be the case because they don't have damage coming out of Xiang in World 6. Technically, World 6 doing quite a lot, but he's just itemizing forward tanky at this point in time. If they're able to kill down Icon, then it would just be SMLZ, and he's on a Jhin.
So FM is going to unleash the belch.
There's no one he can really pick up. SMLZ, sure, but SMLZ has flash, and he's at a pretty smart position, so that's not gone. Yeah, there we go.
Push will continue in the bottom lane. SMLZ just firing off a warning shot. Xiang is chipping away at the top lane tower as well. Got the line of traps coming in from OQ.
Yeah, OMG right now should play this pretty slowly. I mean, they have full control of this, but they do not want to open themselves up for SOFM and Crystal looking to start up a fight. With how Xiang is controlling this top lane, he's able to get the tower now. He's already just going to start up to the next one.
OMG are getting both. I mean, it's 5 versus 4, but they've still taken bottom tower down to a third because that trap line is incomplete.
Yeah.
Look, they'll just walk around.
Yeah, but it's still a risk. SMLZ is taking absolutely zero damage from that shower. He's received the okay, now he's taking a little bit of damage. That was getting pretty ridiculous. That was pretty nice. Yeah. But look at this man.
Xiang is top lane. He's just relentlessly pushing.
Yeah.
Flandre will clear out the minion wave. He really wants to hit him.
And this is when OMG should start to pressure. This is when OMG should start to pressure because finally they wanted to wait for Flandre to really answer that. So then they should have looked to pressure. They took a little bit. They started a little bit earlier than usual, so they couldn't actually get straight onto the tower because they didn't wait for Flandre to answer to Xiang. So you have to play a little patiently. Even though it technically worked okay, it wasn't a bad play by any means, but they could have definitely maximized a lot more if they had waited for Xiang to move a little bit more so someone actually answers him. If they don't want to answer him, then that's just a free top lane turret.
I mean, both top tower and bottom tower are at critical HP.
That's true.
So, OMG set up for another push. They should be falling. Baron buffer's been exhausted though, so it's significantly harder. However, one good push and it's going to fall over. And Xiang didn't use his teleport or his Stand United.
Yeah.
And we're looking at pretty much full resources across the board from OMG. All flashes in maybe 20 seconds from now. 3,000 gold, respectable Baron.
There we go. And at this point in the game, I think it's kind of trying to hit on to this one earlier. Warlord's on Jhin. The reason why it's important now is because he's gotten himself a lot of crit for himself with the, he's already going towards the, ooh, what's that attack speed item? I'm trying to remember. It's not the Hurricane. Oh, come on, let's do this, Raz. No, he's not going to Phantom Dancer.
Rapid fire
Rapid
cannon?
fire cannon. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I was like, is he looking for the obscure one? Because Phantom Dancer's the one.
No, but as long as he gets this much crit for himself, a lot of the heals that he gets off of his fourth bullet means so much. He's gonna be able. He doesn't have much sustain, obviously, in his build, but he gets a lot of it just in the fact that he has Warlords. Especially at this point in the game. A lot of the movement speed that he does get, he's gonna be able to proc that very quickly. And here we go. We're just gonna set this one up.
Zoning away. Second shot lands. And once again, Gangplank ultimate to respond.
Thankfully, it doesn't do them. Oh, actually, his HP is at 40%.
I don't know what he's got hit by, because he was definitely higher HP than that, but Warlord Bloodlust, kind of good.
There we go. So that's all he really needs. He doesn't have any Ocean Dragons, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Every single time. It's going to be
really
fucking
cool from OMG, leaving that 1 minion up for SMLZ to lifesteal off.
That's true.
If this was solo queue, that'd be long dead.
OMG has done such a great job at this entire series to stop SOFM from just flanking it through. So I really don't buy the fact that SOFM is going to be able to get anything off of this. There we go.
Traps are a massive pain in the ass to deal with for OMG though. They can't quite crack this tower. And I feel like Shen should be top lane. I don't know about you, Raz.
But definitely in that that court. He should definitely be in the top side of the map. Right now he's mid. That's just fine. Okay. As long as he can meet that top lane wave after this, I'm okay with that.
It's like a shepherd dog.
Maybe even go towards flanking if he pushes mid, but no, he just goes straight down. Okay, you know what? All right. All right.
And now everyone's recalling.
Yeah, you know what? Great plan, everybody there. Let's go back to base. We got so much off this one. Go team!
Top tower could be dead.
A lot of towers could be dead.
Oh, well.
Bottom lane, if he was mid, okay. I'll set this one out. If he was mid, pushes in that lane. Now, he was doing it, okay, that's fair. But then you can actually start to force a flank, and with how low that that tower was, Caitlyn would walk away. That would be a free tower. Go top lane. Look at where the wave was. Push that in. Someone has to go top. Suddenly, free top bot lane tower. That's a lot of free towers. Apparently, they don't like hoarding stuff, so they just don't want to take it if it's free.
Razov solved it.
What is it?
OMG went back to base for the rapid fire cannon so they can just walk up, pop the tower.
All right.
And
go
then,
top lane, pop that tower.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Make it stylish.
It's all good.
I can understand.
But you can get over that trap line now from OQ, which was pretty much the only thing keeping Snake alive, so.
But with that being said, they've played this for so long, man. Now it's
Baron is spawned again.
Baron is going to be the play once again.
7 minutes.
And both of these teams love their 50-50s. They love rolling that dice. And that dice is not even a proper dice. It only has 2 sides. So it's like, how do you even make that dice work? How does it even roll?
I mean, it's technically a coin, Raz.
Ooh.
Because a D2 is a coin.
You're right. This is when you realize that currency had double purposes, especially the coin. You'd think the coin would be the most useless thing, but actually, you can bring that to your D&D.
You can. There
If
you go.
Need that somehow.
You heard it here first. Currency is useless.
Hey, Canada got rid of the penny. We don't like that penny anymore.
Oh, you have a weird currency now, don't you? It's just like random denominations.
Yep. Yeah. We have a penny, nickel, dime, nickel. I mean, do you know what nickel is? Is it?
It's not like a 5?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know if that was a global thing or if that's Canada. I've been sitting under that Canadian rock for too long. But we call our dollars, $1 coins, we call it loonies, and our $2 coins are toonies. I couldn't get over that when I went to Australia initially, and I told the over the counter, I was like, I'd like change in loonies and toonies so I can actually use the laundry. They legitimately
I probably thought you were insane.
They thought I was a madman.
Pointed you towards the nearest mental hospital.
And I was definitely in my jammies. So, that's just unfortunate. I live very close. I'm not going to take the effort to get ready to just go to the... Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Is this play loony or toony, Raz?
Huh?
This play right here, setting up the Baron.
I would say it's a loony. I don't trust in it being a full $2 coin.
Okay.
Yeah, it turns into nothing.
It's like, it's okay. I mean, red buff was secured by World 6.
Yeah.
So it's not like it was too bad.
Yeah, SOFM is actually positioning once again into this money.
But he jumped on Xiang.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. He had good vision here. So wait a minute. Okay, no, he's going to get healed up.
It's raining.
Yeah. It's raining, but then suddenly, from the skies.
Ion cannon. Exactly that.
Yep. Okay, burps once again. Let's see what he gets.
I'd recommend not jumping on this group of 4 people at the moment.
There's not a lot of people he can jump on. The only one he wants is SMLZ, and SMLZ knows that. He ain't gonna let you jump on him.
SMLZ has flash as well, and 5 has exhaust.
Yeah, so this is getting really tough for Snake. All they can really do is elongate the game. It's already been 30 minutes into this one, and they're kind of keeping it close just a little bit. Sure, it's 5. Wait, 3. Yeah, no, that's a lot of no. All right, that's a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold in OMG. But all I'm saying is that if they can keep this going for a little longer than usual, that's Caitlyn. That's a gangplank. It's a lot of damage. So it's the same thing OMG had in terms of game 1, in terms of their focus, keeping the game going for long enough, stalling it out so they can get the items to really force OMG in these fights.
I was wondering what was so important that Shing had to back specifically now. But it was Guardian Angel, which is pretty big for him as we get into these fights. And now this game, OMG versus Snake, we've had 8 kills. That does not feel like A, an LPL game, and B, a Snake OMG game. But there was a lot riding on this game.
There's so much threat on both sides. So much. They recognize a fight's going to happen at some point. It's equally assured destruction. No one's going to start that fight. No one wants to, because they know they both would die in this fight. Now that's obviously not possible, but they're really afraid of these fights going forward. SMLZ's been left out here.
Snake would really like this win, because it means they could play their next series so much more lackadaisical.
Yeah, but they have to respect Xiang. He's going to be able to take this one tower down, 100%. No one's really moving fast enough for this one. This does mean OMG, they're going to be able to start up on this Baron. They are in a decent position to do so. That was OMG playing this slow. I like it.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen Shen be stealthy as a ninja, but there you go.
Oh no.
The tie's caught.
Oh no.
So much CC.
Oh!
Second shot.
Oh! Save that man.
Don't step away. All right. S2FM takes the 4th hit. Well, still on the Baron. All that time was zoning away, but S2FM just has a flash. Jumps over the wall looking for Secure, and it's secured by Zatai! Zatai is the best jungler in this series. S2FM dies for it.
I didn't want to believe Frost. I didn't want to believe her.
Oh, why? 4 steals. Zatai has... Wait, 3 steals.
Yeah,
3 steals as a mid laner in 1 series.
That's absurd. That's ridiculous. I guess they have Baron. I mean, if they wanted to stall out the game, what's better than Baron and 5 traps?
Well, this just prolonged the game by an extra 5-10 minutes. Crystal getting caught out though, may have just dropped that timer down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay, let's see if they can get
Inhib
cut
should
it
be
down a
falling.
little bit more.
5 takes the full Death's Daughter to the face.
Flandre?
Inhib down. Icon. He's got split from his team, but he's good. He's got his ultimate as well. Actually, I don't think he knew his own strength. Probably could have killed Flandre, but regardless, we'll back away. Inhib down.
I was kind of expecting them to jump on Flandre. He was playing a little unsafe. Even with his W up, he definitely could have just gotten bursted down with Icon, as you mentioned, with his ulti. So that's just a little unfortunate. Didn't happen. But that is a pretty big play with Zatai. Take a gander.
That's slow-mo this one.
Yeah, let's take a small one. That's a cube, everybody. That orb of deception was definitely deceptive. Got a hit on that Baron and was able to steal it. And that was in tandem with SOFM Smite. So I'll give him that. He was able to Q, Smite. So of course, OMG, they were keeping track of it, but they just didn't do it well enough. And this kind of is a little unfortunate. You look to SMLZ at this point. He does a lot of damage, especially with 4th Bullet. You will not lose Baron if you coordinate 4th Bullet along with World 6's Q and execution damage and Smite. That's the easiest execution you can actually do for yourself. It's close enough to being basically a Callisto.
Yep.
So.
If you're actually interested at home, because we often say about this, coordinate it, but it's like, what's that actually mean? You designate a health, and then you basically smite at that health. So it could be 2k, but you have the damage to do 2,000 damage with the execute from Lee Sin Q, smite, and then 4th shot from Jin. That's what it actually means.
Yeah, it's simple math and a basic execution.
Ultimate coming down from Flandre. SOFM caught out, but so is 5 in World 6. They'll both have to back off. SMLZ took a lot of damage from Flandre and Zatai. And that shield will get him back to full, but only temporarily.
The moment that barrel came through from Flandre, just sitting on top of SMLZ, he didn't want to take that chance. Xiang immediately ultis on top of it. It was a very messy one. We say messy a lot. No one really got killed on that entire ordeal, but what it does do, it slows down the pace once again for OMG. 34 minutes into the game, only thing they can really get for themselves is Cloud Dragon.
Another one to OMG, 3rd of the game. They are fast AF.
Yeah, definitely Bolt. Usain Bolt himself.
75 extra out of combat movement speed. Zatai has caught Xiang. If they get Elder as well, like an extra 100 movement speed is pretty ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, especially if you have a good amount of control. I think one big thing about Cloud Dragon, a lot of times people say, oh, don't get that. But if it actually stacks, if it gets to 3 Cloud Dragons, especially if you are able to get Elder Dragon on top of it, sure, you get the burn damage from Elder Dragon. But with the amount of pick that they have from SMLZ, from Icon, being able to get the initial, like, get proper control, but then just run at them. Like 100% you're going to be able to catch people. That's absurd amount of movement speed. So being able to prioritize one Cloud Dragon doesn't mean much. It means little. You should probably go towards towers more so than not. But if you're able to get a stack in, that's pretty good.
Yeah, very, very fast. OQ. He's clearing his bottom wave. I think he's probably on like 3 at the moment. 3 big items. So should be able to carve through them relatively easily. OMG are trying to break out a second inhib because it's at that moment where Snake are resigned to basically sitting within their base. So Ty's ultimate was burnt there, so that is very good for the next push. SOFM is looking for a straggler. SOFM's jumping onto World 6.
Ooh.
We'll see if we can get anything more from that. Well, ultimate from Xiang is pretty good.
That was decent from Snake. They were able to get the Shen ulti out of that one. They traded with Gangplank ulti. They were close to getting a stun onto World 6. They didn't get it, but they do lose the inhib at top.
And all OMG need to do now is get out. That's all they need to do.
Yep.
Get out safely.
The worrying thing here for Snake, of course, is that with the bottom lane inhib down, once it comes back up, they could probably just knock it down once again. OMG are playing this so safe. It harkens back to second game, actually, where OMG just said, okay, we'll take all of your inhibs down, and we won't even fight you. 8 and 2, we don't need to get it any larger than that. And then at that point forward, all they really do need to do is wait for the super minions to stack up and go for the kill. It's slow death. Slow and pretty painful death.
Definitely agonizing for Snake, but there's still a chance for them to win this game. It's slight, and looks like OMG will take this series back. And this game has been the best of both worlds. It's been the best of Game 1 and Game 2, where they have managed to successfully win the early game, and at the same time actually convert that into multiple Barons and objectives. And now it's 8-1 in towers, 8-2 in kills, and 0 dragons to Snake. So it's very near a perfect game for OMG.
They can do it. Here's the thing about this is that, sure, there's improvement happening, but they really want to make this improvement turn into kills, or at least just to wins, I mean, because these points matter so much. OMG want quarterfinals. They're already into, they want just a little more, because they smell blood in the water, and they didn't get into the semifinals.
SOFM is looking for a kill. But World 6 is gone.
Okay.
Why is he still there? I think he got
charmed.
hit by multiple pieces of CC, and the rest of OMG need to get out. SOFM jumps in, takes a full ultimate to the face from Icon.
Ooh.
In comes Zatai, jumps onto Icon once again. Sonius comes down, and OQ really needs out. Zatai!
Oh.
Caught out by SMLZ. 4th shot lands onto OQ. Had he saw SOFM, they definitely would have aimed for him. But it's a 1-for-1. Zatai down.
Oh no.
Flandre caught out by SMLZ. And Xiang is eating all of these cupcakes from the traps.
48-second death timer from Zatai. World 6 is not there, but there's nobody stopping OMG from taking both of these inhibitors. That's 3 inhibs down for Snake.
Flandre chasing after.
Oh
Bowers
no.
comes down.
Save this
He
man.
needs this kill onto SMLZ to try and save the life of Snake. He'll jump away. Somehow he manages to get out alive.
You're not safe, man! Oh, just kidding. Get out of there. I was getting a little
I
bit
felt
too
like,
excited.
I'm surprised SOFM didn't just jump in.
He should have. I honestly believe he should have. I think the only reason he didn't is because he recognized if he died there, that would probably just be the game. No Zatai, no SOFM. That would probably be OMG just walking in and walking it with the minions.
No SMLZ though, and he's the one dealing the majority of the damage to the towers. However, there is only one left, and OMG are pretty strong all around. But now, full health SMLZ. He's not easily able to be assassinated, and Baron almost certainly going to go down. Matt's not going to be stealing the Baron. And OMG go back to base, Baron in hand, 3rd one of the game, and we're really looking for them just to cleanly close it out.
And how safe are they going to play? They got Baron. They
Just-
have 3 inhibs.
Man, just take the extra 5 minutes. You've been in this series for like 2-3 hours. Just spend the extra 5 minutes.
But are they going to walk it down, or are they going to take out their dragon? I wish I had a 2-sided dice. Mr. Pulse.
Okay.
For this one, I wish. Nah, they're just gonna walk it down. There's no reason to play it ultra safe for whatever reason. So this is them essentially winning the game. It's gonna make it a little
They're actually
harder.
gonna just do it, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little harder for Snake here to be able to take 4th position if they miss this opportunity.
Well, 5
Oh,
caught
no.
out, tidal wave. Big shield up from Xiang, and World 6 keeps him alive. And Xiang is already onto Flandre. He's dead. And it looks like this is the beginning of the end for Snake. OQ and Crystal trying to get out. Big crits coming in from SMLZ, and he's very much dead. SUFM was trying to come in from the backside. But SMLZ once more, he'll find the 3rd kill of the fight. And Zatai cannot assassinate anybody. OQ is trying to get it back to that base, but he cannot get to the fountain. And even SMLZ is going to survive. Zatai is actually getting beaten to death by these minions. Up. See you later. And that's the game ending as well. Just at the very end, on the finish line, 2-1. OMG take the series.
Yep, stretch it out. OMG, it was a very tough one. Very tough series for themselves. But they played it slow. Something Snake should have learned a little bit. 3 inhibs, a painful death, and a win for themselves. Congratulations, OMG.
Yeah, still in that race for 2nd place up against IG. Snake aren't going to be too disheartened. It would have been really nice because it meant that they could really be lax about their game against LGD, but now they just have to super try hard. I mean, it's still a pretty easy series to pick up, but Snake definitely need to be on their toes if they want that 4th place and get into those playoffs now.
Thankfully, Snake were able to pull out a point from this one. So they were able to take that 1 victory, even though they would have been great to be able to take the 2 games up against OMG. And all eyes are going to be on A, IMA versus RNG. But B, of course, these guys right here, Snake versus, I believe it was Snake versus LGD.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, there we go.
That is correct. I believe SMLZ's team has already left. Oh, no, they're still there. I was like, he's just sat there by
Just
himself.
sitting there alone. I can never tell how happy they are. You have to look towards World 6, 5 even, because SMLZ will never smile. And then Xiang has just stolen all of his smiles. Xiang is the most smiling man imaginable.
He is the face of the Megazord.
He's a constant
I
smile.
feel like SMLZ is like a leg or something. You don't really see his emotion. Welcome back, Frascurin. As soon as I brought Power Rangers, I knew you'd be here.
A leg, really?
What do you think he'd be? An arm?
He's definitely an arm. That is the Chinese sniper on your screen. He was bending those bullets like Beckham around people.
Hey, maybe he's got a strong kick. We don't know.
And he was doing that on a very creative build. So huge shout outs to SMLZ, you know. I was backstage with our producer, who's also a high-ranked ADC player, so he likes to chime in, and we have good discussions back and forth on the games. And as soon as he saw Jin, he's like, "What? Why would anyone play Jin right now?" And I had to agree. I was like, you know, Jin with the lethality changes, with the
Deathfire Grasp.
exactly
Touch.
his Keystone getting pretty much gutted. You know, there wasn't a lot of direction. It's why we've seen him really disappear from the ecosystem of 80 carries down there. But SLZ makes it work. This is 7.6. He goes for Warlord's Bloodlust. The changes have been that you can crit or you can heal off of the crit. And his build was really interesting. He went for double Zeal item, Ghostblade, Infinity Edge, and Ninja Tabby. And the reason why SOFM didn't jump in on him during the cast that you guys pointed out is because he was sitting on 4th shot with Ninja Tabby and Karma sitting next to him. How lucky is SOFM feeling? Because as soon as he hits you with 4th shot, like, could you kill him in time? Would you actually be able to burst him?
I just don't think, 100% that. Mostly just the fact that A, they've been forming around him very well, and then you have a Shen. So if you just don't insta-kill him, you're going to have to, A, get the instant heal off of that.
Yep.
But also at the same time, we've seen times where you just can't get the kill on Karma early on in the
Yep.
game because Shen ulti is just always going to happen. So it was great from OMG to be able to save the man.
But the other reason why the Jin pick really worked out, or why it wasn't as punished as much, is because he was across from Caitlyn. Yes, Caitlyn did itemize into the Blade of the Rune King route, which has grown over in popularity. So her mid-game power trough, you know, she's going to peak a little bit earlier and then still kind of dip down. But again, it's that dip. It's the fact that because he's against Caitlyn, he's not against the likes of like the Varus or the Lucian who are going to wow, I do that every time. Spike on every single completed item. I always want to kind of combine those
Combine,
words. It's That's 3 times now. Ridiculous.
Truly part of the Power Rangers.
Exactly. He's able to bridge towards that Infinity Edge and not get punished while he's waiting for that second big item to come in after Ghost Blade, whereas other AD carries who wouldn't be Caitlyn, like the Lucian, would be picking up their second item and be like, let's go, Jin, let's ramp this up. So I actually thought that was quite a clever pick, seeing all the AD carry bans come through and the fact that he was across from Caitlyn. So the over-denial kind of bit Snake in the ass.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest points too, along with that, was the fact that they were able to get themselves the karma on top of it. So they, in the bottom lane, they do play fairly aggressively, even with the Jhin pick. Their Jhin pick's a lot different than, let's say, Game Towns that look to pick the champion with kind of like not really like Malzahar even, especially out of the Malzahar meta, where you can just get outshoved, consistently harassed. As you can see, he gets that, he gets the MVP, so it's nice to work around that point. Is that he plays incredibly aggressively, and he has the karma. Meanwhile, it's a Caitlyn and what? Nami? That's not going to get shoved in lane. So Jhin actually is going to be completely fine in the lane because the support pick is in his favor. He's able to contest this shove consistently.
And with this MVP pickup and with this victory from OMG, I believe they are now locked for second place.
There we go.
Wow, IG can't even catch them. That's pretty insane, honestly, compared to like how they've been building up. The split really just came out of nowhere. It wasn't until like last week. I think even I said it was just like OMG are just like actually they were in second place for a while, but they just kind of crept up on people.
Which now we also then need to look at the other side at Snake. So they fell down here. They're still competing for that spot. Technically, I may still own the spot, I believe, because I may have the superior record.
Yep.
But the thing is now it comes down to this final game. I'm here against RNG, Snake are against LGD. If both teams win and Snake can do it in a 2-0, Snake will take the spot. If both teams lose, as long as Snake takes a game, they will automatically get the spot. So it's still much more in Snake's favor that they will take the spot over time, even though I may currently own it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see LGD. I want to see what LGD is going to play, if they're going to be able to take this one fully seriously, because they know that they're locked in level, like in 6th place, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically, it doesn't mean anything for them in terms of the regular season, but with how close promotion tournament is, they really start to they have to get it formed. They have to start playing seriously to see how good they are, and of course form a strategy going up against Game Towns. Not only that, but of course they have to go up against the 2nd place LSPL team after that. So the gauntlet still goes on after that point. So they lose one set, it's over for them. So LGD needs to start playing really aggressively, and of course they're going to be going up against Snake.
Yep.
So that's going to be a big test to see. Is LGD going to give them that free run? We'll have to see.
I mean, theoretically, this is like one of the last times that LGD gets to, I guess, scrim on stage against like a good team, because no one else is going to give them a scrim at this point in time going into playoffs. No one's going to be like, yes, LGD, let's get ready to go. That will improve our playoff chances. So it actually is good experience for them as they go up against these LSPL teams, because apparently there's actually a lot of good competition ready to take their place.
Yeah, definitely. Currently, spoiler alert to everyone out there, Young Miracles did lock themselves in the finals and playoffs, taking down Royal Club. Royal Club's going to have a second chance, of course, in the 3rd place position. But now you look towards perhaps Sunning Gaming. If Sunning Gaming, who has a Voidless on their roster, along with Fury. If
This guy's a huge Voidless fanboy. Every single time.
The man should still be on IMA, all right? I'm just putting that out there. But there's a lot of notable players on that team. They're looking pretty good. So if they go up against perhaps this team here in LGD, it's going to be a tough one for them.
That's even assuming that they beat GT in before Gimgoon slays LGD by himself single-handedly.
Hey, you know who's out of contract?
Who's that?
Acorn.
Bring him in.
I wonder
Acorn.
who's going to be showing up in the EU LCS next split.
All I'm saying, Game 5, the man just freshly signed on the dotted line. Someone sits on the LGD chair. Guess what? It's Acorn.
Good, but this goes back to the idea that you can never underestimate the LSPL teams. I know that our global audience really only have the direct comparisons of the challenger circuit to come across, but it is a completely different animal. It's easy for us to say LSPL. It's exactly like the challenger series, but it really isn't. There's so much more money. There's so much more talent that's pumped into that region because there's 3 different leagues in China. There's the LPPL, which is the reserve league. There's the LPL, which is the professional league. And then there's the LSPL, which is the semi-professional league. And then there's the TGA tournaments underneath it. Like, it's a massive region. There's a ton of money pumped into it. And you have a ton of superstars like Acorn that have just been sitting around in the LSPL waiting for their time to shine.
Yeah, and the big point on that one, too, is the fact that they're all in gaming houses, every single one of them. They play on LAN, so there's never a point about LAN experience. They do it every week. So if you go up against them, they're going to be pretty fresh. They've been in tough competitions for themselves. So that's going to be a big one for LGD and Game Towns, and along with any of these 5th place teams that go in there as well.
And Raz, you brought up a really good point kind of before broadcast that we haven't really touched on, this idea of cementing legacy versus creating legacy in the LPL, just because it really has been a historic season for us. And going back to this LSPL point, I mean, we have a lot of teams like Snake, like Chaogu, like Newbie, who have all kind of come out of the LSPL and are trying to cement their legacies and starting that route now in the LPL. So you can never discount an LSPL team. Ming came from an LSPL team. He's now the star shot caller of RNG. There's a ton of talent there and a lot of power.
Yeah. Definitely make sure that you check the promotion tournament. It will be coming at the same time as playoffs as well. But we will be setting up for our next series of the day.
叫小菊能不能救出小鱼？哇，这一炮打到了，伤害很高。这意思写的翠神已经是闪现躲过，但是哇，后面为什么被爆裂果实给炸下了
？Miss 这个直接给他一个快餐，一个快递，直接拉他下来跟我皇城 PK。
这一波就不掉一堆塔，这一波就赚了。
这一波
伤害很高，要追吗？
这波还要追，
放得很远。
有红 buff 有机会杀，漂亮闪现地到了 ，AJ 这边没有闪现的，
逼出了一
红 buff 一直粘到 ，AJ 这边很难受，把他直接敲死了。开口这个 W 的预判。QG 其实是打大龙的时间很快，想要出来看一下可丽的这一脚又是一个2-3。
这没什么办法了，因为南枪闪现刚才抢大龙用掉了。
伊泽尔闪现红 buff 留人，留下一个合同倒下，有可丽又是一个铁金钟罩往上飞，龙选择开大招，但这边直接被 EG 给点死，只剩下 LS 一个反向逃跑，交了闪现，还是被 EG 拿下一个quadra kill。时间上面可以被拖过去，现在 Q 的一个时间已经结束，但是RNG 选择是这边要开团，看到的是小五原地给了一个鸟盾以后，夕阳已经进场，马拉松这边被控制，剩着一个 W 打高出一个区域，正面的酒桶已经是被打出春哥，小五进场被睿智给吓到的话，雷米进场在后面的输出，看一下小狗的位置，小狗在被左边的睿智逼迫了一个输出，之前必须要拉撤，雷米这边原地又被打出一个春哥，那这样的话 OMG 这波团感觉要赢了，但是马拉香光再一次的进场，现在就看小狗的输出能不能打赢。没办法，正面的2个前排已经倒下，现在这波是司马老贼的局了，追击两边右侧的人，最后是露露跟纳尔同时找到小狗在正面，虽然带走了一个复活天使，但小狗这边有射手专注，瞄准的是后面的涡六，现在还在做拉大，小狗想最后一次捡，换掉了生的春哥，但没有办法，司马老贼这边上来跟上2枪，拿下了这个人头。
罗莉现在血线有点低了，一剑献给了大招，结果能不能下来？完了，伤害爆炸，
大招已经残血了，这样的话他就只能撤，把那个镇压血线已经被
没扣，血量很残，会不会被秒掉？
东方的西安也死，
没了，卡兹克要自杀了吗？
哇，杰拉只知道卡兹克这边是人头，你看看 Mistake 跑不掉啊，这残忍的 Mistake 一直在打伤害，但是没用，又是被艾希2剑破败吸死。他要有机会去摸塔了，他有无妖，
技能全部躲掉了，没意义。艾克等级要领先了，
是的。AP 人1技能来躲技能的话，伤害
哇，好凶啊！哎，
哇，踩到一个加强
有鱼，吃到鱼了，但是怎么说金身？
皇城 PK 最后2边的上单都传送过来，
金身我再来，你来玩金身我来。
哇，
但是我有队友的支援啊！圣枪哥还有金身的，我觉得艾吉特老被金身气死了。
来看看对手落地，金身，姿态一个1技能砍死
，3个金身，但是我都是后用的金身威力太大，我的队友可以空架，
还在一脚踢到 Q2，
但是会被晕住吗？不会，
但是克雷打艾克打
得过吗？小人能 Q 住吗？
下克没 Q 到被秀了，闪现，断一绝对。来了，
这边正在主动发难的，
有大招的，看怎么秀。如果哇，这个要被踩吗？
金身相按，但姿态也还有个金身打招。
哇，有鱼，金身再来。
哇 ，The winner is Rookie。
这边要杀泰坦吗？能不能杀掉？
杀不掉啊！这个盾给出来一剑，射到了笨。
连拳打到风下走位，W 这4个人
被关住门来打呀！这边笨交了一个闪现。
在这个岩圈大战还没有上去，踩过来3个人，这一波岩圈的沿途，这里面又是秒到了吉德拉。
95期的伤害不足以秒掉这个Scott，还能追击。
踢到后，
绝命一波了，
绝命一波，
正面大倒 AJ 能不能开起来？很关键，Amy 进场，哇，希娜这个推起来，而且救赎之光洒在众人身上，给鳄鱼回到了半血左右，先勾到了 Amy。
一闪打到金角，就是要秒金角，大招秒金角，秒掉了。
闪现水炮，尾神这边上去想收雅典娜，直接被节俭，雅典娜打一个喷射球果没有下去，面前还有一个激斗一个 W， 雅典娜这边还在风筝，但后面伊普已经处理到了后排，这波老人打了一个团灭出来。龙血量很低了，看一下 Amy 下去能不能前面抢到了 ，Amy 抢到了大龙，而且这个时候伊普进场，
全部的
全都倒了，
只剩奔赴，直接跟大招
哇，
距离。
金角起来也被收了4杀，大招开来跳下去 ，QA 惩先惩掉了，然后 Amy 的第2个惩再加 R 闪调角度踢到双 C。
Welcome back to the LPL and our final series of the day. It is also a second series of the day. It's LGD and IG going toe-to-toe now. And we're back onto the analyst session. Frosker will be joining me for the cast. Hello, guys. How are you doing? How was that 5-minute break for you? We watched the top 10 plays of last week.
Woo!
Yeah, it kind of just catches you off guard. You're like, all right, play one. Oh, 1 minute. We got to get back into
Yeah,
this.
Get back to our seats. But yeah, I definitely feel like the Cogmore play with the Blast Planet should have been higher up the list. Personally, I'm just saying.
Wow. Thanks for your personal commentary.
Oh, wow. There we go. You're getting hit up.
Because she's an AD carry main and I'm a top lane main. And I was praising the AD carry. You should be on my side of it, nothing else for us, Kieran.
I'm just pretty salty because I have to cast the LGD series.
Ooh.
And I'm already feeling pretty bitter about that bet. So I'm probably just on the wrong foot to start with.
I mean, you should be repping this team because you were behind them so hard. Now you should be still behind them because they still have to go up against GT in a promotion tournament or at the very start of that to make their way in. Because if they lose that, they're going to get auto-relegated.
Yep, that's the terrifying thing for LGD and their fans is that they're going to take one of the most historic organizations in the LPL. This is like relegating Dignitas.
Oh, no. But they're back, so that point is mute, everybody. Don't listen to her.
She's like turning around, taking a shot at me, taking a shot at Raz. I mean, just like you can try and crawl out of this hole, but it's not going to work.
Here's the thing. You even hit it like established teams. Like there are a lot of established organizations. You even talked about it earlier on. It's just that EDG, Chiagu, RNG, OMG, Snake, the list keeps going on. The only teams that don't have an established like brand so much is Game Talents and IME. And IME even went to Worlds, so that's going to be pretty sad regardless of whether they come in and out. So one of these teams, Game Talents, LGD, going to be put into the LSPL. And it's going to be ridiculous to imagine a world where LGD is not in the LPL. So we're going to have to hope, fingers crossed, that Kim Goon wins out here, everybody.
We just took a right turn, but I like it. Let's actually bring it to our series of the day, though. It's LGD versus IG. Maybe the previous conversation was more interesting because right now, IG, they really need to just straight up blast LGD. They need to just like roll over them. And it should not even be a contest.
But
like, we need to see them turn up today.
There's less incentive for them to do it. Yeah, they're not locked into the playoffs, but OMG just stole the quarterfinal seed from them. So there's no way that Invictus Gaming can lock themselves into quarterfinals. Like, they still want to try, and they still want to win, but the stakes stakes aren't as high now that OMG have won and locked the place because IG don't get that free buy.
And here's the thing, you should never really rest on your laurels because there have been a lot of upsets.
Tell a lot of LPL teams that.
A lot of upsets, everybody. And so IMA going up against RNG, we've already seen OMG take that win. And we've seen what IMA can do. So if IMA are able to somehow take away that series, then suddenly, like, what is IG doing? Like, that's going to be ridiculous to imagine IG even falling and losing out in that gauntlet spot. And then falling and up, maybe even lose out to Snake. Not going to happen if this series goes in LGD's favor. But anything can happen. Group A has just been such a scramble for about weeks upon weeks. We never did imagine OMG coming up and taking second position for quarterfinals because we didn't even know what it looked like. Group A for a long time was just a blank about everybody in that massive fight. Who's going to come out of that one without a broken bone?
They're like all rolling. It's like one of those things in the cartoons where it's like the smoke cloud and everyone's rolling around and suddenly like OMG like pop out.
Yeah, it's just like
well, RNG calmly walked out and then OMG were the ones to pop out.
Yeah,
and that makes
and now it's like Invictus game. They're like,
get us out of here.
So they're gonna get dragged in by everyone else.
Yeah,
that's basically Group A right now in the LPL. I guess for like IG, they need to approach this game in two ways. Either they don't try to just have a fun game, it's a loony, right? Or they try really hard, but then if they still lose, then that is really damaging for their mental. Like I've seen many a team go into a game that they should win and not really try and then think, oh, actually, we really want to win this series and then lose. And then they're just crushed mentally for the next 2 weeks.
I mean, the nice thing about their opponent is they're against the worst team in the LPL right now, but also Invictus Gaming, if you're going to look at their weaknesses, they're a pretty one-dimensional team. Like, does Rookie or does Duke go off? If yes, then just everyone hang on, pull everyone's limbs in, buckle up for the ride, and just let them carry you. LGD are also a super binary team. If Imp gets Caitlyn, win game. If Imp doesn't get Caitlyn, lose game.
And here's something I'm about to show you. It's a little bit of a trick. Just take a look at this seat here. Oh, wait a minute. Where's Kid? Wait, what happened to the man?
They replaced their jungler in week 10?
Yep, guess so.
Insane.
Yep,
we'll get to that one in a second, Rads. But LGD, Jinu, Amy, Godvi, Imp, PYL. The same for the most part. Of course, Jinu has been in for weeks now and probably the right play because he was the most consistent member of that team for like 5 weeks.
I'm just saying, Game Talents, LGD have a free Korean import spot. Just
as we go into IG.
Of all the teams you could join, never mind. We have Duke in the top lane. Go ahead, Raz. You may take this one.
Oh, there we go. Duke in the top lane. Rio in the jungle. And, of course, Rookie in the mid lane and Margin making this bottom lane.
Okay, so brand new jungler. Kid is nowhere to be found. He's been playing with them the entire split for 9 weeks now. And in week 10, Invictus Gaming are like, that's enough. We've had enough. Bam, let's get another walking sightstone in here.
Here's the thing about this, because this is a little bit ridiculous. You mentioned it. Why would you bring in a new jungler all of a sudden in week 10? 10. That is the end of the season for you, and you're bringing them in. Now, with that being said, it's still game 1, so they're bringing him for game 1. Maybe if he does well or loses out, they can swap him in for Kid, so they're just trying it out. In the past games, a bit of criticisms that we've had towards Kid is that if he comes onto the lead, sometimes he had phenomenal games, can take over the early game, and he looks like a madman. Or he just does nothing in the game, and so you have two solo laners that do incredibly well in Duke and Rookie, and in the bottom lane, they just don't do anything. They just keep even in the lane. So there's no moving pieces here, and your jungler, who should be piecing the map together, isn't really there for them. So they're bringing in Rio, who I don't even know what his name is. He's fresh, new. Probably from solo queue with how often they've been bringing in solo queue talent here.
But we've seen, other teams pull this maneuver. You think about EDG, who recently brought out their new top laner, Min, and there was just nothing on this guy, and suddenly comes out of nowhere, and he's just an absolute monster. We know that Invictus Gaming, like EDG, are trying to breed up their own domestic talent. They've got Jackie Love sitting in the wings, just waiting for him to come of age. I believe it's one more split before he can play competitively in the LPL, so Marge is certainly feeling the fire behind him, and now suddenly a new jungler. So not super unsuspecting, but it's just kind of this, where do we actually place this talent? How much has he been scrimming with the team internally? How much has he been communicating with them? Because for all we know, Ryu could have been sitting with Invictus Gaming this entire time, being brought up by the org.
But if there was, Raz, if there was any weak point of the team, it was going to be Kid, because the amount of times that he has had those negative performances that you were alluding to has been more and more and more as the weeks have gone on up until the end. Sometimes he'll have that game, but it's 10%. and the rest of the times he's even costing the team games. So
Yeah.
it feels like regardless of who this guy is, it could actually just be better for the team.
Yeah, you start to wonder about the effectiveness, and we'll see it. I think one big point to mention this is there is one person, highest KDA in the league. Doesn't mean anything because he only played like 2 games, and it's Yeehan. So, all I'm saying is that you bring in new jungle talent, could turn out very well depending on the environment that he's placed in. So I want to see what Rio can do. And remember, Duke said in an interview that he is still looking to get to MSI. That's his one goal. The team is still looking for it. It's alive, and guess where it is? It's in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Let's get to Rio, buddy.
Man, can you imagine they just picked up a random player from solo queue and named him Rio for that one reason? Maybe that is.
You know, usually when there's like a pun like that, usually it's like planned out. Like
Yeah.
you see it, you're waiting for weeks for like the perfect setup. But the fact of the matter is we get these rosters maybe 30 minutes before they go
Yeah.
live. So that was a pretty quick turnaround for us.
that was top tier. Well, LGD and IG going toe-to-toe in this one. It will be Jace, Shen, LeBlanc bans out, Cogmore, Camille, and Caitlyn towards LGD. So already the flowchart is dead. And as such, they will first pick the only consistent member on that team, his champion. It's Junior's Fizz.
And it disables a lot of that bottom lane as well. So taking away the power, like the fact that it's double 80 carry ban, and then they take away like the one support that really empowers the 80 carries, like, and you don't get Lulu, just to like salt in the wound.
There's Ashe as well, going down to Mud. So bot lane has already been locked in for IG, keeping the jungler top lane and mid to their chest. And now LGD are ready to pick the rest of their team.
And because we already see the Ignite and Teleport, it does make sense that would be Jinu's Fizz. That said, Wayless can certainly, excuse me, I never know which name he has. Godby can certainly play it as well, so it's still technically a Flix, although I feel like his Summoner spells kind of give him away at least to the audience. This makes sense.
They'll go into the promotion tournament, name change again to Wayless. It'll happen.
And then he'll climb back up to the
He'll
LPL.
climb back up and then change to Godby again. Go right back to Goldby. So pickup of Karma coming for PYR or Godby. Probably more of a PYR champion. I doubt Godby will take that in the mid lane. And it's Lee Sin into the jungle for Amy.
Wow, so the fact that they're prioritizing Amy's champion when so many bans were already thrown down at Imp, you know, either Imp has something sitting in his pocket where he doesn't think it's going to be touched, like the Twitch pick. I agree with you, because you have to think that going into second rotation of bans that Invictus Gaming can continue to put the heat on, you know, ban away that Lucian, maybe take away the Twitch if they're super desperate, because LGD, again, very binary win conditions. Does Imp get an 80 carry that he can carry on? If no, they will lose the game.
Rookie has already picked up Syndra for himself in the mid lane, so he's fine with that blind pick. Syndra's totally fine.
But what this does mean is that maybe they alleviate off of Imp and now start pressuring Godby. So the fact that Rookie took Syndra so early on red side, I expected the Echo Band to come through. It does really well into Syndra because he can absorb a lot of that burst damage with the Chrono Break, as well as the fact that Godby is an Echo one trick. So if you've already kind of taken the wind out of Imp's sails by banning away those 80 carries, prioritizing and picking away the Ashe, then you start decommissioning the other only available threat on the team, and it's Godby with his Kassadin and Echo.
Fiora ban towards Duke. It's an interesting one. Kled as well. So take away 2 picks that Duke can play, but I wouldn't classify as Duke champions. It's really just good picks into Fizz, I guess. And then Kassadin as the ban against Godby. So they've actually just like triple banned him, taking away the Syndra as well.
But Rumble's still available for Duke if he wants to. You know, he knows he's going against a Fizz. I'm not going to say it's a great matchup, but he'll still have pushing priority. And the thing is normally you don't want to take a tank into Fizz just because he's so good at tank busting them. So why not prioritize the damage, have the pushing potential, and go for the Rumble? Although Kennen, I think that's 80 carry.
That's probably ADC, yeah. I've seen a couple ADC Kennens around the world. I think this is probably the first one we've had in LPL this split, though.
I'm pretty sure this is what your specialty coming from EU.
Yes, kind of. I know Reckless tried it a little while ago, but let's see about this one. Victor picked up for Godby, so indeed it is AD carry Kennen. We'll touch on that one in a second. And IG for the final pick, it will be top lane, as Graves was the jungle pick for Rio.
But this is what we were talking about, the fact that there was probably something in Imp's wheelhouse that he felt comfortable losing that many AD carries that he needed something to fall back on, and it is going to be the Kennen AD carry. So we've seen it a lot in the LPL as an on-hit attack speed top laner, but I believe this is the first Kennen that's been played in the AD position this year.
Definitely in the LPL, yeah.
Yeah, the LPL.
Yeah. We'll have to take a look at this one. And let's see about it. LGD versus IG.
But there's the Rumble that we were talking about from Duke. Again, Fizz really excels going into top lane matchups because he is a tank buster, so it figured that as soon as they saw the early Fizz, that Duke would prioritize more of a damage-oriented champion, more of a 5v5-oriented champion. I really love Rumble because of the flexibility that not only will Duke have pushing priority, but if he gets ahead, he's also has a lot of kill priority and strong 5v5, so I feel like it empowers a very strong member on Invictus Gaming.
Now, I remember when AD carry Kennen came in for the first time years ago, because I was saying it could be a thing, and everyone called me an idiot, including all the analysts in the region. Then it got picked, and everyone was like, so Pulse, how does this work? And it was great for a little bit, but then he got nerfed like 7 times because no one wanted him to be an AD carry. So he lost all his AD, and people had to pick more AD on to make it work, and then he got nerfed again on his AD, on his base AD. And then it just became very difficult, because what he had originally was self-peel. He had an increased armor and magic resist that you activate and instantly deactivate, so you just have more stats as an ADC. And then there's ultimate, of course, which is the big thing. And then stun in the laning phase. So you itemize pretty much all attack speed, and then you just stun people over and over and over and over again. And it's pretty great. But then he got nerfed so much that everyone kind of stopped. However, Blade of the Ruined King's back, and it can work again.
And it goes back to itemizing towards that attack speed and being that stun bot, especially because it's paired in tandem with Karma. It means that early game he's still going to do ridiculous damage, and even late game there's going to be a significant amount of compensation in poke damage because he is paired in tandem with the Karma. So we'll keep our eyes on how the Kennen is able to bridge from mid game into late game. I will admit I'm not super familiar with the AD Kennen. It's more of, again, that reckless special, the EU LCS. We don't see it pretty much ever in the LPL if it's not outside that top lane. But I can make probably some educated guesses how this is going to play out in the bottom lane.
I know there was people who were being pretty skeptical about the pick worldwide, because we've seen it crop up a little bit from region to region. But with varying success as well. However, Hurricane also great because it applies Mark of the Storm onto anyone you're hitting. So you can get multi-man stuns down.
And already, with LGD's composition, you can see a ton of AoE capabilities. This is a very strong 5v5 comp, although they do have the potential to run the 1-4 if the Fizz gets ahead. And also, even if Fizz doesn't get ahead, even if he's just on clock, especially in the Rumble matchup, it's going to be very skill dependent. I'm going to give it slightly to the Fizz just because he has so many abilities to kind of maneuver, reposition out of the fight, and kind of play around Rumble's overheat and a lot of that damage. But it's really how Jinu and Duke are going to play individually, which is why I'm very hesitant to be like, yes, for sure, Fizz or Rumble will win this matchup. Just because, for all I know, Duke could just be that much more superior player over Jinu. Maybe Jinu's uncomfortable on the Fizz.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's just like, mostly it is a skill matchup. It's slightly favored to Fizz because you can work around Flame Spitter, because Urchin Strike goes right through him, then Rumble has to turn around. You can never hit ultimate on him because E and Q from Jinu.
Playful Trickster, just so obnoxious.
Super annoying. And at the end of the day, it's also Duke. So I think with those 3 factors, maybe it can just be a straight-up even matchup.
And you can already see a little bit in Imp's CSing, although he did get 5 out of the 6 creeps, so it was very close there, that he's not quite used to how much damage Kennen is doing. Some of those creeps living with a sliver of health, but this is a cute little cheese if Rio can execute on it.
He'll go as soon as he hits this minion. Yeah, in comes Rio. But Jinu should have a Z. Yeah, there you go. So Jinu's back to tower already, but he'll smoke him out.
And the problem is the fact that Jinu was allowed to get level 2 into that gank. So Ryu may be a little bit uncoordinated with Duke. Again, we haven't seen him on the competitive field yet. Duke is the Korean member, so there's bound to be some language issues there. But you shouldn't wait for Fizz to have Playful Trickster before you go for that gank. Make use of the cheese that you're level 2 and they're level 1.
I mean, I'll tell you what, like, Duke should have told Rio that that minion that he was going towards was level 7. It's level 2, because that was the 7th minion. But yeah, Rio definitely was not counting that. Duke should have told him. And I definitely called him Ryu before because I'm too used to casting Ryu. But it's definitely Rio. That's going to be hard for me to get used to, but it's his first game.
Man, there's just so many throwbacks for you. You got your Ryus, you got your Reckless.
AD Cannon. I know.
It's almost like you're at home.
Yeah.
Now all we need is like a 45-minute game where nothing happens.
Yeah, there you go. Rio back to this bottom lane. It's going to hit PYL, but pretty much safe. That was a nice disengage coming in from the bottom lane of LGD.
But that's 2 attempts now from the new jungler from Invictus Gaming, and he's trying to attack these lanes. But unfortunately, he's not really gaining any ground. I feel like he's not really the attack dog that they want. He's more like a puppy right now.
Yeah.
Kind of wobbles into the lanes.
Yeah.
Not quite taking the correct gank angle, not quite ganking at the superior times. That said, it is a very hard lane to gank between a Cannon and Karma. Very self-sufficient. A lot of mobility in that lane. A lot of ability to walk you down or slow you down.
Yeah, but he's trying, right? Like, it's his first game in the big leagues, and yes, he's down in farm, but he's really trying. He went to top lane, went to bot lane.
He's like, mid lane's next.
Yeah. Rookie's judging him as well. He's like the hard-ass teacher.
Listen, come here. I have the hard CC right now.
Yep.
Stop messing around with these other lanes. Duke's like, I got a harpoon.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to impress top lane and mid lane pretty much. Because think about what Kid brings to the team. He was like the walking ward, and that was the great thing for IG, because he wouldn't take it into kills. Rookie and Duke would get all of these kills, and they would go off and you'd win the game. And that's IG's win condition. So as long as Rio facilitates those lanes, maybe he gets another game.
Yeah, that is pretty much all he needs to do, is just make sure that Amy isn't able to impact all of this.
Oh, hello. Flash coming in from Megan plus the Ignite, but PYL is getting chased out here. Mudge will flash after him at the shield. Imp will get the first kill and the first blood of the game. Turns on to Mudge, looking for the stun, finds it, and the minions, not enough to finish him off. A 2v2 kill, but a skin of their teeth.
And they change aggro right there. Great job from Imp, also using the brush to drop it to make sure that it is just a 2v1 free pickup in favor of the Cannon.
I would be so salty if I was IG right now. Those minions definitely should have killed Imp, but they'd been paid off by LGD apparently.
But also Imp recognizing, when he was strong, that he could just not flashback, but pretty much just drive himself back. It's hard because he's a little lightning rat.
Yeah.
Pikachu himself back onto that back line and just like, hey Ash, you can't get away from me now.
Oh my god, that was... Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. LGD.
Nailed it!
2 kills on Imp. Means he's got a recurve bow and a vamp sep on his first back.
Exactly. It's that head start into the Blade of the Rune King, which is really what brought Cannon back into the top lane. So the thing is when Cannon's played top lane, he's pretty much the superior Gnar, because he gets to sit in mini Gnar form, in a sense, and punish those big tank matchups where he can walk them down. The AD carry position, he doesn't get that automatic free range benefit, but he does have relatively cheap itemization, as well as the fact that he is an early CC bot, so he empowers his heavy ganking junglers, although we haven't seen much of Amy bottom. And now he's just that another leg up on the Ashe, who had to itemize into early boots, which it's not a terrible pickup. It's really going to be punishing as soon as the Blade of the Rune King is completed. But for right now, Marge is actually in a decent position, though he's competing across from Sustain because of the Vampiric Scepter.
Oh, this is not going to be good for Marge. He's going to take a lot of damage. Imp was almost in range to get a bit more done.
Still going to be okay, though. Like, I cannot emphasize how cost-efficient Berserker Creeps are for the stats that you give you. Like, I love those boots. Greatest Pumas alive.
Oh, we have the 1v1 in the top lane. Duke is taking a lot of damage. This is going to be pretty close, though. Overheats, flashes away. We got the Playful Trickster, and it's not quite going to be the kill.
That was pretty overzealous for Jinnu to think that he could follow that up, however. I could see what he was trying to do. He wanted to get that other Urchin strike down, but great job from him to recognize that when Duke went into overheat, that was when he was going to go into overdrive and try to punish that Rumble. And this was the outplay that we were talking about. Even there, he got to the other side of him as soon as the Flame Spitter came out, so it forced Duke to turn around. He didn't get a lot of bang for his buck on that equalizer, but now he's pulling Ryu and Rookie to double down on how far forward this little fish is. Speaking of doubling down,
back off, and Imp is diving the tower with PYL. Megan's taking a lot of damage. They're not level 6 just yet, and Imp has already used his. That's the first kill over to them. Level 4 Marge versus level 6 Imp, and Amy has arrived in the bottom lane. This is pretty much a dead Marge. You're trying to get as many minions as possible before he falls, and another kill to Imp. 4 kills to LGD's Imp.
But where was this Imp in this LGD 4 weeks ago? Why now?
Well, if there is any time to show up afterwards, it would actually be against GT.
This is
so
not how
I would
this
like to
works.
see them do it again. But as we said, like, IG obviously not trying as hard, but sometimes this happens, right? Where Imp just receives a bunch of kills. He's got 4,600 gold, 700 gold.
Look at his face, though. That is a man who is dead inside. He's just bringing the enemy team down with him.
This is absurd. Oh, hello. Well.
Puppy grew up.
Yeah, he grew up real fast.
Flashes forward to make sure that he can get the instantaneous kickback on the shot kill.
Dude, did you see what I just did to your top laner? That's great. Kill the tower.
Duke, did you notice me?
Just hit the tower.
But it will be the Infernal Drake and not even first tower. So LGD still with the superior tempo advantage, especially on the bottom side of the map. At this point, next Dragon's going to be plus 6 minutes, so about 14, 45, 15 minutes. You have to think about item breakpoints.
Fuscaron just went full maps lady on that one. Numbers flying past their face.
The meme. It's happening right now. I just want like a visor.
I was actually listening to it. Go ahead.
No, but what this means is that the next dragon, which one is it? Is it another? Oh, it's an ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not super punishing for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah.
They can actually let that one go, which is great for them because it means that they then get another 12 minutes, so 2 rotations of dragon where they can sit back, farm, and try to get Marge more to those breaking points, unless they feel that Duke and Rookie are far enough ahead. So all eyes should be on the 2 solo laners from IG and how they unlock them and use them now for when that second dragon approaches. Because at this point, LG are like, we're ahead, we're going to stay ahead, and we're going to continue to abuse the fact that we're a great 5v5 Venn diagram of murder composition. So come Ocean Dragon, we'll see you there.
I mean, it does need to, keep leveraging the fact that Imp is so far ahead right now. Duke's juking into the bush, pops the ultimate, but it looks like he's pretty dead, honestly. Whoa, almost picks up the kill, and does kill Amy right there. Finally, Juno gets it, but that was almost a 1v2 kill for Duke.
Too close for comfort. Meanwhile, top.
Imp is going 1 versus 2. Now he's got PWL to follow up, and Megan's stunned down. He's trying to get back to the tower, but another stun comes out. The power of ADC Kennen. And Marge gets back to his tower finally. Collateral damage very close, almost the return kill onto Imp there.
But that's really serious because he is a kill bounty that's worth a lot of gold. And you know, Rookie's like, you know whose pocket that would look nice in?
Here comes PY out. Rio turns up, finds one, but Juno's doing a lot of damage. Should be able to get this one return. The ultimate coming in from Rocky as well, finds another one. He flashes over the wall, finds Jinu once more. But he should be able to get this one. Oh, it's going to be close. He's sticking down from the W out there from Fizz. And in the end, it is just a 2 for 2. Well, misses definitely
use the
a
vision.
standoff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, Duke's going to walk in here and just pick up the kill. Roasted.
And that's a shutdown bonus to the Rumble that almost 2v1'd the Fizz and Lee Sin bottom, and now has even more gold as well as the incoming wave. So the circus came to town. It was in the top lane for a little while, but ultimately Invictus Gaming got front row
seats. It's a traveling circus.
Got their popcorn and walked away fine with that. Remember that dragon that's going to be coming up around 15 minutes? Invictus Gaming, we said that their solo laners needed to get ahead because LG felt like they were going to fight it either way. Yeah, that happened.
Man, Duke is like the most challenging person to 2v1, I think, probably in the league. Like, so many times I've seen the 2v1 and him either get a kill, get away, kill both of them.
It's almost like he's a world champion or
Yeah,
something.
but he's the only one who actually shows it in the LPL.
That's weird.
We've had so many world champions.
A lot of them have been on LGD,
yeah.
actually.
Come to the LPL, and we've just never really seen them return to form. Take a look at Vici, for example.
Do you like golf? Do you like lemonade? Do you like sitting out on the porch and watching the stars fade? Come to the LPL, the retirement home of the LCK.
Yeah, falling stars. It's pretty much the Koreans coming here. Meanwhile, OMG, full Chinese roster.
That's the big thing. The fact that OMG bested in a group with Rookie, Duke, Imp, like so many superstar names is quite impressive and a big boon for Chinese talent.
Now we just got to do it internationally.
One day.
One day. There's the equalizer. Clears out the wick. Man, did they actually just... Yeah, it's still alive. Be another minion wave. So many people were in top lane from IG, though. It doesn't seem worth it.
So all that Ash Arrow did is stall for about another 10 seconds, like you said, that single wave, which would be worth it if Invictus Gaming would capitalize on it with maybe making a flank play. You know, use something with that space of tempo that they created. But because they just threw the Ash Arrow and then gave the turret away from free, you just kind of left like, was that worth it? Did you get like a free? Did you get a free back? What was the plan there?
I don't really know, honestly. And LGD will just get another tower on top of that. So they are still 2,000 gold ahead. And to be honest, most of that is still on him. Who's 5-1-1. Has a second recurve bow.
Ult.
And he is going to kill Marge right here. Marge is very dead.
So this is the thing about Kennen ADC. So we
And
said
Marge face palms.
the early game that he would be doing a lot of ridiculous damage because, I mean, it's so early, especially in tandem with the Karma. But it was really about that how he would bridge from mid game into late game. That bridge is going great because he's like 6-1 right now.
Rio just dodges the ultimate from Jinnu, walks it off, turns to his side to see if either Duke, turns to his left to see if Rookie noticed what he just did. They didn't. They were looking at their own lanes. They were farming out. But one day he hopes to watch the replay.
Did you notice that? Are you
It's
proud
also
of me?
great because he's in the middle of them. He's literally sitting in between both Duke and Rookie.
I mean, this guy could be like a total like badass. He could be, you know, just like, I don't even.
Duke Nukem, that type of thing.
Exactly.
It's like, you know,
He
not
could be
looking at
so
explosions.
like gangster and hip and cool, and we've just automatically made him like the new kid at school, like waiting to get his finger painting hung up on the fridge by Rookie. This is not what I came to the LPL
I
for.
prefer that image, honestly. I'll keep looking at the player cams to see what his reaction is, but no, he looks pretty cool as a cucumber.
He does.
That smells Z style.
Icon style is what I was gonna say.
Icon style.
Doesn't he strike you as an icon?
As a well, he doesn't have the hand tattoo or a sleeve.
But
Maybe
he's
he
got
has a sleeve.
the nice swish of the hair. I mean, his
Yeah.
jersey looks finely pressed.
He doesn't have an undercut though. That's like the designation, right?
Are you saying that cool kids have undercuts?
Does Icon have an undercut? I think
You
he
have
does,
an
right?
undercut.
I do have an undercut. I'm definitely not. Definitely not part of the cool kids.
I wasn't gonna say it.
But I also won't disagree.
There might be some confirmation bias.
Yeah, well.
Right now, though, Imp is pretty much single-handedly winning 2 side lanes for LGD.
Well, look at him. He's like 60 farm ahead, had 6 kills and an assist over Marge. Marge hasn't even finished an item yet, and Imp's on 2.
But here we go. Here's the dragon fight. We know that LGD want to fight this, and look, Rookie's like, I'm fine. 0-4? I don't see you, Ash. Just throw the arrow.
Teleport from Duke. Nice dodge from Amy. He'll have to flash the wall eventually. With everyone here from IG, this should be the secure. No, jump over the wall. Nice secure in from Amy.
Uh-oh. Imp has a great
Imp comes
flank.
in and he's going to pop the ultimate. He's trying to kill Rookie. He just assassinates the mid laner as he turns around and gets blasted. Duke is going to kill him in return, taking down him for revenge. And Jinny was just going to town on Marge. Duke now with a flash, gets 1 kill, looking for another one. Turns out to Amy, gets another one. And Godby is just running for his life.
Disaster for LGD. So they get the Ocean Dragon, that's great. And it sets up beautifully for the initial part of the play, but then it all falls flat on its face because they can't team fight correctly. So ultimately, in the end, it's just going to be the pocket gold as well as some retribution there for the Ashe in particular. So now 2, 4, and 3. Marge isn't in as deep of a hole as he was. They say the #1 thing that when you're a giant hole is to stop digging. We stopped digging, starting to climb out. So the big thing for me here is where Imp's position. I see that, I'm like, he's going to flash that wall, and that's going to be one of the sickest Kennen ulti. Oh my god, he only hit 1 person. Oh my god. And then not only does he only hit 1 person, but he pretty much trades his life entirely for that. So all of your big, 6-0 Kennen is now dead. It's gone. There's no follow-up. And what's left is this massive Rumble who picked up the shutdown bonus earlier as well as those awesome 2v1 kills. And Duke's like, haha, the shoe is on the other foot. The tide has turned.
Man, Duke is such a badass. Like, also take a look at that ultimate and compare that to the ultimates we saw from Series 1 Rumble, where it's just like, they're just missing, doesn't hit anyone. That ultimate was probably hitting at least somebody for the entire duration, the way it was placed, because people had to run away, they'd run into the Rumble ultimate, or they'd run into the Rumble. So they had no good alternative. Like, Duke is so good at placing down these equalizers, and apparently Rookie just 1v1 killed Godby in the mid lane.
Yeah, Rookie looks at his keyboard. He's like, what is that between E and T? Is that R?
R? Yeah, I just hit that button. Oh, I got a kill. Great.
What,
cool, yeah.
what happens when I... Oh.
I would like to see the start of that. I doubt we'll get a replay, but...
It's actually just a slow-mo of Rookie just finding the
he was
R.
just, cameraman actually, just zooming into his keyboard, just, slowly pressing the R key. Oh, we do get a replay. Great.
Choose select. No, he's a stun. Bam into the Q. R blown up.
Yeah, pretty much that. I actually wish we could have seen the player cam as well, like how easy that was for Rookie.
Ah.
Yeah, well,
It automatically breaks the mid lane tower, though, so it creates this massive pivot point, which now Invictus Gaming get to exploit by getting behind Imp and PYL even easier.
Stop trying to fight Duke. Stop trying to fight Duke, because that will happen every single time you try.
Why is he there? Why are you there? I wish they had their mid lane tower to stop all of those creeps, so they couldn't just swing around behind them so easily.
Just taking a picture of that. Because that's classic LGD. Right there. Imp will just go in by himself, die while everyone's still alive. And take a look at the scoreboard as well. And it's, yep, he's definitely got the most kills in the game. Has had the exceptional in the game. They haven't been able to convert it.
You couldn't see it, but Pulse literally just Snapchatted.
You can catch that one on Snapchat.
And if you follow Pulse, you can see Imp is dead.
It's 11-11 right now.
He's building Sterix.
IG have taken the gold advantage.
He's still building Sterix.
And it's 1,000 gold advantage to IG. And this game is, I don't want to say over, but it's definitely getting there.
The problem is that Invictus Gaming currently win in the side lanes right now, so they're no longer able to exploit their Kennen or even their Fizz, just because Duke is an absolute madman. He's an absolute monster. And unfortunately, not only are their side lanes losing, but also, unfortunately for little Victor, in the mid lane, he's also losing. So what this means is that LGD are entirely reliant on a big 5v5 or a flank play, which, if you look at their vision around the top side of the map, is actually great. The bottom side of the map, it's okay, but they're not, they don't have the dragon fight to play around. They don't have the baron fight to play around. So what they should be doing is just playing safely in their lanes and allocating a bunch of farm and trying to secure and keep their leads that they built in the early game. What they're actually doing is they're giving all of their leads away for free. It's the LGD charity. Like, hey, you want a free series? Have I got the game for you?
Now, are you ready for some play-by-play analysis? Duke and Rookie are ahead, so IG win.
That was pretty top-tier mint there.
Would you like to dissect that? Is there anything wrong with that statement?
Well, an issue is that LGD are still very strong right now. Again, I agree with you
I'll
that
see you next team fight, Frost.
the Rookie and Duke are ahead, but you have the Trinity Force that's now completed for Fizz. You have the upgraded Hex Core for Victor. He has a really great mid-game power spike, so we're hitting that. And Imp still has his Hurricane and his Blade of the Rune King. So hope is not lost for LGD. Hope is lost for LGD fans on thinking that they will execute on this correctly because they haven't done it for 10 weeks. But if they do, they can 100% win still.
Also observe the fact that 4 LGD members just sat in that top bush and Duke just recalled. That's like 40 seconds wasted from the whole lineup as well. I mean, they could pull this win out of the back, but Imp had the biggest AD carry lead I've seen since Uzi when he had that 8-minute Blade of the Rune King on Tristana. And right now, IG are ahead from that.
Well, Imp threw it away a little bit when he was overextending and overplaying in side lanes, which he's trying to do now. I think Invictus Gaming actually should have called his bluff and sieged down for inner mid, while Imp traded inner top, because 100% that would be worth it for IG. But in the end, they will just get the free dragon. Unfortunately, it's only an ocean, so it's not as pivotal as it could be, like a mountain, like an infernal. And this is a great call from LGD. They know that the dragon is going down, so they're going to trade inner tower for ocean dragon. That's 100% now worth for LGD.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's straight up a good call, and that does even up the goal totals.
And again, this is Invictus Gaming actually just making the wrong calls during mid-game. They should have called LGD's bluff. Again, just rush it down mid. LGD will have to respond to you.
Just go for a fight. Like, Duke and Rookie will literally 2v5.
And that'll force the fight, especially if LGD are trying to engage on you. You have Asher, you have Syndra, you have Rumble. That's going to be so difficult to do.
Yeah. 11-11 at this point in time, 22 minutes, and IG lost out from that previous play.
Oh, he went Frozen Mallet.
He did, yes. This is, I believe this is the build that Wicked did in the Challenger Series as Gnar. And we criticized it for weeks because it's the only one he'd go for. No, it was Black Cleaver. He added onto that one.
This is one of my favorite top lane Kennen builds because you can pretty much walk down anyone. You kite exceptionally well. My issue with Imp right now is that he's playing super far forward with his ultimate as the primary engage. Because if you look at this composition, if Kennen doesn't land the ult on multiple people, there's no way for LGD to say, like, you fight us now. Maybe a fish, maybe an insect, but you're committing a lot more, and it's not as, what's the word, consistent as a Kennen stun, whereas Imp's build isn't really, meant to be there.
Yeah.
So I think that LG are kind of forced into a situation where even though their comp works really well in choke points, they almost have to continuously play the side lanes because that's where Imp's strong. He's strong in the 1v1 kite.
You also very rarely see that in the top lane because top lane has to be a front line just because of the role.
Yep.
So you usually see like Wit's End first or some tanking item plus the health from a Frozen Mallet later.
Explicitly, you would see this if they were going for like a 1-4 and like split pushing was the only win condition that they had left.
And that was if they were playing like an AD champion and it was an AP champion that would be dueling them. Again, it would still be Wit's End because that item is just unbelievably good on top lane. But as ADC, yeah, that is the item build. And you're actually wondering what he'll go from here. Whether he'll go more on hit, because the attack speed is still good, because it also directly translates into CC for the stuns there. And the higher you get towards 2.5 attack speed, that's theoretically like a stun less than every like 3 seconds. It does have diminishing returns, but the fact that someone has to stop and it interrupts channels, pretty good. that was very good. All right. Yeah, quick little clap there for you.
They are
Godby.
good players. They
good.
just make poor decisions. Like this. Why is this going down for free?
I don't know.
Here comes the flank. Here comes Imp.
It's on to Duke, though, and he's still pretty strong. He doesn't have Zhonya's, though, so he may actually just fall, and he's actually dragged... Oh, he does have
Here
Zhonya's,
comes
so...
Imp.
Cut that one. He's going to flash back to his team. Amy coming in, kick over the wall, and it should be secure, but he'll take someone with him. Of course he will. Marge taken out and assassinated by Imp in the backlines. PYL should be falling. He'll jump away. Rookie and Rio trying their best to kill Jinnu, but he's going to hop away. That's a 2-for-1 trade. LGD do get ahead. Jinnu is looking for the dancing feet, but he may actually just fall here, turn into a critter, and he's dead.
Double polymorph from Megan really put a wrench in Jinnu's plans there as he was going over the course of the fight. But this is what we were talking about. It's so hard to flank and engage on IG's composition because of the Ashe, because of the Syndra in particular. And even when Marge went down, LGD were still struggling to get into those fights with the threat of Rookie standing by.
I assumed he didn't have Zhonya's because let's take a look at that one. I felt like there was a time to Zhonya's like now, but he didn't.
Yeah, interesting. Also a good equalizer that split up and delayed PYL pushing into the fight. But check out Imp's positioning. Again, this Kennen is not built to be on the front lines. And if that's any other Kennen, he's like sees them all grouped up and he's flying in there and looking for the ultimate. But because it delays, it allows Invictus Gaming enough time to kind of, you know, get back to their huddled up, bouldered up form, cover their flanks, and just play around Rookie's cooldowns to eke out the rest of the fight.
And that was only a 2-for-2 though, so I think like a rare small misstep from Duke, because your goal with Azonius for the most part is to block as much CC and damage as possible. So if you block the chomp coming up from the Shark, you also wouldn't get hit by the ensuing 4 billion spells that came out from LGD. But he did really want to get the equalizer down, so that's fine. It's also a lot of KO players you'll see will use it at the very last second to save someone. You actually just want to use it to block most of the damage and stuff. That is the main cause of deaths in Silver Elo. KOs.
When Kale tries to play like Zillion.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much it. That might actually be the reason. I don't know.
Yep.
I want to save a life.
You're a different champion,
Not disrupt
please.
damage.
It's like when I get frustrated when Lulu's try to play like Janna.
Yeah. Yep. Also at the moment, I feel like Janna is just a worse version of Lulu.
Everyone's a worse version of Lulu.
Also not untrue.
That tasted purple.
There are some picks that are good into Lulu, like Karma though. I feel like today has become a very educational cast, especially in games that don't necessarily mean too much in terms of the standings. aka don't mean anything in terms of the standings. Like we can talk about things that you can apply to your own game at home. That are useful.
Like 80 Kennen.
Like 80 Kennen, there you go. Yeah, you want to go for those early attack speed items so you can get the consistent stuns out.
I'm happy that a game that I get to cast with 80 Kennen, he goes 7 and 3. I wouldn't have it really any other way.
That's true. And there's like 70 farm, 80 farm over Marge. Like there's a good chance of him flame horizon.
Poor little Marge can't be anywhere. Like everyone can kill him. His entire job is to throw the arrow. And you know, every time he throws it and it misses, he's like, oh, Jackie.
That's funny actually.
It's pretty demoralizing.
And I say funny because Jinnu has replaced Funny. Well, we'll probably never see him again, actually. I think Funny's just in the LPL graveyard. Maybe he'll crop up in LSPL. But Jinnu's just like a better Funny, I feel like, in every way.
He's actually a top laner. Unfortunately for Funny, he was a mid laner.
Yeah.
Turned top laner. So, you know, he tried to do his duty for the team.
I'll come back as a mid laner, maybe.
Jinwoo has been a surprise for LGD's roster. It was kind of curious why it took them so long to really land on him.
Yeah.
He's not perfect. You can definitely see that there's some growing pains there, some miscommunication opportunities with the team, as well as some individual misplays that he personally makes, but definitely a more consistent top lane threat than any other position LGD have in the roster.
He's a passable top laner with peaks. Sometimes he'll go off. Most of the time he'll just have a passable performance. Definitely very much an upper of the middle pack top laner, I would say.
Right now,
LPL.
he's looking for the fish to turn the game around.
Fish, fish, fish.
And the best fish would either be on that Duke or on Rookie.
Amy's being caught. So is Marge and Rio, though. Duke and Megan and Rookie, they're in the backline. These are the real threats of the fight. Imp has to get out immediately. Marge is still alive. Finally, he'll fall. But that will be 2 kills over to LGD.
But Equalizer is still available and Rookie is still healthy. Yes, he doesn't have his ultimate. Yes, they lost 2 members, but arguably kind of 2 of the weakest members, and they still have their 2 core damage healers, which is why LGD are kind of dissuaded from doing this Baron still.
Rio probably just saying that he lagged to Duke and Rookie. Duke is being called out, but I'm not sure if it's him being called out or Jinwoo at this point in time. Rookie is being split up from Megan and Duke there, and Megan will pay for that. Duke is still being chased down by Jinwoo. He really wants to kill him, and Rookie caught out in his mid lane. He'll knock everyone away before going down himself, and Duke, that's going to be the ace and delayed from LGD.
And LGD reminding everyone at home that they can still play League of Legends, and they don't care if Invictus Gaming are 3rd or not. They don't care if they're locked into the relegation tournament. They came here to win, and Game 1 will surely be theirs as this Baron goes down.
All right, LGD, I've been hard on you this game, but that was pretty sick. And they'll take the Baron on top of that and regain control over this game. It'll be like a 5,000, almost 6,000 gold advantage now.
And as we take another look at that play, Invictus game, oh wow, this is the very beginning one. So Rio gets tagged by the fish. He's going to instantly go down. Marge is also going to get blown up. IG do a good job warding off Imp, but they don't kill him because he's standing next to Karma, and that's kind of the big problem. Now it's a 3 versus 5, and I actually thought that the back half of that fight was more pivotal than the front half because it's Invictus Gaming overextending without any vision. Look at Baron. That hasn't really changed since when they started pushing down mid lane. It was completely dark. They overreached without vision. They were punished because Jinwoo got behind them and forced the equalizer out at an inoptimal time.
And additionally, as you were saying, the key members were still alive from IG, so you can kill like Marge and Rio, but in terms of the damage output they're doing, and also in terms of their tanking, it's not offering that much. Like Duke, Rookie, and Megan can very possibly just 3v5, and it will be a very even fight.
And from bad to worse for IG fans, the gold is now spread out on LGD. It's no longer all in Imp's pocket at 8, 3, and 6. Check out Godvi. 5, 2, and 2. This victor is massive. Lichbang, completed Hexcore, Morello's, and Void Staff. That guy's gonna hit like a truck.
It's pretty scary now for LGD. At the start, it was only Imp with the kills, and everyone else was just dying. But Jinwoo and Godvi are having a good game. And it's also Godvi on a pick like Victor, where he's actually just being a role player. Is what he did in the final game of the last series that really mattered for the team to stay within the LPL. But now he's actually just doing it again because all of his main picks have been taken away from him, and arguably he's doing better on Victor than he has in many of his one-trick Echo games.
And this is why it's so unfortunate for LGD fans, because you see these, you know, peaks and troughs from LGD where they get your hopes up, and you know what these players are capable of. Everyone knows how good Imp can play. Everyone remembers the heyday of PYL and Godby. It's just so much wasted potential. And unfortunately, at this point, they're pretty much like the LPL's greatest disappointment. You know, they were the chosen ones. They were supposed to, you know, go out to 2015, finally beat the Korean team at the World Championship, and bring glory back to China. They're like Kylo Ren. They just never came home.
Yep, pretty sad. And they are kind of like the edgy teenager kind of archetype, I guess. It's just sad because you see this in the performing against IG, and you can say what you will against IG, but this is a game where their carries got the kills. Duke and Rookie were big. And usually, that's a formula for IG all to win the game, but LGD is still pulling it back because of their star talent. Like, that's one of the really cool things you can say about the team. So hopefully that means they beat out GT, and hopefully it means they make their way back into the LPL if they put up performances like this in a promotion tournament. But just think what else could have been of LGD if they played like this all the time.
I dream of what could have been every single day, Pulse.
Yeah, you can carry on doing that while you're wearing the wig that you lost the pet to, but IG trying to claw onto their base. They're going to lose their inhib. Now LGD will back away. They made a smart call once more.
They should use their Baron bottom, try to break that bottom one. That said, they need to be very careful. They're still sitting on a lot of gold, but the arrow missing is kind of the big go button. Now the only other engage tool that IG have is going to be that equalizer. This is quite cautious from LGD. I would expect that they would play a little bit more fast and loose with their Baron.
Rio has gone for a rapid fire cannon on Graves here. So it didn't go towards Phantom Dancer, which is pretty common. I'm trying to think what that really gives him. I mean, one of his 2 shots, I guess, will be longer range, but...
Could just be leftover habits from solo queue.
Yeah.
The fact that we haven't really seen him play competitively.
I wonder if the spread is bigger. Like the cone continues, or the cone stays and becomes narrower. So I've never seen a Graves pick up a rapid fire cannon before.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a very small point and it probably doesn't mean anything, but it could be the difference between like 50 damage. If you hit everyone with those pellets. I don't know. Why do you think he went from rapid fire to cannon in this game?
Honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know Graves intimately enough.
I just think it's like weird. And I
You want to
know
like
why.
debate the static shiv versus Phantom Dancer on Sivir and Jinx, and I'll do that all day with you. If it's rapid fire on Graves, I'm like,
I don't know, man.
he shoots bullets.
They're actually pellets. So
Wow, he doesn't get the cigar and we make him shoot pellets?
it's a shotgun. Shotguns don't shoot bullets. It's
Oh,
never
but
been a thing.
Okay, so for some reason I automatically went to like rubber bullets, like we were declawing him even further.
No. No.
No, he's actually killing people?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah. He still does that. He still does a lot of damage. He does lose some armor from his True Grit, which is actually pretty major. It's like 120 extra armor and magic resist at max stack, so that kind of sucks on 7.7.
Is it still true that the champion with the highest base armor stat is Jace in Hammer form? Or has that shifted back to Shyvana?
Ooh, base armor stat.
It used to be, because I was a Nidalee main for a very long time, and I was very upset that they took away the free base armor and MR stats off of Vigor form. And I was like, but meanwhile, Jace just gets to stand there.
I don't know about armor, but I know about like health. It used to be all these garbage champions at the top, like Galio, Mordekaiser, and then like Gangplank when he was bad. And that's how it just disappeared. Godfrey jumping away. Fight? Nah, not gonna happen. All those champions had a lot of health, like crazy amounts of health.
Imp is
Imp
not
going.
done.
What was that? Okay, that was not a great ultimate. But it'll turn on to goodbye Godfrey, just eliminated by Rookie, and a follow-up as well. The 1-2 punch from Duke. He'll jump in here. Oh, he's looking for blood. Imp has been hit twice by the Electro Harpoons, and he's turning around. Lots of damage, but the rest of the team there is from IG. Juno jumps in, and he'll jump over everybody before going down into his Guardian Angel.
He's going to walk right into the... Yep, that one.
Oh, he'll jump away. Urchin strikes. Good, but he's dead. Electro Harpoon to the face. 1 for 3. So IG fighting back, but they have lost a lot of their base.
And ultimately, that's the main problem. The fact that these Ash arrows aren't connecting. So Invictus Gaming are entirely reliant on either the scatter, the weak hitting, or the equalizer, which that's fine to give the responsibility to Duke to start the team fight, but when they're being split push like that, Duke has another responsibility. He's supposed to be clearing out the waves and following the top laner, making sure that objectives aren't given away for free. He doesn't have time to then also be the Ash arrow because Marge can't hit his.
Go on, IG. We can bring it back. Let's take a half time. So we'll get the shoulder rubs in there. You can do it.
I feel like you would just be standing behind Duke.
I would, yeah. He's the guy. He is the man. He has 4 items. He's building his 6th item right now. I mean, he has 4 major items. He's building his 5th major item. I didn't just skip from 4 to 6.
What is that, death cap?
It's got to be, right? Yeah, it should be. There's nothing else that you would build from that. Well, maybe Rylai's.
Maybe.
Or probably death cap.
I don't know. I would like Rylai's. Tankier.
Hit that key equalizer. Just kill everybody.
Just blow everyone up.
Yeah. That seems like the best thing to do.
It's going to be much harder now that Imp also has his wits end, so didn't go for the defensive stat initially.
Yeah. The double magic resist items, not triple magic resist items.
Which is why he's able to stand on these front lines so capably. I mean, we saw him going toe-to-toe with Duke. Yes, Duke ended up winning in the long run, but Imp wasn't going down very quickly.
Yeah. Duke is sitting in a brush, waiting for someone to come across. Arrow lands onto PYL, but you see Amy there as well. Equalizer has been run down, and PYL is very much 6 feet under right now.
That is 3 ultimates used on the support Karma, however. All this will really buy Invictus Gaming is kind of a breath to walk into that Baron pit, maybe clear out some of those wards, but someone still needs to take care of Jinnu eventually, who's going to steal their blue buff, and you would assume continue pushing top. Bot.
Imp has well passed the Flame Horizon, which is 100 CS over your opponent.
What do you call a double Flame Horizon?
Or has there been any player who's done that?
What, like a Froggen?
Well, Froggen did it, but that's slightly different because Froggen sits in his base and soaks up minion waves from every single lane. So that's just a Froggen. That's not because you didn't necessarily get that over your opponent, you just sucked it up from the minion waves. You're like a vacuum cleaner.
So
versus like a lawnmower, you know? Because like a lawnmower, you're actively like doing something, but a vacuum cleaner is just like sucking it in.
Just imagine Flame just kicked back on a John Deere with like his foot up on the brake as he's just mowing down players.
Right? Like, or minions in this case. Like, that makes the most sense to me. But as soon as we do get a player who just smashes a lane so hard that they get 200 CS, then it becomes a X Horizon, you know? Because if you didn't know, Flame's a player and he did this a lot where he had 100 farm over his opponent.
LPL, I 100% guarantee you know who Flame is. There's a teleport.
I don't know, we have a lot of international viewers. Oh, Rookie's been called out, and so is Megan from Jinnu. That's a big fish, but he's not dead yet, and Jinnu is still trying to do what he can. He's got no Guardian Angel. He'll just kind of jump in. He's still alive somehow, but he's basically dead for the effectiveness of this fight. Rookie is down, and he's also lost Duke, so it's pretty much just, this is game over. Both of the big carries are down. Marge, this is your time to shut. Never mind. 5 kills, over to LGD, 2 for 5, and this should be the game.
And it was a split fight one on both fronts. So Imp did a great job, locked down Duke, made sure that the Rumble had to deal entirely with the cannon and forced him out 1v1. And that's a massive AoE stolen away from IG's team fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Godby's putting in all the work across every single member of Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, hold on for a second. Raz, get over here! So this game's pretty much over, and IG will be losing game 1. LGD is taking down these Nexus turrets. And it's a long one. It's 40 minutes on the clock, but eventually they'll get it after Imp had that crazy start. And he'll flash for the hell of it. He was thinking of jumping onto the pad and the fade away. That's game 1, over to LGD.
Why LGD? Where was this 4 weeks ago? Now that said, they are auto-locked into the promotion tournament, so even if they 2-0'd here, it wouldn't mean much for the standings, but certainly a lot for morale. As you can see the players' faces right now, they don't look like they won.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just experience. Amy thinks he's won. But it's just experience going into that promotion tournament. Hey, Raz.
Hey.
How's it going?
I heard you call me.
Game?
Well, at first, the moment you called me, I was like, whoa, I gotta get out. Gotta get dressed.
Did you undress?
I like to be comfortable, all right? I like the added comfort in the back there.
The superior viewing experience, ladies and gentlemen.
So this
Try
is...
it at home. Tweet at us. Tell us how it feels.
Just take a look at this. The gold graph means a lot because this was...
A roller coaster?
It really was. And I think one of the biggest points is like, where was LGD? Well, I don't even know if LGD knew where they were in this game. This game was ridiculous from them. They had a great composition in terms of just keeping him in side lanes, but they ultimately won in team fights. Take a gander, of course, at Imp's damage. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. And a lot of it was off the back of just miscoordination coming in from IG. These team fights should be fine for them, but you see countless times where Ash would find herself just randomly 1v1ing a Kennen who was trying to flank. Why don't you just group up together, keep up in form, and you'll win half these team fights?
But the thing is it never even had to be a 5v5. If you look at Invictus Gaming's comp, they have an Ashe, they have a Syndra. Why is that ever equal footing? Why don't you buy a control ward, clear out a bush, and make a pick, and then go for a 4v5?
That, my friend, was the anomaly of this game. There was a lot of anomalies. Let me set you up with the first anomaly. LGD was winning team fights. Why are they taking team fights? Like, they won the game. Sure, they won the team fight. That's result-based analysis. Usually people will come out and say, you know what, you won the team fight. Good job. The problem with it, you have a Kennen, You have a Fizz. Just sit in the side lanes.
1-3-1.
That's all you need to do is the weirdest 1-3-1 because, of course, you have the
They
cannon.
got the karma as well.
Yeah, exactly. Stick to the side lanes, and you have Victor being able to wave clear for yourself. You're fine. But then Kennen was constantly getting picked on side lanes. He was just like, all right, well, we got to keep resetting pressure. Fizz wasn't really doing much. So they just all in these team fights. And it worked out for them, but they were going up against the team fight composition. Second anomaly. IG were losing these team fights when they were just not in the position to do it. You mentioned it. Proper picks. They should be able to set up around proper objectives, maybe Dragon or Baron. They didn't do it. There were countless times, and when they did, finally they did towards Baron. But then the issue is they blew Rumble ulti early. No one followed up. And in fact, there was another chaotic team fight where, of course, you had, once again, Imp looking to flank. You had, once again, flank coming in from Fizz as well. So IG were being challenged in multiple sides at every point in this game, and they obviously did not know how to handle it.
And to me, I feel like that was actually a fundamental collapse of the vision game from Invictus Gaming. You kept looking at that map. It was covered in blue wards. There was not a single red ward to be spotted. And that makes sense to an extent because they lose Kid, who's one of the highest junglers for warding. He is very vision-oriented. We make the joke that he's kind of that walking sight stone for Rookie.
Ooh.
But it's also in how Rio's going to manage and pair up with Megan. And I think that was the fundamental flaw for Invictus Gaming, which this guy exploited.
Yeah, let's give Imp his time in the sun because he did pick up the MVP in this game and did get like 1 million kills in the early game. And yes, he kind of threw it away by just constantly challenging Duke to a 1v1 in the bot lane for whatever reason.
Yep.
But eventually, it still won the game.
And so you bring in Rio.
I know, we're all doing it now.
Rio,
Yeah.
I
everybody.
blame you. You started
Yeah,
it.
it's my
Rio
fault.
de Janeiro, my man.
We're all thinking of EU as we came into the game when we had ADC Cannon, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. But he gets
Isn't
put
he
into the
NA?
first game.
He is now.
He's
yeah.
always EU. Don't even listen to that. Don't listen to him,
I mean,
Rio.
technically, he was in Korea foot, but yeah.
But
go
with that
ahead.
being going on, you guys, and you're sidetracked. But yeah, it comes down to they bring in Rio for the first game. I want to see Kid coming in for the second game because just stick with what you know. There's no reason to be experimenting. IME is still in range of taking quarterfinal spot, or at least, yeah, you don't want to be finding yourself in the bottom half of the weighted gauntlet, right? You don't want to be a game behind, and that's a possibility if they find themselves in this pickle. So second game, bring in Kid, and it's just the decision that they made, even though when they picked LGD off time and time again, making faulty decisions, they just weren't in a position to make the right calls to get right back into it.
Yeah. They really need to pull out these wins against LGD. Of all the teams, this pretty much should have been a freebie for them, but not the case. We're going to look towards game 2 to see if IG can do it.
I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder.
Welcome back to the LPL, and it will be IG and LGD once again going at it. LGD take a surprise victory in Game 1, however, so IG really need to pick it back up because this is, out of their 2 series this week in the last week of regular season, the easiest one that they can get. Next one will be against OMG later in the week, and that is significantly harder, as we saw earlier today and also through the rest of the last couple of weeks that we've seen OMGs. So definitely need to pick up this win, but we're not quite there yet, and it also was a closer game. I feel like IG just need to buckle up in this next game. Maybe even bring back Kid, for example.
Yeah, and we kind of hit on that point. They need to bring in Kid simply because they don't want to experiment Week 10 into this because they're going into playoffs. Kid, they've had him throughout the entirety of the split along with Megan as well. And if the decision-making is something that is flawed in the last set that we saw, they were making a bit of growth as the season went on, and they were having really strong early games. Sure, there was points where they were falling out as the game went through, but they should just do what's working. Sure, I think the Rio played well early on in the game, but then it's just they just made poor decisions, and so it comes down to who the shot caller is. If it's Kid, then bring him back in.
I think a bigger issue is the vision. So like while Rio, I agree with you, was making, good attempts in his early game ganks. He threw a gank up top, he went bottom, he tried to showcase mid. There was no vision control from Invictus Gaming. That map was entirely dark for them. They didn't contest LGD's vision, they didn't place vision of their own, and that goes primarily back to the jungle support synergy. And Megan, also a newer member for Invictus Gaming, still getting his feet wet, trying to figure out where his place is in the scheme of things. If he's expected to play with a jungler who doesn't have any competitive experience, you can see why those gaps would exist.
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess it's a good question as to how long you have to be on the team to actually be known as new, because I guess with how many changes, I suppose, that comes through that team, he's been on for quite some time. But as you mentioned,
it's his first split.
Yeah. So that's
once you get over that barrier, I think you're no longer new. But I think when you're still in your first split, it still counts as new.
Kind of. His name was Battleland last time, so we can't forget that.
He's new. But yeah, as well for Rio, like you can be a walking ward, but you're still a ward. You give vision. So if you take that away, you're just walking. And that's what he was doing for a lot of that game. He was looking towards top lane, didn't quite pan out. Looked towards bot lane, didn't quite pan out. It got a couple things happening. He did get that 1 kill on a repeat gank into top lane. But for the most part, he didn't do anything exceptional. It wasn't like a World 6 first performance and then he just kills everybody. He just kind of went in and was an okay jungler.
Yeah, as you can see, he's going to be coming right back in it.
Get the thumbs up.
Yep, so this is going to be real interesting to see if this is something that they want to commit to even going into playoffs. If they lock in it, they have not locked in playoffs just yet. Come through that aisle, everybody. We can see you right there. You don't have to be hiding. All right, cameraman's a little bit ruffled.
LGD weren't ready.
Nope.
1 second. We still need to get our capes on.
But I want to kind of talk previously to the other player, Marge, that was on your screen before we looked at LGD. And Marge kind of head in hands. He was playing Ashe that game, had a very hit and miss performance. I think he hit like 2 key arrows and he threw quite a few. So he seems a bit stressed. His performance has really fallen down in kind of the latter half. I was quite impressed with Marge when he initially came into the LPL, but for whatever reason is unable to find his stride and his confidence again.
This was just a very bad game from him, and not only just from his ultis, but at the same time his positioning in team fights. Now you can say that's a multiple prong point. For instance, yeah, sure, he shouldn't be distancing himself from the team in a lot of cases and isolating himself in these kills, but at the same time his team, it's just a communication point for them. If they see him that happening, protect him, be able to be that front line. In OMG, SMLZ always has protection, but that's just not the case here for Marge. And especially in this game, he was just getting picked apart.
At what point do we start saying that we keep saying that IG are consistently inconsistent? At what point do we start saying they are consistently bad?
Because I mean, they're taking wins.
They are from left and right, but they have a very real possibility this week to drop into 4th place.
That's true.
In their group.
Problem is,
and that's a big difference from 2nd place.
This is a very theoretically easy opponent. LGD is playing purely as a killer because they ain't leaving 6th place. So this means absolutely nothing to them. If they lose this game, go on to the next set up against OMG, and you could say OMG is favored in that set, then IG will have such a hard time, especially if IMA take that. There's going to be a lot of talk about the points coming through. If IMA takes that over them, what's happening with Snake, right? Suddenly you start to say, wait a minute. Is IG even? No, they're not actually locked into playoffs just yet. What's happening in IG? So a lot can go wrong.
See? So that's what I'm saying. If they lose this series and lose the next series, then at what point do you draw the line? Because if they drop this one, then we're definitely getting there. Because it drops them so far down the standings.
And it's worth mentioning that they are on a losing spree right now. They lost to RNG 1-2, lost to Snake 0-2 just recently.
Yep.
And so they're not happy about it. To see if they can actually push themselves to do better and take this win. They get 2-0'd by LGD. Catastrophic.
And there it is as we get into the second game here. LGD leading 1-0 and IG will try and fire back in this one. It's Caitlyn, Cogmore, Camille bans out, Shen, Jace and LeBlanc. While Duke is going to first pick the Graves for Rio. So once again, the first pick priority for them. Pretty crazy.
And things are looking very similar as they did to last game. So the exact same bans from Invictus Gaming, despite the fact that they changed over from blue side. It makes a bit more sense from blue side because they would have that priority pick. But the fact that they went the Graves route, so trying to secure Rio more of a comfort champion and leaving Jinnu to his fizz.
Yeah, again, there's a priority for Jinnu. Again, that player who is pretty consistent. Had some good plays and mediocre plays, but he was facing down Duke, an exceptional 1v1 player. And Karma picked up for PYL as well. Back over to IG now.
And already you have the exact same makings of a 1-3-1 composition for LGD, even with just 2 picks. And this is before, you know, Imp goes towards something like the Kinnan, which is still available. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I do like this adaptation from IG.
It's going to be Malzahar out from Megan.
So the reason why I really like the Malzahar is because, again, you can see Marge is quite stressed. Head on your hand, or head in his hands. The coach was giving him, you know, some back rubs, like trying to keep his morale, his spirit up. Anytime the camera's on it, he just kind of looks devastated. Like, take that responsibility and take that stress away from him that he doesn't necessarily have to hit that Ash arrow. Let Megan be your primary initiator. Let the Malzahar flash forward and just let, you know, Marge focus on his positioning, doing the damage as the AD carry as opposed to trying to set up IG's plays.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, let's go back to IG. So they have picked up Rumble for Duke once more. I mean, he was still landing some sick equalizers. And Godvi will pick up Lee Sin for Amy here. And once again, give him the Lee Sin. So we're into our next phase of banning. Syndra, don't want Rook in that pick again.
The question now becomes, how much do IG fear Imp or how much do they fear Godvi? So it looks like Imp waits out.
The respect Kennen ADC ban from IG. Imp will not get his hands on that one once more. And again, if Marge is feeling stressed, then put him in a more comfortable position. Talia and out against Rookie again, so 2 key picks away from him.
But the problem is champions like Ashe still exist, and LGD have red side. So coming out of ban phase, they could take Ashe as kind of the next best AD carry available and still give Marge quite a difficult time down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, that's true. Kassadin is the final one against Godvi. So they've taken away his Kassadin and his... Not his Echo.
Do it.
Oh boy. Well, I'm a little bit sad. I really wanted to see Quinn ADC because again, I heard whispers of that being picked up in mid lane at least.
Actually skipped a beat because it's LGD who have nothing to lose, and you're just like, that could definitely be a Quinn.
They could actually do that, yeah. It's a possibility. Had Lethality not been nerfed a million times, maybe he would have picked it up. Ashe will be the choice pick, as you were just talking about. It makes perfect sense for LGD. And Varus locked in for Marge, so a little bit shorter range, faster ultimate to hit.
And again, it's taking that responsibility, so he still gets that a nice chain follow-up CC to the Malzahar, but he doesn't have to hit those long-range Ashe arrows. He hits a lot of AoE as well as line wave clear, so he will be able to compete with the Ashe Karma pushing, especially with Malzahar next to him. So it's a nice balanced bot lane. They shouldn't just get blown out of the water this time.
Orianna, that's the pick for Rookie, so yeah, it's not like a hype pick necessarily, but we'll be coming in here and PYL just laughing. Just like higher spirits. And Victor again picked up for Godvi, even though Echo was open for him.
And that's the thing, is that Echo fits so well into this team comp. So I suspected that he would go for the Echo. Not only, like you said, it was left open. Godvi is an Echo one trick at this point. He's just devastating on the champion. But again, if you looked at what the comp wanted to do, the 1-3-1, you take away the cannon, so Imp would no longer be able to fill that role. If Godvi goes Echo, suddenly it's Fizz Echo split pushing in these side lanes. But the fact that he's continuously going back and kind of being that spine for the team, like the wave clear bot, the CC control mid laner. Like, he's performing incredibly well on the Echo, but you just don't really expect that of Godvi. He's more of like that hard carry mid laner.
Pretty insane. And I'll be honest, like the times we've seen him on Victor, we've seen the closest, if not better games for them. Like the fact that last time we saw them in the last series, they almost won that series by virtue of Godvi going Victor. It was because of a late game mishap, which was why they lost. So it's actually kind of cool to see him go towards Victor and say, I'll play for the team, guys.
He's definitely quite fluent on the champion, and it's very exciting because he's then across from Rookie. I've always wanted to see these mid laners clash at the top of their game.
When they're peaking.
Rookie definitely kind of spanked him last game on that Syndra, getting those multiple 1v1 kills, bowling him around. But Godvi just kind of bides his times. He's never been really known as that 1v1 mid laner, definitely a hyper carry mid laner, but never in the lane phase, always about the team fight. That's what makes Godvi special. A big thing about him as a mid laner is he's one of the highest warding mid laners, and so you can directly see his vision impacted, how many wards Godvi will place based on how mobile his champion is. If he's playing something like Ahri, he places significantly more wards because he can check into Fog of War safer to get that vision, and when LGD have more vision, he makes use of it as a flanking tool. We often see Imp as the primary flanker.
One and the same.
Exactly, synonymous at this point for LGD. But before then, when LGD were really successful in 2015, early 2016, it was Godvi who took on that role. So it's nice to see some of those traits left over in his Victor performance.
And we're on to the Rift for the second game in this series. LGD and IG going head-to-head once more. And LGD one up. Just need one more win as Godvi is going in on Rookie. I don't think any summons were burned, though.
Where's the Mortal Kombat theme? I feel like we came right into that.
Yeah, round one. I guess round 2 fight. We're getting in there. I don't want to let Godvi off the hook too easily, though, because I know a couple of weeks back, or many a week back, maybe like halfway through the split, you were saying to me that he just looked for these 1v1 out players, and he does a lot in the mid game. And often did that on Echo, and died a lot. He would issue the challenge and then die. And he did that week after week after week.
Godvi was the guy who created the phrase 2 hero. So I talk about this all the time. Globally, if you're a new viewer to the LPL, we say that guy went ham. In China, you go 2 hero. And that is Godvi to a T.
Yep, 2 hero. But he's pulled it back for sure as he's gone for that Victor. And all of IG just walked over a ward, so they're actually taking Raptors, so it doesn't even matter if they know.
They 100% know that the red buff is happening. Like you said, it doesn't matter if they know because they're still going to steal away a camp. But Rio, he burned his flash, so what do you think you're going to get out of there? The pinch!
Oh, we're coming in. But Amy's got level 2 and the red buff, so Duke needs to be careful. He can't just walk into this. Yeah, he's saying, Rio, you're going to have to escort me into lane, mate.
But the problem is that Rio would lose so much time. So the thing is Duke actually just needs to absorb a lot of Amy's time for Rio to get back on track for his jungle. Because Amy has a major camp in the red buff, and Rio only has a couple of Raptors. He didn't even clear the camp. So technically, IG actually lose out on tempo in their jungle because Rio's at a disadvantage now. He's slower.
Yeah. It's interesting that Rio dropped that early smite as trying to contest the red, but I guess he was in the bush, didn't have a ward, and at the same time needed that level 2 for a fight if it erupted, so actually it does make sense. Imp and PYL pushing forwards. Much is going to get some of that mana refunded as this mini wave comes into the tower.
And the thing is Amy actually didn't go for his Krug camp. He felt that he was too weak, so the tempo disadvantage that I was talking about has now actually been completely eaten up on the fact that Amy went from red all the way to his wolf camp instead of being able to go directly to that Krug. So, poor Amy.
Yeah, in the end, he actually is behind. And you can see that just reflected very slightly in the gold totals. Take a look back at this bottom lane. Again, Marge and Megan are being pushed in, but to be expected when it's an Ashe Karma lane. They just kind of do that. They push in the minion wave and shove you in and just hit you repeatedly, which is highly frustrating.
Marge won't be in too terrible position as he starts getting more points into his abilities, however, but like you said, it's still going to be relatively rough. The thing about Malzahar is he doesn't trade priority like Karma does in terms of controlling the minions. He does it through trading health. So they're really just waiting for Marge to hit the slow and then Megan to follow up with the void lanes and start trading pressure back in this lane through the missing health bars that you now see on PYL.
Yeah, it does make sense. Nice to look towards this middle lane though, as we conveniently look at that one. And Godvi, he is pretty much equal farm at this point in time. Rookie will not be shoving him around as much as he was on Syndra. But still, maybe even if he just get the outplay, we'll say even more credit to Rookie at that point.
Rookie is the Miley Cyrus of Oriana's, but Godby is also incredibly familiar with that champion. It's one of his mains. Wow, that's hard to do.
That was a good block from Megan. So Marge may be stressed, but he is was really good.
He's got Megan sitting next to him holding his hand. Invictus Gaming have been trying to find the right piece for their bot lane for many a moon now. Raz was talking about on the desk how Megan's former name was Baolan. He's been running with the team for a little bit over a single split. He played a little bit last year. So Marge and Megan, kind of the duo that they decided to stick with. They are pretty comfortable with each other as the newcomers on the roster.
And they did better in the first half of the split, which is kind of weird, right? This is kind of like the opposite of what you would expect. Like players getting better and better, then they peak towards the end, but kind of peaked at the start. Rio's gonna find Amy. He's straight just gonna jump away on that last span. Rio's not gonna let him off though. Oh, maybe he will.
There's definitely a lot of pings going down into the mid lane. Rookie's only level 5.
Godby is very low, ward over the wall.
How
he
desperate.
wants it. He actually ghosted. Okay. Well, that tower shot was definitely worth it for Rio.
100%. He still had flash. You need to respect the fact that Graves could have looked for like the flash auto into a quick draw attack. Excuse me.
Flash quick draw auto.
Thank you. That is the correct one.
There was no ultimate though. Jinnu being chased down. He's actually just going to help him urge to strike away, but still a lot of damage. Nice dodge from end of the line. So Rio will not burn his flash to try and kill him. Jinnu makes it out alive, but it's a big minion wave hitting the tower, and it's one of the worst feelings as any laner, losing like 2 minion waves to a tower.
But suddenly this is a very different game from #1 for IG, although we still have the same sides of the map winning. So if you look down bottom, Imp is still destroying Marge in terms of CS. About 13 to 14 CS is equal to a kill's worth of gold there, so Imp might as well be 1-0 up in terms of how much gold he's sitting on, whereas Duke is still running the top lane because that exact same difference is reflected in the top laner's CS.
Yeah, Ristian, we're doing the math on that one. I think it's around like 15 to 17 because we were like factoring in cannons. If you got like multiple cannons, that's a possibility, but Rio's coming in. I was going to walk up and hit you a bunch and then back away. Rio just says hi. I'll back off. I would say mostly a kill. Ooh, Godby being pulled in. Shockwave comes out. One more auto attack. That's actually just going to secure it. And there's the 1v1 outplay. I said it was going to be harder for him, but apparently not.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's definitely a little Graves tacked on there.
All right, look, Frost. Had he just waited for like 2 more seconds, it would have been a 1v1 kill.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a little assist there. No, 100%. Again, the Miley Cyrus of Oriana, Rookie taking Ignite there. Just styles on Godby.
Yeah. Now, you're technically right, Frostkirian, but
that's all I long for, is just to be technically right.
Actually, it's funny because the way stats were recorded for solo kills was if someone was within the area, not necessarily if there was an assist. So it depends by what metric. So we actually could be both right or both wrong, depending on how you look at it.
You know the ultimate joke that you said in that statement was stats in the LPL.
That's a good one.
It's an old one, but it checks out.
Frostkirian, explain to me what Miley Cyrus of Oriana's means, because I know what it means, but maybe not everyone does.
Oh, because Rookie comes in like a wrecking ball. This guy is the battle ball of Oriana. Watch how he places the ball in the lane. Rookie and Godby are quite similar in how they play Oriana, where you can actually get your ball to go faster if you're standing closer to it because it has less distance to travel, and that's what Rookie will do. He will always step forward. He's not going to be one of those bitch ball Orianas where he's waving it around at max range and just staying away from you. No, he's going to pick it up, he's going to be that line man, and he's going to run you down with it.
So, just quick fact check. It doesn't actually move faster, but there's less reaction time for your opponent.
You close the window in which they can react to what you're doing.
Because we don't want to deceive anyone out there who's like, what, that's insane! And you go into a game, it's just like, wait, this doesn't move faster at all.
But it's also, it was, I think, started by Faker, in all honesty, from his Oriana
play. He had a year where he only played Oriana.
Yeah, because Faker revolutionized starting E on Oriana, so that way when you come into a lane, you can out-trade them with the clockwork wind-up on the passive, as well as then absorbing all of the trades with the shield. But Faker will also stand super close to his ball and just whip it around in front of him.
Yep.
It's also much faster because you have to think about like the mouse maneuvers. Like this is at a very technical level in terms of your APM,
Yep.
which for the professional players, it's much easier to do. Like if you've ever seen Faker on his stream or even Rookie when they're streaming, how fast they're clicking
Yep.
or where they're clicking, they do it in very consistent patterns, kind of back and forth. If you have to think, if you are a standard player and as Rookie's doing right now, had the ball at max range, it's much harder for us to click and command our player to kite Orianna correctly on the back line, while then also then reaching up to the ball and making sure that you can spin it around.
Yep.
Versus if your cursor is already closer to the ball because Orianna is closer.
Yeah, because you're basically controlling two characters at that point, so pretty difficult. Jinnu, again, with the ultimate, engaging this one, but he's in all of these minions. Duke is taking a lot of damage at the same time. Rio's going to turn the corner, find Amy, but he got the jump on him. He'll collateral damage over the wall, but Amy really wants him. Flash kick. Oh, misses the shockwave. Godby will get the kill as he comes round. Rookie nailed by the arrow. And he's going to fall right here. We'll see who picks up the kill, and it's Amy once more.
That was like Miley Cyrus of like 2014. That
Yeah,
was
it was
the
the
one
bad stage.
that we try to
forget about that one. That definitely was.
That awkward, like,
Whatever that, yeah.
that costume was.
Oh, that famous picture on the internet. Basically that for IG as they lose 2 kills. And it went over to Amy and Godby, so top half of the map going to be pretty strong. And man, if they can convert this into a tower as well.
But with that, you understand why Invictus Gaming prioritizes denying the Ashe away from Imp in the first game. It's because even when you put him back to the wall, denying all of his champions, he'll find the key ultimates. Now, this wasn't super well played from Rio, but it was by Amy. And it's just unfortunate that in the animation of the Dragon Rage kick, that Rookie decides to try to find the shockwave to save his jungler. The Asher comes through, and at that point, Rookie's like, well, I guess I'm screwed.
Yeah, didn't have the ultimate anymore, so game over. But he's back. He had another life. And he's still ahead in farm anyway. He still actually won that mid lane outright, but now Godfrey is caught up, which is a little frustrating for him. And while the tower didn't die from LGD, IG now pick up first blood tower.
And it's a tempo disadvantage. So the fact of the matter is that LGD used all of their ultimates, or their key summoners, to grab tempo over the game, take the wave, and try to siege on the mid lane tower. As soon as that tempo was absorbed by Invictus Gaming moving over, clearing out the wave, tempo then shifted back because LGD needed to make their backs, which meant that they weren't on the field, which means that they couldn't pressure anything forward. So IG knew that they had this tiny window where we have tempo advantage, let's siege at mid tower and trade it. And this is off the back of the fact that Rookie is winning his lane so hard in the 1v1.
So Rio has not been spotted in the top lane as he looks for this gank, but may end up being a counter gank because Amy is also skulking into this bush. Fish lands.
Lunchtime.
But unfortunately, Lisa's not in range, and Duke will flash away. He's taking a lot of damage, and Jinnu underneath the tower, prod him to death. Rio wants to get this kill in return and will indeed get it. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the jungler receiving it while the top lane of LGD gets the kill in return.
Amy is still not safe, however.
Shockwave, dodge drum, and the collateral damage was not in range. Now that was a trust fall for Rookie.
I hype up Rookie's Orianna, and I feel like he has one of the worst Orianna performances that he's ever had, which isn't bad, because he's still getting 1v1 kills and has massive CS leads over his individual opponent. But I guess that this just kind of puts into context where we expect Rookie's Orianna play to be.
Sure. And Rio also expected it to be there, because he even like pre-ulted expecting the shockwave to land. So he's just showing now. An ultimate chain coming in from IG. He's going to blow up Imp on the spot. PYL may even die as well. These Voidlings are going to town on that Karma.
Did March flash?
Yes, I think. Just off to the sides of our screen. I don't know why. Rio's coming in.
I must do all of the damage.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm trying to think.
He might have dodged a skill. I'd love to see that replay to see if maybe he was close to death and he had to dodge something to the side.
He's like full health. He's like 65%.
Then he just set his hands on the keyboard.
Yeah, just fat fingered it. Happens to the best of us.
Gotta get this arrow off faster.
I guess so.
Literally tossing the arrows with his flash.
Why doesn't anyone play the Earth skin anymore?
Because this one's so much cuter.
What, this one? I always know why I classify as cute. I'd say cool, maybe. Atlantean Fizz. Like there's the Cottontail Fizz. I'd classify that one as cute.
That one's actually just terrifying, so you are a terrible judge
the rabbit
of cute.
is. Fizz is not. Fizz is, but the rabbit is not. That's why I went to say. Because that rabbit is horrifying.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. As we are still fighting over this ward.
The great ward fight.
Day 9. The ward still stands.
Well, we'll get it next time. I mean, this time Amy's here to help. So.
It's much scarier for them to fight over it because March doesn't have flash, and the arrow will be coming back up in just a matter of seconds. So Invictus Gaming are really running out of time where they can compete for this, especially with Amy also hanging down.
Amy's been here for so long. Okay, fine, he goes into the bush.
He'll get spotted as soon as he steps out, however. Yep, there he goes. And Godfrey's also being pulled down, so LGD making a very clear play that they want to siege and dive this tower. The question is, what do ID do in response? Do they double down and look to fight it? They don't have TP.
Apparently not. Anyway, we've cleared out. I think this play is going to fizzle out, so Rookie walks up to the mid lane. Got the inside track, so he'll get there a little bit faster and increase that CS lead he has, and Godfrey will hopefully get his blue buff. Okay, that's how you donate a blue buff. Now we have a counter gank from Rio, but there's no one there.
Because now there's this window where Invictus Gaming could pull Orianna because she's pressured the wave forward that Victor has to respond to it.
Ultimate, and this is almost an instant kill from Rookie, but not quite. Impulse there to cover his support. And Rookie will get away with Blast Plant, so he's good to go. Another push coming. Oh, that is a very low tower. Yeah, it's instantly taken out by Godfrey. Scumbag Amy even walks in and leeches some of the gold.
And immediately then the collapse. So Rookie is now racing after LGD because it's pretty clear where everyone's going to be on the map. Teleports are now both up for Jinnu and Duke. Where's the arrow? Godfrey and Amy are too far away. Imp doesn't want to waste the cooldown.
It would have been split had they gone for that fight, whereas IG would have been together.
They have to fight for this, though. You can see the pings coming down, so miscommunication across both teams.
This tower is pretty much dead. No arrow. There's the arrow onto Rio. Finally, Amy comes in, kicks him away, but great reaction from Megan. Almost kills his enemy.
Here comes Jinnu and Duke.
Both teleports coming out. Jinnu is here first, but Duke is with the team. So, better positioning.
And also more health to work with. Because Amy is flashing red and because Jinnu has to go all the way around, this will surely be the free tower for IG. Yep. You can even see them tanking it up.
Yeah, Imp started walking forwards, thinking like, I probably could just auto-attack you to death, but I'm back off now. And now that massive CS advantage we had to Imp earlier on is all but gone. It's equal CS plus the tower over to IG means they're in really good shape. At the very least, LGD will pick up this dragon, but there's still a 2,000 gold advantage to IG.
And only a Cloud Dragon, so Invictus Gaming prioritizing their backs and spending the global gold that they've just picked up off the tower. So really just table scraps for LGD.
Yeah. Still, they have that one game lead, so they just need to blue shell IG randomly in a game this series and they'll take it. But this one is not out of their hands, but it just feels like the way that IG are playing is very much different from game one.
Just feels a bit cleaner, a bit tighter.
Yeah, randomly getting these picks, that type of thing. Megan didn't have his nether grasp, so that wasn't going to be an instant kill, but they got the flash, which is great because it is a setup for Megan's ultimate in the future.
Also could have foretold that maybe they weren't keeping as close of track of that cooldown as they needed to. PY also, you know, flashing the fact that there's a Graves and a Varus right there, but if you had known that all of their ultimates were down and the only thing that you were suffering was really the Voidling damage, would you have flashed or would you have just calmly walked around the corner?
That was pretty nice for a rookie. Godfrey was helping him out, potentially beat some CSing world records and gives him the Raptors as well. He's like good timing right now for 17 minutes, 18 minutes, 176 farm.
Close to perfect.
Yeah, we've seen pretty crazy CS records in the past, being like 20 minutes and having almost 300 CS because you're taking everything. I still think Froggen may be the leader, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I think he does have the record for most minions killed of like in a game. He's also probably had the longest games. Man, those are some stats you're not even sure if you want the record on. As Juniper's as creative. I don't think I've ever seen a Fizz ultimate used to clear out a minion wave, but I guess now because you get a bigger fish at max range, it does make sense. Wow.
But it also then means that you're just delaying this tower, so it's giving LGD this window, where ultimately this will be tower traded for tower. But if LGD can do it first, then that means they get that first edge onto the back, and it's then the question of what do they do with that extra back? Do they rush mid and maybe throw an arrow?
That point may be moot though, because bottom lane is not going to die while IG just took up top and they're still pushing. LGD have many members in the bot lane, but they will have to dive if they want to turn it into the tower. And Rookie's scary. If this were me and I had the knowledge, I definitely wouldn't.
So is the fact that Malz and Varus have their ultimates.
Yeah. What the heck?
Hello?
And now PYL just instantly dies. Imp backs away, Megan dropping low. Nice kick from Amy. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3 to LGD. It was a warning shot. They knew exactly what they were doing.
I don't even need this to kill you. Godby picking up the slack for Imp. Don't know why he thought that the Krugs were also involved in that gank, but, you know, got him.
Maybe just, like, confused their opponents so much that they were just like, what? And then that moment of indecision.
That's what
and
it is.
Confusion.
It's the magician's hand. It's the look over here while the chaos storm sweeps across.
The cup and ball trick. Wait, the ball and cup trick. That's
I think I saw that YouTube video.
Those are definitely 2 different YouTube videos.
Are you sure?
So yeah, LGD, good job. You picked up 3 kills in the tower.
All 3 kills went on to Godby as well. Red side Victor, we talk about it a lot. So the thing about red side Victor, and QG also used this, is if you look at the map, it's actually shaped differently. And as we move into 20 minutes and Baron spawns, this is when red side Victor really starts to take over. So the entrance into Baron from red side is only 2 entrances, whereas blue side has 3, and all of them are choke points. It's behind the pit in the tri-brush and the little ramp that feeds into the raptors. And why red side Victor is so punishing is that he loves choke points. He's got gravity field, he has chaos storm, he's got his laser, he wants you to just line up so he can knock you down. He's also great at when he gets onto the Baron and you need to feed in through one of those paths to even approach it, of zoning people away with gravity field.
Be pretty punishing. There's just another feather in their cap. Imp is clearing out mid lane. Has 2 items as well. He's picked up the Runa and Hurricane. So we have item spikes like across the board as well from LGD. We're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, especially again in that Victor. Mid-game, huge power spike in tandem with the Trinity Force on Fizz, but has the completed Hex Core and Morellonomicon. Like, Godby will hit like a truck.
Just about getting in there. And man, I really have to praise Godby because he's had some of the lows, I think.
Does it just hurt you just to sit in your mouth?
Just a little bit, but not really, no, because like Godby, it's just because he went for so many of those outplays and they never really worked out. And he had probably, I'm trying to struggle to think of a player who's had worse lows than Godby. But like even that, like it was just, I'm not going to go for this outplay, I'm going to flash away. And like we wouldn't have seen that from a previous Godby. He'd definitely go in. I don't know what that was about from Rookie.
This is a deep teleport from Jinnu, though.
This is about to get really bad for IG unless they pull something really good out of that hat. Jinnu locked down, but he's instantly out of it, and Rookie should be falling here. Big flop down from Jinnu, but he's assassinated by Rio. He also dies in that one for a 1-for-1. Megan caught out. He went off to the side, and Rookie somehow still alive. Duke is also extremely low, and Marge gets away with that one too. Everyone's blinking red.
And yes, it was the flank from Jinnu, but ultimately it was Godby that destroyed them. A Chaos Storm rocked the backline, which means IG cannot front for this Baron. It will be a free pickup from LGD.
Baron's absolutely gone. There's nothing that IG can do about it. And that's gone, and LGD suddenly wrench back control over this game once more. And I honestly, if you're an IG fan, you have no idea what to say about this game because it looked like IG were definitely trying as hard as they could to take the early game, and indeed they did, but multiple blunders has put them in the spot once again.
But look at their vision. Like, Invictus Gaming have been entirely dark this entire game. There's a, one control ward right above Marge, and then there's another ward right on the pixel. So they've got, like, the shallowest neutral vision in River. So they could barely see that TP flank as it's crashing down on top of them. Much less the fact that none of that was cleared out, so the TP gank shouldn't even been an option for them.
But you're forgetting the useless ward that they had on the blast cone behind Baron that didn't actually see Baron.
Damn!
3 wards, literally 3. And now they're getting a vision great. But it's actually, I feel, even too far out because they're going to be shoved in now and you need vision within their jungle. So they don't just get caught during rotations. So it's also maybe missed priority on the vision, which is just disappointing to see. And maybe a reason why kids just sat in the wings and just saying, well, your moving ward is literally sat on the bench right now. Maybe you should bring me back.
Kid wards the most of any jungler, or at least he had that stat last year.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that it's a
It
very
still felt
similar
like
stat
it. Yeah.
this year. So it definitely impacts Invictus Gaming's vision game. And I know that we give Kid a lot of flack because his individual performance isn't as high as the other junglers. Like, he's just vastly mechanically outclassed. But he has been playing League of Legends for 4 years professionally. He's one of the oldest professional players still left in the game. And despite the fact that his mechanics might not be up to par, that comes along with the ability to communicate, to understand the competitive, environment and scene. There's a lot of, X factors that Kid doesn't necessarily get to translate on the Rift in his ability to insect someone that may translate into IG's victories.
It's true. Duke is quite in the bottom lane, but he'll use the Zhonya's to counter out Jinu's ultimate. And for the longest time, I was saying, man, you need a new jungler. Kid needs to step up this game. But right now, I'm saying we need Kid back. Ultimate onto Imp, in for a rookie, but he's not going to fall. And one massive ultimate in from IG for your key player basically did nothing. This tower's dead. Rio may even be attacked here by Amy. He jumps in and it's nuked by IG. You cannot pull that. He will trade his life for the support, though.
Yeah, Godby steps forward and then just drops the base on multiple members. Oh no.
Imp is just going off, and this is one of those Imp plays. Finds one, looks for the second. We'll get that one as well, and a double kill to Imp.
Where's your OG and title now, rookie?
He's on the floor, beating him to death, punching him in the face. I'll take your inhib too. Here, have a drone. And LGD are actually closing in on these Nexus turrets. What is happening in this game? What is happening in this series?
LGD get the last laugh. That's what's happening, Pulse. The only thing that they can do is play spoiler to IMA and Invictus Gaming. And even though
See you later,
LGD
Marge.
are the last place team in the league, they are auto-destined for relegations. They are making a statement in the league. We decide the fate of Group A.
Absolutely unbelievable. LGD will clean sweep IG in the final week of regular season.
LGD. Where was this team 3 weeks ago?
Just shake it off. But that's got to feel pretty rough for IG. Losing this one, but you turn back towards LGD, and maybe there is, at the end, a glimmer of hope for this team as they approach the promotion tournament. They will be facing down GT first, and if they play like that, as much as I love GT, they're going to get destroyed.
And reminder, because they're playing in the elimination bracket first, because they are the 6th place team, there is no second chance in that best of 5 between GT and LGD. One of them will leave the LPL. And this is a sight we don't often get to see.
LGD, take a bow, well deserved, off the back of Imp, who I have actually not seen smile today, which is a momentous occasion. It's the smile of death usually, I guess. Maybe just needs to stop smiling, because when he does, 2-0 across the board. Completely blasted IG. And yeah, everyone else is happy, and they should be.
That's LGD blasting what was very recently the 2nd or 3rd best team in Group A. So definitely punching above their weight and reminding all of their fans what they are capable of.
It's bittersweet.
Yeah, it definitely burns.
But the sweet part is that it's a win, it's a big win, it's a 2-0. And to say you did that at the end of the split right here, going into a situation like that, definitely good signs of life, because then you can start saying maybe they will just easily make it out of the promotion tournament, look towards the 2nd split, rebuild, get better, look even towards Worlds if you're shooting that high. And we've seen teams do it before in other regions, so it's no reason why you couldn't. And it's worth starting talking about that storyline, because it is a reality that can happen. And while IG took the early game, you can see they did on the goal graph very slightly. Keyword being slightly, because LGD found the good fight, turned it into a tower, turned it into a Baron, turned it into a win.
And very methodical. It was a
Just
much.
gonna welcome back Raz. Hello, Raz.
Okay.
Go ahead, Frost.
Go on.
I was gonna say it was a much more methodical and cleaner game from Invictus Gaming. It felt more controlled in the early game, and you could see that demonstrated in the gold graph. But ultimately, it then also felt more controlled from LGD. You know, they weren't playing the wild card Kennen. They were just waiting on those Ash arrows and just calmly following them up with the victor.
Got you with that cough. I agree with you. I think this is this is a point for IG where they got that lead. It didn't turn into anything because their composition should be bottom lane focused. It should be like IG. They have a lot of control in the bottom lane with the Malzahar and the Varus. We even saw it work in favor of them when they were able to get certain picks off. But LGD was able to control that entirely because they have Ashe as well. But I think this was just a great set for Amy. Amy was able to play out that early game fairly well, was able to challenge Rio exceptionally well, I believe. And on top of that, in the team fights, they were just winning them out. IG were just not playing properly in the team fights, and even though they had a goal lead, it didn't turn into anything because they were just getting outmatched individually, but also in just outset in what they wanted to achieve in this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just unfortunate to see. But yeah, you hit it. I was wondering what we're going to see. Which LGD are we going to be seeing? An LGD that's looking to relax going into the promotion tournament, but it looks like they're definitely playing in form. Being able to take this set is ridiculous. You don't expect LGD to be able to take one game. All right, maybe. Take a set 2-0 up against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, we were questioning whether their heart was going to be in this game as they head, into future ones, and we even questioned that weeks back. But it definitely looks like that is indeed the case, and it is actually great to see from the lineup. And I specifically want to target Godfrey as we'll look towards the MVP very soon, because there was so many memes like in the LPL, like Gold V demoted to Silver 1. But look at this guy; he's going to pick up the MVP, and for me, he should be.
I 100% agree. But here's the thing, like. I know you're new to the LPL, you missed the golden age, to continue with the joke for Godv, but there was a point where when Godv came into the LPL, he was the hot shit coming up. He was going to be the next big Chinese mid laner, and he did lay it on the line and prove it in 2015. Unfortunately, when the global audience really got to see Godv, they saw him at his absolute worst, and he's only been a shadow to that point. Like, even when he played like that, that wasn't as good as what I remember of Weightless. And until he gets to that point, like, I know it's capable and I know that's his potential. It's always just a downgrade. So, like, while I agree with you, like, you feel so surprised, like, oh, wow, Godv played really well. I'm like, yeah, I know he can play well. I've been waiting for him to return to playing well.
I mean, I've seen him internationally, right? And I've seen him, like, have really good performances when he was, like, Weightless, for example. But it was also coming to the split. We've actually had that storyline for a lot of players, like a fall from grace, and then looking to build back up. And whether they actually make it back up is a big question. I also like the fact that it's just gone 12 o'clock and it's like, Watershed's dead. I'm bringing out the language. Anyway, Raz, after you.
Yep. Everything out the window. Godv has had a terrible split. So if you forgot him being a good mid laner, there's a reason for that. This was a great set for him. It's a great set for all of LGD. I was actually incredibly surprised that Amy was able to pull out the Lee Sin, because for a good pound of time he was playing potato jungle champions like Ivern, for instance, and so you start to question if he even had
the
mechanics.
Wait. I don't think Ivan is a potato champion.
Oh, what kind of mechanics you're looking to do on that champion?
No, you have to be a smart potato at the very least. You have to think about your jungle pathing and then where you're going for the early game. Exactly.
I'm still telling you.
He's the farmer. The other person's a potato.
I'm saying potatoes. Bad mechanics. That man has good mechanics. You guys are trying to detract me. I see what's happening here, everybody. You can stop these people if you can. Because if you can, do it.
Every time I see Raz just making eyes at his close-up.
I know, he's doing
They're still detracting me. This is ridiculous. Stop these people. Get them off the show. This can't stand.
After hours, Raz
The point is that Amy is a great mechanical player.
He is.
He plays, or at least historically, carry champions.
Yep.
Except this split, it's not happening. So it's nice to see him go back to the Lee Sin, and he played well in the sense that he had much better focus in comparison to Rio. Rio got challenged. He never went to the bottom lane. He should have. There was even a point where the top lane should be a priority for him, but it looks like he froze up, and that was just honestly, I expect that. This is his first game in the LPL.
He gets nervous.
Why are you putting in a new jungler, game 1, game 2 even, and you are not locked in for playoffs? that is a joke. It is a joke. Bring in Kid. Kid was able to get you wins, and it's not that he's a fantastic player. He is a standard player. You mentioned it. In for 4 years, the man has a ton of experience. Sure, he played AD carry for a little bit, but he has a lot of jungle experience as well. And there is just a bad idea if you change up the formation of your team. A massive ward, he has games where he goes off, but he definitely is a ward bot a lot of the time. And so suddenly, vision control, bad. That was just the case. And a lot of the times, no proper vision control because they just didn't have a proper focus in how they wanted to play out team fights. They didn't have proper focus or what part of the map they should be playing to. So even though you have Malzahar in the bottom lane along with Varus, they didn't see anything out of that. And in fact, they just got dived time and time again. Most junglers, Kid, would have prioritized going towards bot side to challenge that. So that's not a jab at Rio. Because he showcased actually good mechanics on the Graves. He actually learned something about how to be able to play out some Graves mechanics.
Sure.
That was good. But if you're a solo queue player, you're good for mechanics. But he still needs to learn. Week 10 is not a good time to learn. So I hope that IG going up against OMG starts Kid.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you called him out there because we do look at a match like this when if you're locked, if you're RNG and you're in their situation and you've been locked for weeks, absolutely fine. But don't test a rando jungler right now when you really need these wins, and especially when you drop the series. The easy one I might add against LGD, and all right, for game one, sure, do it. If it doesn't work out, bring in the Kid, and then just sweep the rest of the series, and actually just lock down a place in playoffs. Then when you go up against OMG, you actually look to just straight try hard. But 2 games in a row is mind-boggling.
I want to pump the brakes, though. Like, while I agree with you guys that I would have loved to see Kid back in there was also a massive problem with the bottom lane of Invictus Gaming. Marge and Megan were not playing well. So this isn't just a single, prong problem. This is multiple prongs of issues.
There are many holes in that
ship.
Here's the thing. If you want to talk about the core issue of IG's problems in those team fights, they just massively misplayed those team fights. They massively misplay in terms of like what they should be looking to do. So maybe that's a Kid thing. But even when Kid was on there, that was still an issue on the team, is that they would make improper decisions going into how they want to play out team fights, if they even want to do that. And so it feels like it's just making the problem worse, especially this point of the season. So yeah, sure, they should attack that issue. Bringing in Rio, it's not going to do that for yourself. So I do want to challenge and see who is making the proper or the right calls, any calls on that team. It's not a disaster. That's going to be interesting. It's not like a disaster period just yet. I mean, they're pretty safe in the sense that they're going up against OMG, and they still have to face RNG. So it's not like, all right, they're out of playoff contention. No, it's very likely they will be in the playoffs. It's just a matter of, are they going in 4th spot? Are they going in 3rd? This is very likely for IG, and they do not want to be coming into a weighted gauntlet in that fashion.
I mean, we're still at DEFCON 3 right now if you're IG, because look at them. They're still sat in 4th place, just below IME. Like, they are currently equal in standings, but it's very easy for them to be cemented in 4th, and then they have to play significantly more games in that gauntlet to actually get all the way through playoffs at that point.
And it's not even just significantly more games. It's also the fact that they would be starting at the disadvantage by having the 1 game up on them. 3rd versus 4th. It's the difference between playing a best of 3 versus a best of 5 because you have a 1 game advantage going into the series. Yeah. So it is devastating, and they would play it across from Newbie or Vici most likely.
Definitely killers in this. This is what I love about LPL going into this, is that LGD is looking like the worst team along with Game Towns, and they still are very fiery. So sure, a lot of weaknesses come into vision control sometimes, but when they turn it up, they do have defined strength. And then you go to 5th place, and you start to wonder, are these even weak teams? Snake are looking really good. And then Newbie, of course, along with Vici, they're battling for 4th spot, but they are definitely taking the wins up against the top 3.
Raz, I wouldn't say Snake are looking really good. I would say that you're looking all right. And that opinion is just like not
just yawned into my mic. Hello? You can't just do that, especially when my man is talking. You don't take this from her. Just don't do it.
I thought the standings was on the screen. You don't know this? So fun fact, anytime the camera's not on us, like the camera's not on Pulse right now. Pulse was actually like fixing his hair, fixing his tie, brushing his teeth, getting a Red Bull.
Oh, I don't think they saw you.
This is why we
love
love
Raz
Raz
nondescript
on the
energy drink. Thank you very much. I want to briefly talk about the other group, specifically Vici and Newbie, because they will go against EDG, that's from Vici, and Newbie will go against WE tomorrow. Very important because they're battling over 4th place. Now, in the theoretical circumstance where you could choose which team you wanted to go against, either WE or EDG, who are both at the top of the standings in Group B, who would you pick for each team?
Ooh, and you're talking about Vici here.
Vici or Newbie.
Okay. I would say you would want to go up against Newbie. I think Vici is slowly getting...
The question was Team W or EDG, and you said Duck.
Wait a minute.
It's fine.
You
Let
gotta make
the man
simple
speak.
questions, man. I didn't go to... Okay, go on.
I got the answer.
Okay.
I'll save you. Team WE for both of them. I don't think it matters if you're Vici or Newbie, and I think the reason why is Team WE in their draft phase have this tendency where they will throw away draft or lane phase to draft scaling compositions. This is something that have kind of been a crux for them, or a crutch, as they've plateaued, in my opinion, comparatively to EDG, who will draft to win lane phase, crush you in lane phase, and then snowball that off to win a game. I think it gives more room for teams like Vici and Newbie, who are a bit slower to burn, or Vici, who really rely on kind of their lane phase or their macro play before their 5v5, to ramp up and to get strong and to have closer of like a 50-50. Still not a 50-50, more like a 70-30, but it's much closer than EDG.
I think that's fair, coming in from Pickban. I would go, now that I understand the question, EDG. The reason why, not just because I want to split the desk, is because EDG as a team, they're weaker in comparison to WE as they go into the game, like 30 minutes into the game. WE really cuts flanks really well, vision control the best in the league so far. And so being able to go up against a team that is at a gold advantage on you and can always play that defensive game so you can never really cut them through, cut any sort of tempo, really oppressive. EDG still has a way to work around that, and so they do have some holes, and they're even trying in min. So there are definitely holes going up against EDG that you don't have against WE.
Also, I guess what this conversation highlighted is the fact that there are holes in both of the teams' play, meaning that either Newbie or Vici can pick up wins against their respective opponents. So that is pretty cool to see, and if that even happens tomorrow, because regardless, those are very difficult matches, like 10-4 each of those two teams. They've been dumpstering people left and right, so at the very least, it will be interesting to watch. Either way, we are going to end the show there, so thank you very much for watching. Frosco's tired, so we're going to end it there. You can go home and sleep. I'll probably do the same, to be honest, and we'll look towards tomorrow. So Don will be anchoring the desk, and he'll take it away. Thank you for watching once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you.
You're my little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes call me to explore every bit of your heart, never seen before. And don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Oh, oh, oh. no coming down.